ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for the second day of Week 5 and one of the final days of the first round robin here for LCK Spring. Oh, how time flies, Wolf. And it is now time for a Giga Chat experience up against D+ Kia.
Brion has historically, as a franchised org in the LCK, defeated Damwon, Kia, now D+, so many times, especially in spring season. We've seen upset games, we've seen series go to 3 that had no right to, they did not deserve to. And tonight again, D+, the favorites, not as much of a favorite as they have been in previous seasons we're mentioning, but Brion kind of got the nickname Kingslayers for a reason back then when they kept beating D+. Yeah. So then Damwon, of course, and tonight feels like another one of those nights where you don't expect the Giga Chat victory, but you're like, what if, though? I mean, it feels like the stars may align here because D+, they came off that win against HLE last week, but I think it was more HLE giving D+ what they wanted more than D+ showing us that they're back on track. But tonight's the night you prove it. You win 2 series back-to-back after that loss to KT and jump up to 6-3 past KT Rolster.
Exactly. DK are fighting for that 4th spot. If they win here by any capacity, they are able to take it over KT, even if it goes to 3 games. Bro want to try and catch back up again, really get back towards that eastern side, which has been eluding them. Sorry, the western side. They're already at the eastern side. I always get my east and west mixed up.
Me too.
I have a huge problem with it. Left and rights as well, but I digress. Bro wanting to get towards those 5 wins, towards those 6 wins, but they need to get through 4 before they will get there, and that's the only way that they can create distance between themselves and Kwandong, DRX, and Nongshim that definitely are struggling here. And yes, so as we were saying, 7th place, 5th place, DK chase that top of the ladder. And I think we're all kind of in agreement that this is a team that can absolutely challenge for that top spot. I mean, at the beginning of the season, we were all saying that D+ Kia were one of our front runners for that top spot, potentially even one of the favorites for some people. But after some hiccups, we haven't been as sure of ourselves, I don't think.
No. This is just showing the records that we were talking about. We're not making this up. It does sound like one of those fake narrative things where you're like, I don't know, any night, any team could win. Like, Brion has beat them sometimes. I mean, look at the stats here. It's uncanny how many times Brion is able to steal the win away, especially considering this is their strongest season they've actually had in spring in the first round robin ever. So, see what they do tonight is the Mornectin versus the Connectin here. Both of these players great on Renekton.
That sounds like the D+ Kia tagline, Connectin, you know? Oh, that's really cool. Well, we'll see who's going to be able to get it or whether it's going to see a heck of a lot of bans. It generally does. The fact that Morgan has that win rate on Renekton is actually kind of absurd, given the teams that he's been on. Yeah. And yes, a lot of the names that he has played with in the past have been very powerful, but he's been an underdog for what feels like his whole career, and yet still puts up a number like that. Truly is the Lord. As will the buffed melee supports be picked? And that's why we have a giant picture of Effort, because this guy loves the Nautilus, plays it off meta, and it was, of course, that real crutch that they used. Like, Effort was trying to find victories, and this was the only champion he was able to in times past when he was really struggling here in the LCK.
On Sandbox in particular, he found the most success on it. I think that period everyone remembers. And, I mean, he's 2-0 on it already before Nautilus got buffed, as mentioned, so we'll see if he gets the chance to play it here. If you take a look at some of the team stats, D+ have dominated in the early game. Herald percentage here almost breaking 75%. Drake percentage nearly 60%. And you can see the Baron control for them in the later game with the leads they take early is quite high as well. D+ up against Brion here. And Brion known for taking early dragons and stacking them, especially with Henna on Lucian. But they still haven't been able to get the later Drakes, as you can see here, as D+ has.
Yeah, and one of the stats that isn't here that I would really like to see is the amount of time it takes for both of these teams to play out their games, as D+ Kia have known to be a little bit faster paced, one could say, than Brion. But let's welcome Brion out onto the stage of LoL Park here for today's match. Desperate to grab that final victory before we start round 2. Would feel so good to be 4-6 as opposed to anything else. Being able to really get close to parity is going to be really important. And on the other side of things, being able to finish at least in 4th place for D+ Kia will be huge.
And as we end the round robin here for Brion, they're competing with HLE and Guangdong Freaks most directly for that 6th and final playoff spot. I don't think anyone right now at this moment in time is expecting that D+ will actually slide out of playoffs, even though they have looked a little bit rockier. But they're on the edge, right? They're in 7th place. They sit between those two teams, and a win here tonight could push them closer, and that's what they're focusing on as we get to the halfway point.
Yeah, absolutely. But they have to get through these guys. These are definitely some very talented players, and we know that they're capable of great things, but we haven't necessarily seen the peak of D+ Kia. We have high expectations for a reason, and hopefully they can show us a taste of that this evening.
I was talking to you and Chronicle a little bit about this yesterday. For me, the most impressive player this season for D+ has actually been Kellen. I think he's made such a huge improvement in his play. Playing alongside Deft, he looks a lot more confident. He's played through an injury as well. He's still recovering from that. He has been super consistent. And I feel like that's one thing we weren't really saying about the bottom duo when Duckdom and Kellen were playing for D+. Last time you were thinking about Topside, you're thinking about Canyon and Showmaker, right? The iconic players, the players in the opening. Yeah, but they haven't been as consistent this season thus far. It's been more about the bottom side getting ahead. Deft on Caitlyn, Deft on Lucian. And I think Breon absolutely should put the focus on those champions going into this draft.
No, I would agree. Let's have a look at our key player matchup, though. The top side of the map, obviously, is what we're going to be looking at because it's the Lord Almighty himself. Morgan taking on Canna here, and Canna has been the up-and-down player that we were expecting, to be perfectly honest. He debuted this season looking fantastic, but has had those slumps, has had some of those rough games where it looks like the communication has been off, but recently has been getting back towards some form, and we're desperate to see if he can pull together some consistency, especially as we reach the second half of the season.
He has the lowest number of isolated deaths in the LCK across top laners, which might be hard to believe if you focus on only the negatives and some of the really egregious misplays he's made, right? Like some of the misplays he's made in lane, you're like, oh man, this guy is just not it, right? But look at how consistent he's been elsewhere, and I love that we highlight that stat because in the eye test, you think about the bad parts. I think players, especially fans, often focus on that one moment, that one clip, that one misplay, right? That one Gnar under turret. Yeah. And then you look at the actual numbers and you're like, wow, this guy has been incredibly consistent. He's very rarely getting picked. His side laning has been incredible. His lane stats are really good. And we'll see if he can shore up some of those consistencies because, as you mentioned, he has been fairly inconsistent, and those lows are where D+ are finding some problems, right, in the early mid.
Yeah, I would agree. A bit of a check-in on solo queue. Some interesting things have been happening towards the bottom side of the map for D+ Kia. Canyon has made it back to rank 11. It's always a bit of a slow start beginning of the year, getting our pros to high ranks in solo queue because they don't have a lot of time for that. But Showmaker's sort of nowhere to be seen. I think he's been taking a bit of a break of solo queue, or he's playing on a hidden account and hasn't necessarily been on Mid King or DK Showmaker as much. But it also might be him just taking care of himself, making sure that he can get back into a good headspace because he has been one of the players that we've been worried about in the past. So we'll see what Showmaker's form is going to look like here today because he definitely has been a bit up or down, and just hoping that he can get himself to peak condition coming into this one. And speaking of coming into this one, let's jump into pick and ban for game number 1. Bro on the blue side, D+ Kia on the red. All the side selection this time was absolutely fantastically orchestrated and everything like that. A bit unfortunate that Bro had to go through what they went through. And hopefully from here on out, we won't get any more complications like that.
Yeah, making some improvements. And Caitlyn banned right away. Henna has played no games with Caitlyn. He's never been allowed to. Breon liked to ban Caitlyn on blue side. The Ashe is gone here too. Yep. And this may be Henna looking for his first pick Lucian. That we've seen him be his most picked and most successful champion this season.
He has also been a bit of a Varus guy as well, so he could head towards that one if he'd like to. Might be a handshake as well.
Hasn't been hasn't been as strong for him, but like you say, he has played it a lot, and he's very known for his Varus. One of his standout picks in some of the rockier times of Breon over the last 2 years. As Lucian here, means you're opting into probably a Zeri for Deft. And now you've taken stage 1, you've given Deft the opportunity to play the Lucian here if he wants it. Deft has won, I looked this setup earlier, it's kind of unbelievable. He has won 3 games, 3 games of non-Lucian and non-Caitlyn. He has won only 3 games. 1 game of Zeri, 1 game of Draven, and 1 game of Sivir. He has negative win rates on all non-Lucian Caitlyn champions, and teams just aren't looking into this, and he just keeps getting to play it. He is 6-0 on this champion. 6-0. He has weak performances on Zeri so far, weak performances on Sivir, and you're going to opt into it, Brion, here, just like Hanwha Life Esports did, and you may fall to the similar fate if you can't actually survive this early game.
But if you're thinking positively for Brion, have you seen Henna's win rate on Zeri? It is absolutely absurd. Throughout his career, I think he's only lost 2 games ever. As Showmaker's hovering the Annie, that would be a lot of fun. AP Alistair as well, absolutely fantastic. At least Showmaker knows what we want to see, even if he's definitely not going to show it to us. At least, not yet. As Canyon will lock away the Wukong. We've got Jungler and bot lane, as per usual, to be picked up here. And, yeah, good old Zeri, Lulu, Lucian, Nami, Lulu, Zeri, Lucian, Wukong.
It's deft Lucian. That's the thing that makes me the most frustrated about this, is I've watched so many teams say, oh, no, it'll be us. We'll be the ones who could beat Def's Lucian. I'm like, I mean, I wouldn't bet against it right now. Now let's see what else they draft here, and if there are other ways they could find a strong mid game here, because also D+ have the potential to get Showmaker that R5 counter pick for mid, so they can guarantee prio. At least that's the plan.
Ooh, Camille going to be banned away here as well. I wonder what that's signaling.
Might just be a Gnar pick here in R4.
Yep.
And then saying, you know, we want that counter pick for Showmaker. That's where the Gnar ban comes through for. So pretty self-explanatory bans here. The Renekton also taken off the board. It's been Kana's best.
Yep, and also these two really just love playing Renekton. So wanting to mix it up a little bit. Fiora being considered for Kana.
He's 2-0 on it. His Fiora has been very good this season.
Also very good at just laning and then playing insides, like you were talking about. And it really does help out with what have been a lot of Kana's strengths, as they will lock it away. Theoretically, a flex, you know, maybe show me. I don't think so.
It's really strong here when there's no Jax on the other side, and it's also a very strong pick for Morgan in this Zeri composition to side lane and buy time. There's not a lot of champions that compete with a Fiora now in his side lane that are left available here. And Brion are going to try to pick this Azir away so that this Lucian lane doesn't have as much prio. But Showmaker's not shied away of playing just straight up LeBlanc into this.
Yeah. She's been buffed a little bit as well, I believe, on this patch, although nothing too significant, as Darius would be really fun. But doesn't happen. It's going to be a Scion. If only Fiora had some ability to do percentage health damage, Wolf. That would be really good into the Scion. Oh, wait, hang on. It's InnoKid.
Yeah. Showmaker looks a little bit shocked by this, as I think it's going to be the LeBlanc we talked about. This is just vintage D+ Kia. They just get to play like this all the time, and nobody stops them. Like, I'm like, am I the only one who looked up these drafts before this series? Or did Brion look it up too, and they decided to make these choices? Okay, hold on a minute.
And I agree with you 100%. And I think it's really interesting because it goes back to a conversation that you and I have had many times before, which is, do you play to your strengths or do you play to try and counteract your opponent?
Yeah.
And bro have picked a great draft. Like, you look at this on paper and you're like, damn, that's clean. We can go to the late game. What does Brion do? They go to the late game, Wolf. They go to the late game every single game. They play front to back League of Legends.
They do.
They got Karras playing the Azir. They got Henna on his highest win rate champion of all time. They got effort for facilitating. He's got wild growth. But then you also just give D+ Gear exactly what they want to play. Yeah. So what's better, having your own comfort or making sure your opponent doesn't have theirs? That's what we're going to find out here this series.
And we saw Hanwha Life take the exact same approach in that last series. They were taken out by D+. 2-0. It was a very easy series for D+. A lot of recovery from that KT loss. And I agree with you in that just in an isolation, right, when you take the nameplates off and also you take the enemy team comp away and you look at the comp of Brion, you're like, wow, like, how did they get all of that? They have a great front to back. You have stability in the top side of the map with that Scion that's very difficult to actually get ahead against. Obviously, the Fiora can get marginally ahead, but the Scion isn't going to get killed 3 times in the laning phase. Very likely, that is to say. And so, you know, you're like, okay, we kind of have a path to late game. You know, the Zeri is a little bit better into Lucian these days. Lucian Nami got nerfed. You know, maybe it's Henna's best chance, but I mean, Deft, he has not lost a game on this champion. They have been one of the best snowballing teams when Deft gets either the Caitlyn or the Lucian. But I think this was a mistake from Bro.
I think it might be as well, but what more can you do, Wolf? That is the real question. Let's jump on the rift for game number 1. Man, I love Breon fans. That was so much desperation in that fan chant. It was just amazing. Breon! Just spectacular. Keep it up. Never change, bro.
Never
fans.
change.
Never change.
I love the passion, man.
Yeah, seriously. It's the best.
This team has got such a cult following, and it's growing so quickly that, you know, who knows if this fandom grows so much, like Breon might actually end up with like a super team or something. Like they get more and more sponsors, they get more popular, and we're like, wait, are they the underdog team? Like if Breon wins the LCK, do like they lose all their fans? You know?
Yeah, I don't know. What happens if they actually like start winning more? It was a real worry when they went 2-0 in week 1. We didn't really know what to think. But now at least settled down to a 3-5. Could, of course, be a 4-5 by the end of this one. Not quite enough to get them out of the eastern side of the bracket. Still feeling all right about it. Yeah, so let's kind of assess these compositions, Wolf. Like, let's take the nameplates off. We know that all the win rates are just absurd on D+ Kia's side, so it is hard to kind of stay a bit objective about it. But if we look at it, I'm kind of like pretty happy with what Bro have, just on a fundamental level, if they can keep the game slow.
Yeah, I do tend to agree. The problem with keeping the game slow is that, and like, let's just say Def doesn't get an early kill, right? Let's just say this lane goes pretty even, or as it is right now, and you can see the Lucian actually kind of behind on CS for the moment. Zeri winning the level 1, and that means that Effort's going to hit level 2 faster, and then, you know, there's an all-in opportunity down here. Yeah, we'll take a peek at this, but let's assume nothing goes wrong here. Let's assume nothing goes wrong in the mid lane. Even if you play the top side perfectly, you're playing a Sejuani into this Fiora. She could save herself with her post pretty easily. She can lunge out of the Q of the Scion, so you can't really shut down this Fiora. And that's where the game is going to start to speed up, right? Is when Kana actually becomes deadly here on the top side. And if you look at the way that they banned the Jackson, the Camille away here, they're saying, there's no other champ that can compete with me in a side lane. We can't go even. And if you play a tank here, I will just eventually be a win con. And I think that's the one way that this goes really badly for Breon, even if everything else goes right, is like, how do you stop this Fiora? How do you stop the side laning? How do you stop the macro?
Yeah, that's actually very true. I think the biggest problem for Bro, actually, is Canna, which does put a fair bit of pressure on the player that we've had a lot of question marks about, but I think is a great opportunity for Canna to really step up in this game, to see whether he can. The problem that I have is when you put those nameplates back on, when you know that this is D+ Kia, giving them a composition that just does so well in the mid-game is what really scares me, because that has been where they've excelled. They've been so good at playing around these spikes around, 15 to 20 minutes, where Showmaker's got an item and a half or something like that, and they can open the map, and then Canyon just kind of tears you apart from that point on. That's where things really start to get a little bit worrying, and Bro are going to have to really step it up as far as their knowledge of how to counteract the D+ Kia playstyle. And yes, they've done that in the past.
We've seen Showmaker struggle with this LeBlanc pick too into high damage compositions that have burst, where he's actually losing a lot of his health bar because he doesn't get the lead he's looking for early, and then his clone does get popped here, but it's not going to be too significant. He hasn't teleported yet. We've seen that be somewhat problematic for him. I think a lot of people might be rolling their eyes when they see this Showmaker LeBlanc because it hasn't been a standout pick for him this season. But into this composition, you are feeling amazing about it because all you want to do is just circumvent the front line. And that's what this LeBlanc is going to do precisely, is just get behind the Sejuani and get behind the Scion and threaten the backline, threaten the Lulu, and potentially the Azir.
Yeah.
And it could be a poke threat too.
Oh no, that was a bit sad. Harris not quite able to hit Showmaker there, who will get his back off and teleport back towards the lane. About a wave ahead is the LeBlanc right now, but the Azir not going to be too worried about it. There's Deft going in. There's the Polymorph as he's very, very low. A lot of summoner spells being blown here. Kellen throws out his heal in exchange for the barrier heal from the bottom lane of Bro.
That was a really nice Q from Deft, but he has to be careful now. Umpty's seen.
Yeah. bubble. Not quite going to land there. All right, Cannon needs to be a little bit careful here. The grass proc going to help him get a little bit more healthy, but does need to be somewhat careful. He's got some biscuits if you'd like to snack on those, but I don't know whether they're going to be helping him all that much. This continues to go the way that it is.
Yeah. A little bit surprised that he hasn't been able to hit any major riposts on those.
No.
It's hard to know when the Scion will trigger the Q, but it's pretty forgiving. And if he doesn't trigger it early, you just walk out.
Yeah, you can sort of just time it when there's about a ripost's left of time.
Exactly.
That can kind of work out. But it also does leave you a little bit vulnerable if there is anyone waiting around. They do now know that Miss Piggy was towards that bottom side, but she's now moving towards the top side of the map. And Morgan, I mean, it's never a super easy matchup for the Scion super early, but you do get this kind of moment of respite, which you can see he's been able to pick up. Made it to level 6, and he should just be Scion in this game, right? Like, you're not planning on winning lanes, you're not trying to do anything like that, you're just want to try and get your Bramble Vest, get enough armor and health, and be able to withstand as best you can, and hope that the Fiora doesn't split push your whole team to death.
Yeah, just want to make sure this Fiora doesn't get accelerated anyway, because she's going to be a problem, whether you like it or not. But if you die, or if you get ganked, then that's when she becomes a problem much earlier, and then this comp spikes even harder. The timing of this back here for Henna just allows this Drake to go over. Not one that Breon wanted to contest anyways here. As you can see, Scion is just teleporting top side. And this is kind of how the Lucian lane goes, even though it has been nerfed a little bit. It hasn't been massively nerfed. It's still going to win out, especially in these earlier exchanges. So not much Henna could do ultless here to contest.
Yep. It's going to be that classic conversation about, you know, Lucian wanting to get to Gale Force, Henna wanting to get to like 2 or 3 items, and how much the Lucian can do before the Zeri sort of takes over is kind of how it works out. Yep. So far, not a whole lot, but we're only 7 minutes in. Might be the first fight will be around a potential Herald that's coming up in about 30 seconds time. Piercing Light comes on in, Bubble, sorry. Going to get avoided by Henna. He doesn't quite have his barrier back up just yet, but it is very, very close. As Cannon will get the riposte this time, lunges out of the way as slightly early.
Yeah, it's very tricky. That's exactly what we were talking about, though. Just kind of wait till the end, and then he's able to lunge away anyways, even though it doesn't hit. So, playing it well. Yep.
I think Morgan also playing pretty well here in this lane right now. Got a couple of items, got a bit of armor, and it's going to take that Divine Sunderer for Canada to pick up before he can really start to have a better time here in this lane. So got out of the difficult part, which is the very early laning against the Fiora, and is now just being a big old Scion.
This is not a lane where the Scion can gank bottom. You know, for those watching this who might have been very excited by the King-esque play we did see yesterday, where you see a timing where Morgan could have potentially tried to set up something bottom side. You don't want to do that with a Zeri lane. It's very risky. Tidal Wave alone will kind of shut that to kind of dive down. You're also playing a Sejuani. You don't have an Elise or anything like that. So he's just going to be up here in the lane. And if you left this lane with a Fiora on the other side, the push would have been so quick and so devastating that the cost is so high. So this is not that kind of game, unfortunately, for Morgan. It's just a try to trade aggressively and keep this Fiora under turret for as long as possible before, as you mentioned, she gets that Sunderer. This game is just kind of like everything you expect coming true.
Except for this Herald going to Bro for free, which is absolutely fantastic for them. They're going to be able to use that to help get them a bit more map control, a bit of that plate gold, and feel a lot better about entering this mid-game, where a lot of teams against D+ Kia, especially at the very beginning of the season, weren't in such a hot position, especially with a comp like this. So I think if you are Bro, you're feeling very happy about how this one's going.
Ana, be careful here.
Yeah, Morgan just kind of ignoring him forever, which is working out quite nicely here.
Feels like he's mind-gamed him quite a few times with the smash. Just triggering it early sometimes, holding it late sometimes.
Yeah.
Showmaker playing this laning phase very well. Big return to form for him. I mean, this is a matchup he likes to play, but he hasn't really been able to find this level of success. 400 gold up nearly here, grabbing that plate.
Yeah, decent CS advantage as well. 20 CS for Deft towards his bottom side as he's pushed away into the Zeri's turret. And we've got 4 minutes to go before these plates start falling down. And I think that D+ Kia will want to be able to push a few of these towers down in response to a fair bit of the decent pushing that's been happening here, especially towards the top side for Bro. Kinda struggling against the Lord himself, which you cannot hold against him.
The Wukong is really difficult to play out to get those advantages in this comp because Morgan is going to be able to get out of that very easily unless he's playing way far up in the lane. The Azir can, of course, just kind of shuffle back, has ult defensively against the LeBlanc, so really difficult to gank that lane. So in order to set up getting plates, you really needed to get that Herald. They did not pick up, which is critical, you pointed out. So you can see the item spike here. Yeah, just deft things. It's hard to get that extra plate gold right now, but the map will be unlocked a little bit later on, especially on this second Drake fight. D+ Kia are happy to stack 2, or if there's a fight for Brionne they don't want to necessarily take, they don't like, they can split push with the Fiora once teleport comes up here in just a moment. So lots of opportunities. I think a clutch team fight here where Karus gets a big Emperor's Divide, or you see the really long Scion engage, that kind of stuff, you don't want to take here as Brionne. It's just too risky. You let this Lucian get further ahead, and the game just kind of ends there. So trying to get some plate gold here for the Azir.
You like to see it
for free, yeah.
Yeah, so going to be plate gold going over to the Swanee and, of course, the Azir. And Showmaker able to poke Shelly's eye out. Only 1 plate to go down there. As Umpty's rotating over. Will Arctic Assault get the bad news that there is vision available here, but we'll see whether Deft actually is going to be able to react in time, as there she is. And now they're going to have to navigate it, but the minion wave is in a very awkward spot here for Bro. So D+ Kia able to continue the push, and Deft has Relentless Pursuit, Gale Force, and Flash, and Cleanse, and everything.
Yeah.
You can just use the kitchen sink if you would like to.
And now he's got footwear.
Yeah. The magical variety is, all right, there's a Flash for a tidal wave. You take those if you D+ Kia. 2 versus 3 by the looks of things.
Karus grabbed that extra plate after the Herald didn't give it to him, so grabs a solo plate there and is going to be able to collapse in pretty quickly. He's pushed Showmaker out. Showmaker already TP'd, so you know, you really want an opportunity here if you're Brionne. It would feel amazing if you could steal one Drake away, but not realistic.
Oh dear, Emperor's Divide going to go wide. Rhyme was unnecessary, but these things sometimes happen. And Karus going to take a bit of damage, and no Flash for Showmaker, so that is definitely good news for Bro.
Yeah,
you able to get that Summoner spell.
Grabbing that Summoner spell here, and with Kana stuck under turret here, Teleport not unleashed, Brionne are just out of this Azir play, even though it didn't get the kill. Grabbing Showmaker's Flash is going to delay D+ here on this Drake. They grouped for it. Don't have enough vision here, as you can see in the river, to feel comfortable actually committing to it, but even delaying a Drake here feels pretty nice, and with the reset, they can continue to play that tug of war. Kana's teleport here topside will be seen, so you know that this Fiora is locked down on the top side of the map, and Morgan still has his. He has a lot of options here, like could actually secretly teleport bottom and ult in.
Yeah, even just back and go for an ult and then teleport back top if there is enough pressure there. Definitely a lot of flexibility for the Scion. Right now with a 10 CS advantage, Morgan doing fantastically well in this matchup. Gold entirely even, and if you're a Bro fan, you're very happy about that. This train well and truly still on the tracks.
He's using the prio he had to kind of hold whether he's ulting in or TPing in. So D+ are like, I don't know, is he coming? Is he coming down to the Drake? We have to be really careful. They don't have any vision on the left side of the pit. No vision deep on the bot lane. So this really helps delay this Drake take. You can see D+ want to take it, but they're just not confident enough without vision. Once the Scion shows, they're like, all right, let's group back up towards this. But this is so much time bought for the Zeri.
Yeah, it's looking real good. And Canyon's been largely invisible this game. I have to see when he actually starts really putting some moves in. Of course, Umpty pretty similar, but has been hovering towards that bottom side to try and help out. Not that it's massively helped. There's going to be a couple of Drakes, though, that he has been able to secure for them, as this mountain looks to be committed to. Umpty going to come on over. We'll see whether they do go for some sort of flip for it, as Showmaker does have some control. Umpty completely misses the ult, though. And so I think that means that this will just be secured by D+ Kia, and it is.
Yep, now Showmaker.
All right, yeah, he's going to find some chains. That's a great Drake on this map. 4 of them available for a Zeri. That's silly. But D plus Kia have had a lot more control in that regard this game, and I think that the fights for the Dragon is going to be pretty big. Def going aggressive. Henna doesn't even have to use the barrier and actually trades very nicely here.
Good shields from Effort here in these type of extended trades. The Drake going over here for D+. Oh, hold up.
Yeah, there's the ult from Henna. Tidal Wave goes entirely wide. There's the flash. Def gonna get solo killed by Henna. The Wild Growth gets the knock up, and I think this is the double. We might need to certify it, Wolf.
I think we will. 2 kills to Henna here. D+ on the top side of the map, grabbing a Herald, but Def just gets outplayed here. The flash forward from Henna is great. Effort gets the follow-up knock-up onto Kellen, and that was super clean. And, I mean, you get the Drake here as D+, but you got it very late. Now the Zeri is super accelerated, picking up tons of money here.
Oh,
and
man.
all of a sudden, I mean, like, the Fiora still needs some time. Feels very winnable here for Brion now. This is the kind of unexpected fight that D+ was just not ready for, and it's really going to mess with the tempo of their comp.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this has now become a very dicey situation for D plus Kia. Outside of it being just a cruise towards Hextech Soul and then win the game, this is real interesting now. Let's check this fight out one more time.
Yeah, so he just goes forward here, doesn't even barrier initially. The call misses most of it because his sidestep is super good. The ult is clean, and then the knock-up here with Wild Growth, beautifully played from Effort. Kellen didn't have flash, so no way to get out of it. The timing was beautiful, and just barely gets out without taking any extra damage there.
Really
shot, not enough.
Yeah, really cool play. I think Effort was telling Henna, like, move closer, we'll get the knock up with the Wild Growth. You know, like, the communication in that fight also looking pretty crisp between the two, even if Henna didn't say too much.
And this Showmaker build is going to be pretty decent for side laning with the Andres here, and it can help break through the Scion and the Sejuani in the front line. But I think that the LeBlanc here was more designed to have burst damage and backline access in this comp rather than burning through the front line. And I do worry about what this Leandrius does mean for Showmaker's power. If he does have access to the Zeri, he won't be able to kill her as easily.
Yeah, it's not really the burst damage build that you can have, as Canyon just holding the position here as, oh, Showmaker, that was close. That chain had landed, you might have been able to get that one. Not quite the case, though.
Yeah, you hit a few of those in a side lane against Nazir repeatedly. You will burn him down with the Andres, so it's very good there, too. But with no chains this time, Karras is going to get out of there.
Yeah, Henna. Man,
it's Henna Zeri, man. It's just it's a classic now.
Yeah, and this is sort of what we've been seeing as well. Like, we say a lot about Deft and his Lucian, right? But over the patches, this particular matchup has gotten a lot more Zeri favored. And we're seeing that kind of represented here, and it might be that, bro, we're kind of okay with letting them have it because they knew that Henna was going to be able to play this one out. And I think trust for Henna is something that we've been hearing from Brion a lot. And the fact that that is something that they are actually interested in these days.
Yeah, it's a really good point you raised because, you know, of players who you feel comfortable beating Deft with, picking the Zeri into the Lucian, leaving the Lucian up. You know, Henna isn't on most people's list, but he should be because of his proficiency with the champion, right? And, you know, even though Brion is a 3-5 team sitting at number 7 in our standings right now, D+ is at number 5, right? This is not the ultimate, you know, easy stomp D+ spring run that we've seen in the past post-World. So I look at this game state and I'm like, all right, well, hold on. This is Leandri's here for Showmaker. This LeBlanc, if the game state is not great for D+, very difficult to pilot into this draft, trying to burn down this Scion that already has Jack shows online. There's a Warmogs here for the Sejuani. This game becomes so complex here, and I think D+ really need to stack this third Drake, or this game may just be quickly going away.
Gotta land those as the prison is gonna go wide. Bubble not quite going to do enough here as Umpty tries to come in. Tidal Wave, fantastic from Kellen though, as the culling just gonna tickle Umpty a little. He's not too worried about it as that chain had landed. I think that was a dead effort.
Showmaker, no TP.
All right, in goes Canyon. He's gonna find Henna, who does get taken down to his shield bow shield, but will survive as he walks it off. No flash available, remember, as D+ Kia starting to make some moves, starting to make some aggressive plays. utilize the Rift Herald to try and get a little bit of a shove.
Yeah, this is really well played with the Rift Herald gear and the push from Kana bottom side. Showmaker has Corrupting Pot, so doesn't decide to back there after what was a very aggressive trade from him. He's still sitting at 3/4 health. Looked scary for a moment, but now this Fiora starting to really come online, having some strong pushing power here, getting a few items.
Yeah.
And see him it done.
Yeah, with that Ravenous Hydra coming in, that's when Kana can kind of just not care about Sion's existence from that point on. Bro, thinking about just starting a Baron. As there's a teleport, they are hard committing. Kana has his teleport available. The Drake is going to be taken. They need to burst this down. Deft already here. 50% health on this Baron as D+Kia a little bit late on this one. It's Effort going to get double tapped, but not going to go down just yet. But they're splitting up the fight. Showmaker, he dives in. Umpty, he's kept on the leash. And it is going to be the Baron secured by Breon. Can they get out, though, is the question, because Henna's going to go down. And now Morgan is running for the hills. No one can survive. Karras will be interrupted. He's over the wall with the lunge. And I think it may just be Effort that lives with this Baron. But maybe Bro can make something work with it, Wolf. You never know.
You're picking up a decent amount of gold from the Baron itself, but unfortunately, D+ here actually getting everything they want. They get Soul Point here on the Drake. They get the Baron denial, and so much money here picked up for D+ because of those kills. And unfortunately, you're not going to be able to push much with a Sion into a Fiora. You're not going to be able to push much with a Lulu here. You'll be able to stave some of the pressure, but ultimately here, this is a risky call from Breon. Remember, this is in Azir with Ludens. They just do not have the damage just yet, and D+ realized this so quickly. The very Hail Mary play. Wow. And almost, by the way, goes to D+Kia in this fight. Like, if that happens, this game might just be
I mean, it was straight up a 50-50, so as far as that Baron play was concerned, that was absolutely just a YOLO Baron, 100%. And winning the fight here for D+ is actually huge, because then they get to take down the turrets and really start getting stuff done. You can see already a couple going down, managing to get the Drake on top of it as well. Hydra, like we were talking about, now going to be completed. And this is a really big power point for D+Kia's composition if they can play it out correctly.
If Breon had just decided to sit back and let the Drake go over, yeah, Kana's going to be able to get a little bit of side laning done. You're not just going to sit back for free and free farm, but I think this was not the moment to pull the trigger here from Breon. If they had gotten away with it, if D+ were a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow on the rotation, you'd be like, aha, genius play. But unfortunately with the punish here, you're like, now is this game playable anymore? You know, Zeri's only on 2 items. Showmaker picking up a Rod here, almost on that Shadow Flame. You have nearly a 3-item Fiora. If you had just waited a little bit longer, maybe you could have won a fight.
Yeah, Showmaker as well is actually keeping them at arm's length really beautifully here with this LeBlanc. The way that he's been playing around these little neutral exchanges that DK found themselves in has actually looked pretty nice. Like, look at this. Always managing to catch Umpty up. Puts him on a leash for a little while and keeps them accountable this entire time as Kana going to be setting up in this side lane. They pull the Azir. That is a lot of the teamfight power now missing for Bro. And D+Kia can play accordingly, right? Yeah. This is what we're talking about. They can split the map and make things difficult for Bro.
It's a 2-threat comp. You know, often these Lucian comps have something like an Azir with them.
Well, there's the culling as Morgan is just going to walk very quickly at him. That showed him.
Yeah. Showmaker getting some power in the side here, too. And now this 1-3-1 is starting to get online. But when you have a Azir with this Lucian comp, you know, you can engage with the Lucian. If they try to collapse on the Lucian, you could defend him and turn a fight like that. But the LeBlanc is just kind of sitting with a crossfire where the Lucian can chip away at that Sejuani, and then the Liandry's stops that Warmog from coming in quickly. So Sejuani needs to leave for a little bit. Can't be in ult range to threaten the Lucian anymore. Doesn't want to be ulting a LeBlanc, of course. So really hurts the Sejuani's power when you're grouped up like that as 4. And then as they back off and reset, you put the LeBlanc back on the side. This is clean macro here from D+.
Yeah.
Look at the gold here for Kana and Deft.
Just absurd. Yeah, Deft is 1.5k up over the Zeri that sort of double killed them throughout that lane. So he's trying to ignore it. He's like, that's a blemish. We didn't have our mandate spike yet, so, you know, we shouldn't have been going for that fight anyway, I guess, is, you know, something in the ballpark of an excuse that you could potentially make. He's 50 CS in the lead, though, and Kana now has his 3 items done. There's the Hullbreaker. I like that. We've been seeing a fair few of these sort of Sojin builds and 3rd item GAs and stuff like that. Yeah. I love committing to the side lane. for this Fiora, and I think that is definitely a huge win condition for them. So very much enjoy it.
I mean, D+ are committing to side laning here, bottom side, and setting up a flank. Like, this is a good teleport here from Kana if he can actually collapse quickly enough. Def coming down. Brionne very slow to start, this Drake because it hasn't spawned yet. I was looking, I'm like, they haven't gotten on this because it's not even up yet.
Yeah, not quite.
They're actually too early. And now Kana's just continuing to push bottom side.
Exactly, and he needs to keep doing this because, bro, they need to stop this Drake. D+ Kia, they don't. This is not about them. So leave your Fiora down there. Let her continue causing a ruckus and just poke in and out with your LeBlanc. This is really beautifully done, although they are going to bring Kana over. Exactly right. Kara's trying to push away that flanking LeBlanc. She's being so frustrating. As all right, in goes Showmaker. They dive forward. There's the Emperor's Divide onto Def. He can't get over the wall, and they wipe him out. The bottom lane is just dead. But can they actually get any more done? Because this can get a little bit dicey. They're all inside the pit as there's the flash over. Showmaker says goodnight to Karis. And now Morgan's trying to chase after. Yeah, the Drake is going to go over. But can they get out safely is the question. Man, I thought that should have been much better for Bro. But they stopped the dragon stacking, and they're able to eliminate the bottom lane. Really
heroic play from Karis there, and Deft getting caught here. Deft is on a ward. They know exactly where he's standing here. And then Karis decides, all right, I'm going in on this one. Gets the shuffle. Also has a little bit of movement speed from the scuttle as well, it looks like there, and takes Deft out just barely. He is punished by Showmaker, but that's a lot of the damage gone here. And there's just no staying power in this composition. Canyon can't do it alone with the Cyclone. Showmaker trades one back, and time is bought here. 5 minutes of it with this Drake going over. But you still have side laning problems here against this Fiora. You still have problems dealing with the burst damage that is this LeBlanc and Lucian. So a small victory here for Brionne, but definitely not bringing the game back into their hands by any means.
Yeah, not quite yet. Let's see whether they can make a better Baron power play, because power was the wrong word to use last time around. And now that it's spawned again, there's a possibility that Brionne can force yet another one of these 5v5s, which is where they excel, right? They've got the classic front to back. Yeah, they don't have the most massive amount of range, but neither does D+ Kia, so they're feeling very, very happy taking these 5v5s, utilizing their front line, and letting their damage dealers do their thing. But it's whether D+ Kia let them, and whether Bro can actually make that assertive play and start getting things done, because they're very good at defensive maneuvers, but they need to get some of these decisions made faster to really push back here.
And that's where the Fiora comes into play here so well, is if you're slow on decision making, if you're kind of grouping but not committing, every time you happy feed, every time you make a consideration, Kana's like, yeah, I'm still pushing, by the way. And his teleport's coming back up here soon, so we can start pushing even deeper, being a little bit more aggressive. As, I mean, Brionne don't have that third item just yet for this area. They're so close to it, but they're like, well, we can't give a Baron. We have to keep grouping. And, trying to collapse and kill this Fiora might be your game plan if you could group on a Baron and then come over to where the Fiora is, because she's topside here. Maybe you could make a play, but kind of happy feeding around here isn't doing you any favors for the moment.
Only a couple of control wards left here for Bro. A lot of them have been cleared. They're going to be looking for a reset relatively soon to get a bit more vision back onto this map.
And I would say they have a Wukong in this comp, but D+'s turn is not amazing in this setup. Yeah, they do have a Nami as well, but there's so many vulnerable targets here, and the LeBlanc isn't going to be able to do long-term damage to the Baron. Okay, hold that thought.
Okay, yeah, Hannah is going to get mimicked on with that distortion. Gets over the wall. It's going to be okay. No flash here for Hannah, which is why Showmaker wants to go for these plays. And he can do it again. I mean, the Mimic's going to be back up extraordinarily quickly.
The Scion is just simply grouped with the team, but isn't actually trying to get any experience or threaten a turret bottom side. And Morgan's teleport means nothing if he's just kind of walking towards Baron infinitely. And there's no Zeri farm. Like, now he's taken away some of the farm here for this area. Just grabs BT.
Well, they're dashing towards Morgan. Is the culling going to be used? Def just throwing it all into a Scion. He may as well, to be perfectly honest, because that'll be back up relatively soon. Doesn't need it in a team fight so much.
Now you have 3 items as Bro. Now's your go time. You cannot waste any more time here. Kana is going to push that inner turret, and he has TP. So finally we're on this Baron with the Zeri on 3 items. But this is your last chance, Brionne. Better hope this turn is good.
Yeah, they're going to try and burst it down. Kana does want to be able to get in here. Showmaker dives forward. That was massive. And they managed to catch the Nami. Okay, Henna's going to be able to get that first kill as now Showmaker looks for Karis. He goes down extremely low but gets back over the wall, and now Deft is fighting behind his front line. He loves doing this as Morgan able to set up into position, and the Baron is still alive. They got the TP from Canna. That is the main thing, as Karis is going to survive. There's the flash out from Showmaker as now Deft dashes away from the extendo beam. They know just how dangerous this Zeri is.
They got to be decisive. They're not chasing Deft. They're letting Showmaker get away here. And both of these players extremely vulnerable there, and they can't catch either of them, just too slippery. Deft had flash. They don't want to force the issue any further, but they really don't come up with anything big. They don't take the Baron. Yeah, they don't lose the team fight either, but you don't get much out of this except the teleport from Kana, which, mind you, is pretty significant. The flank here from Canyon is really good, so they have to force the fight downwards because they know Canyon's in Hex Gate. And I think that's part of why D+ end up losing this fight, quote unquote, because Canyon didn't engage the way he wanted to. Breon identified he took that portal very early, but still, they don't gain anything from this.
And Canna as well finds Karis backing a little bit greedily. It's the sort of second time that he's died in this kind of uncomfortable position, as Canna is just going to grab themselves a Hextech Drake. That's just what they're going to do. As Teleport comes forward from the Azir, they want this Baron, and Breon don't want to give it up. They want to try and make this play, but Hextech Soul is absolutely huge here for DK, as Canyon's going to come on over yet again. I've seen this play before, Wolf. I've seen this one. As they do manage to get that Soul, Karis goes down. It's another Baron for Breon, but what does it mean? Are they able to actually win? Is Henna? He does push that ult button, but he's still going to go down to Showmaker, who uses his entire health bar to try and stay alive.
Oh, so close, but yet so far once again here for Breon. And they're just going to take out effort here cleanly. And that is that. They can push the end here.
Yeah, Morgan does have a Baron, so the minions that are be spawning out of this Nexus are at least going to be buffed with the purple stuff, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. As D+, they've just been using this Baron to bait, and the Hextech Soul, man, like it really did. You saw it just leaping around the battlefield in that Thunderdome, which was quite exactly that. And Morgan, yeah, he's going to try and pull these minions, but it's just not going to be enough. They're taking a lot of damage. But now the Nexus will fall. And bro, they tried so hard. They got so far, but in the end, D+ Kia won the game.
Showmaker sells his items, buys a Nashor's Tooth and the Lichbane. He's sitting on so much money. He finishes his Dark Seal. Showmaker had an incredible finish to this game. Early game a little bit muted, a little bit worried about that build initially, but he made so many critical plays there later on. And the Leandri's adding a little bit of extra burst, you know, was the alternative, right, and going for something like a Ludens, but how he used the Leandri's to constantly trade, to constantly push out the Sejuani was really fun to watch, even though it's not as flashy. And those two fights that we saw on Baron, the first one's a little bit rockier because Canyon can't actually ult the way he wants to. The second time, they have a little bit more space. He goes in there. Karis is blown up instantly. And it's like we watched the same fight twice, but the second one was about 20% better for D+, so it was extremely one-sided, and the game ends.
Yeah, wasn't quite enough. And man, I feel like if Bro had have found a different angle, if they had have been able to maybe turn off the Baron instead of going for that flip and actually be able to lock down a single target, then it could have been a little bit better. But that is what D+ Kia's composition was all about. They could have side laned, I think, a little bit better this game, but you did see where the power lied, right? Like, that 4-1 style definitely did work out.
The junglers do 0 damage pre-15. This was one of the rare games where the bottom lane's not a 3v3.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of was, but it was supervising. It wasn't actually getting involved.
Some chaperones.
Yeah, something like that. It was a bit of a strange one, and it was definitely a slow one. We'll see whether that the tempo is going to be increased as we move to game number 2. We'll go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break down that game, and we'll possibly conclude the series. See you there.
먹어.
오케이 나 없는 거야? 버프 좀. 버프.
나 올라가면 얘네 쉽게 못 쳐. 쉽게 못 쳐.
헬지 갖고. 천천히 길게 볼게. 빡세게 못 쳐.
아,
용피 5천.
오케이. 얘 쳐야 돼. 얘 쳐야 돼.
용 4천.
나 이거 또 타서 어그로 끌게.
여기 사이온 들어가 있다.
나
용피 3천.
탄다. 또 탄다.
2천. 용권 먹는다.
잘 갈았고.
나 걸어볼 생각.
용 먹었어?
아직 입 받았어. 아직 입 받았어.
개 좋아. 주고 싸움 봐. 제리.
버프 있어. 일단 먹고 줄게.
미드 웨이브 많거든?
나 이거 제리. 오,
나이스. 미드 웨이브 끝날만하다.
미드 가자.
룰러도 잡았지. 여기 사이온 하나에.
잡을만해.
나 뚫을게.
내가 잡을게. 땅 텔타. 밑에 텔타라.
오케이.
welcome to the space. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We are the Hugh Jacket Men, as we have both worn our jackets today. And that was game number 1 that was pretty League of Legends-ish. There was some League of Legends going on. We did have Bro kind of getting themselves into a good spot, forcing a lot of Barons, and a lot of stumbling over themselves along the way.
Yeah, usually events transpire. This was more like, someone tells you the story of what happened last night, but it doesn't, they're leaving out a ton of details, and you feel like there should be more, but there wasn't. Going over the draft, the one big issue that we have is giving over the Lucianami. Even though it didn't end up being that big a problem, it still was something that Deft in the mid to late game, I think, piloted very well, even though he did make some big mistakes when they got killed in the lane, in the 2v2, around the middle point of the game. And then secondly, this Scion to me was the worst of both worlds, because either you can lock in like a cannon and actually match the Fiora, bully her early, and make sure that you have a reliable pressure point so you don't get 1-3-1 into Oblivion, or you go Ornn, which is a much better like hard forcer, because the comp from D+ is incredibly slippery, right? So with the Scion, yes, you have good frontline, but I'd love to see either a stronger initiation pick, Ornn would be the main one, that also can't stand up to Fiora, but at least you have a bit more options, or you go for a cannon that can actually match it.
Yeah, and Varus totally ignored as well. Just don't care about Varus anymore, even though he's incredibly strong. Just forcing the Zeri Lulu, trying to, I guess, win in the lane and get this front-to-back team fight. Might have worked if you were going against a different composition. We can take a look at highlight number 1 here and talk a bit about this Drake into Baron, because it felt like this was the beginning of the issues for Bro.
Yeah, even though, spoilers, Bro are going to be able to pick up the Baron here eventually, we were saying coming into this game, if D+ get a couple of early Drakes, they are going to be in such a good position, because there is no answer for Kana or for Showmaker later in the game, right? The 1v1s are just really doomed, and Bro doesn't immediately lose the game because this flip goes their way, right? And yeah, nicely done by Morgan to keep Kenyon out of the pit. Kenyon still makes it in just a split second too late. It's actually Zeri that ends up getting it, but they still give up so much, and the most important thing here is that it's now soul points, and with a 1-3-1 style of composition, as they get more exit kills as well, having soul point is so incredibly valuable, because it means that you basically, all you need to respect is Baron, and not even really that, because if you have someone, or in this case could have had 2 people, but it was mostly just Kana inside, and they're going for Baron, then you just rotate Kana to the Drake, right? Or they need to do a Kana and then they can't go for Baron. So it creates a lot of lose-lose scenarios for Bro.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about the comp of DK. Like, I think they could have played this comp even like 50% better, right? If they were playing against a team that currently is like really confident in their macro and drafts a comp like this, like let's say Genji or T1, they would have got absolutely destroyed, okay? Like, this would not have been close. I think DK gave them some opportunities to actually come back in this game and to make the Zeri front-to-back composition work, but didn't necessarily happen. We can also take a look at highlight number 2, which was essentially the last fight of the game, which is, I think, maybe the 3rd time they tried to force this Baron, and they gave away Hextech Soul.
This is the key thing. It's like, even if you get this Baron, unless you ace the fight and basically win the game off of it, you're never winning the game, because Hextech Soul is incredibly valuable as we play it on. As it turns out, they lose both the fights, and yeah, from that point on, right? Like, again, even unless you clean ace this, there is no way out. Yeah. This is like a must-win scenario, and to me, Brion could have either found ways to make their comp work better for them, because yeah, you get the Baron, but like
First didn't attack a champion.
No, you get stuck in the pit, right? They're very focused on actually finishing off the Baron, but as a result, the ensuing fight is a disaster. And the fight to me is much more important than the Baron. I would have much preferred if they just hard forced on trying to find a turn there, as opposed to securing just that buff, because the buff just doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, because you're 5v5 against Hullbreaker Fiora and the LeBlanc, who's like sitting there and trying to poke you, just force her into a fight. You're probably going to be in a pretty good spot, right? Which is why, you know, for myself on this desk the entire time, I'm just framing it from the point of like, well, Bro have all this control. They are making kind of the decisions, and DK were actually playing pretty reactively, and still it wasn't really able to go in their favor.
And there were moments like when Deft got caught by Karis. Those are kind of the proactive moves that you're looking for, but the composition was very slippery from D+, and that's why, again, would have loved something as opposed to Cyan that can have a little bit more continuous engage pressure.
Well, guys, we do have the POG. We can take a look at who does pick it up here for game number 1, as it will be Showmaker. Not a big surprise, did a lot of work on this LeBlanc.
Really tough game to play out as LeBlanc. You're playing into a double front line in a Lulu, so you really need to find very creative angles and make sure that you both apply pressure continuously by going in on either a 0 or Zeri, or really try to burn down. Did go for the Leandri's build and get through some of these beefier health bars. But Showmaker did a really good job. Continuous harassment. Think that, again, with a LeBlanc, only thing that maybe you wanted to see was a little bit more side laning pressure, but clearly the call was made to go more for 4-1. And he was a large part of why the game was hard to play for Brion, even though in terms of champions, they had pretty decent tools at shutting down LeBlanc.
10 out of 10. Huh. I guess Teddy from the Chinese cast didn't vote today. I'm not sure, but still a 10 out of 10. Still a full win, and very much deserved to the side of Showmaker. But we are done here on the space. Let's go over to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, it was such a clearly one-sided vote. We didn't even take the Chinese broadcast vote, I guess. Not entirely sure what's happened there, but we might be able to give you an update. Might be that they just don't have broadcast today. But anyway, Showmaker will pick that one up, and yeah, it was a messy game. And bro, they tried to force some stuff. It didn't really work, but honestly, there was a lot to be desired on the DK side of things as well, and I think we're wanting to see some cleaner play from both sides of the rift, to be honest.
When Kana's teleport was down and Morgan had his own teleport, he didn't ever really try to put pressure on the opposite side of the map. And yeah, you're not going to win against the Fiora, but when you know the Fiora is not there because she has to be towards Baron, you know, pull D+ around because their turn isn't as good as yours. I mean, there's so many things that could have been played better, but the one thing I'll say is Brion played boldly. They did try to be in the driver's seat that game, and that's not something we can always say about this roster because this is a team that oftentimes just kind of sits back and hopes for the best possible scenario. They definitely tried to grab this game by the horns.
Yeah.
And I respect it. They will pick blue side once again, and I hope that they will take a different approach this time around, banning the Zeri, so we already know it's going to be something different.
So the first pick, Lucian, is what they're looking for. Gragas was banned in this position last time around. So there is the opportunity to just ban Lucian here if they would like to.
I think they're looking for Varus. I think that they're expecting D+ ban the Lucian and they take the Varus, so they're happy to play the Varus with Lucian up. It's a tougher lane for Lucian, not going to have the same power there.
I'd like to see it. Both Kellen and Deft have been playing Annie in solo queue. Wolf,
yeah,
as the Sejuani will be the one that's banned away. So
gotta get some free low, you know?
Yeah, you gotta get some of that, man.
Very strong in the solo queue variety more than pro. Is Lucian will be the first pick here for Henna, so not giving that one over to Deft this time. And this gets a little bit awkward here because Zeri is banned, and awkwardly, weirdly enough, the most common response to Lucian is Zeri. Let's be the Lulu pick, and it might be a Sivir game that we end up with here at the end of the day. But this is another game where Deft will not be allowed to play Lucian or Caitlyn. And as I mentioned before, his win rate on the other champions is below 50%. He's had a rougher time when he's not the one in the driver's seat bottom side.
Yeah, very interested in what they're going to be pairing with this Lulu in this game. As Wukong will be banned away, and will be picked up, and there is the Nami. So, no surprises. They're just going to be trading.
Oh, Kog'Maw?
Oh, I would love this. Please. Kog'Maw Lulu is really fun. Deft has also been playing a lot more of his Jinx, so it could be an angle.
It's very good with Vi because of the ability to get that easy reset.
And they're sisters.
Yeah.
You know, and that gives them just inherent synergy on the Rift, Wolf.
That's right, Bat Chest.
Yeah.
Ooh, Aphelios Lulu. Not as big of a fan of this one here.
Wow, they gave up the sisterly synergy and went with the Aphelios instead.
Well, I just thought, I mean, if you go for the Jinx here, you have a lot of different ways to set up a pick comp and then have scaling later on. Like, you could even play Vi Ahri. That's a ban that has to be considered. And now, as Brion, you're like, oh, okay, well, I think that this game becomes a lot more simple with the Aphelios. You know the range you're dealing with here, and you just want to play a comp that's not going to be running into Aphelios ult range or Gravitum range. Just kind of try to play around the Aphelios for the rest of your draft. See the LeBlanc ban here, a lot of respect being shown. We may see that Ahri ban regardless of this being an Aphelios just because Vi Ahri synergy is so strong.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they think Showmaker is going to play. We'll see whether we consider continuing to ban top laners as well. The Renekton still left available. Smile on Kellen's face, and I think looking at the temperament of these players is kind of important going into this game, because even though they won, I don't think D+ Kia were super happy with how that game number 1 went. And it might be that actually the emotional burden might be harder for D+ Kia after that first game. So we'll just have to see how they're going to play this one out. As effort.
Considering
what are we going to be banning?
The Ahri here, the Azir obviously can be quite strong into this comp. See if Showmaker is willing to, because the difference between Azir and Ahri couldn't be bigger, I think, of what it means for this composition. They're going to wait for counter pick, and we'll pick up Kana's undefeated Renekton instead. But, I mean, the Ahri is still viable here depending on what Brion plays, and can play very aggressively around the mid game. As looking at Brion's comp now, like, you don't have an Azir to play around, you don't have late game damage, you don't have a late game win condition just yet, so the Victor ban, I think, is great here for D+. And even if you put Karis on like a Sylas, which has not been looking great in recent times, that doesn't solve your problem. As Gragas is not going to lose to the Renekton, gives you a little bit more initiation, but you need some big damage here in the mid lane.
I really love this Gragas pick, because I think that we were going almost directly into a Swain for Showmaker. That's what it was kind of feeling like. It's the DK way. They like doing it in both Challenger and here in the LCK, as that's Malzahar. Entirely sure what's going on there. Is Karis going to switch over to something that we've seen a little bit more of, and that is going to be the Rise.
This is my favorite champion to watch Karis play. His Realm Warp decision-making is very good. He uses his prio well when he has the prio lanes, and it's the kind of late-game damage you're going to rely on in this composition very much heavily. You've got a good front line, and Henna, his Lucian, his most played, we've talked about it so much, is Taliyah here to try to set up some of these engages, right, and cut team fights in half. Feels very strong if you can catch, you know, the Rise, for example, out, or lock in the Lucian and then, you know, basically win a 5v2 or a 5v3 on one side of the Weaver's Wall. But very risky in how fragile it is into this Lucian pick and the Wukong flank angles and Gragas' ult. So a very difficult champion to pilot here for Showmaker with this composition, but I think it does fit what they are trying to do extremely well. Just tough to pull off, but after watching his LeBlanc performance in Game 1, I trust that he could do it.
Yeah. I kind of love it. The Taliyah counter pick feels pretty good into something like a Gragas. You can try to avoid a lot of his movement in the game by just throwing down those pebbles. As I don't know what this is. This Showmaker doing a little bit of a dance. I'm
not 100% sure what the reference is there.
I liked it, but it was a little bit perplexing. As yeah, we've seen Taliyah picked into the Rise many times, and Showmaker has been fantastic on the champion. So going for those back-to-back POGs, we'll see whether he can get it. As 200 years back on the Rift one more time. This time in the hands of Death. Let's see how it goes. We hop onto the Rift. All right, here we are, making our way towards the Rift, as Henna is already taking a lot of damage, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, same to be true of Canyon, but he'll be fine as well.
Look at that, just getting wards in your own jungle on your red buff.
Just gotta make sure you got the info.
I'm into it. Kellen's standing on a ward.
As you do.
And I think our top laners should probably have a bit of a dance-off.
See if Kana's willing to... Kana's positioning here doesn't indicate that he's interested in that, although we have seen the Gragas Renekton dance off before.
Been a while since we've seen the Gragas Esquire as well.
Yeah.
I really do like this skin. It's far more gentlemanly than a lot of the others, outside of the gentleman skin line.
Sure. Deft PTA, by the way, on the Aphelios, and this is, unsurprisingly to most who've been following the season, his first time playing it in 2023.
Yeah, Kara's just going to walk at Showmaker and be pretty psyched about the whole situation, as we can see. Threaded volley comes back off cooldown. Kara's only hit by a little bit.
Well played here from Karas, getting that aggressive trading early. Like, Showmaker went for first strike here, so wants to try to poke and get some of that damage done, but Karas already getting such a lead here. You feel amazing about this.
Yeah. And even tanking up all of those ranged minions, not feeling too worried about it. As Kellen pokes himself out of the alcove there.
Can use Calibrum to try to outrange and chunk the solution a little bit, but it's very difficult to do. And once level 2 is hit, you're not going to be wanting to take those trades. Like how Kellen is kind of setting up this different angle, even though he's on a ward, he could still just force Henna and effort away from these minions so that Deft can play more comfortably. There's 2 first for them.
Yep. And they'll be able to keep control of this wave for the next little while. Of course, Lucian Army takes a little bit of time to start to get powerful. Deft still playing with his health bar just a little. As we can see, there's a Wukong in the area as we get a big old zoom. Thanks for that, Jonas Strong. As Showmaker continues to have a bit of trouble, and Umpty's only going to make this issue worse. As he gets over, Karas underneath that turret. There are the rocks. Seismic Shove going to be avoided as Showmaker picks up first blood. It's a disaster for Bro. Oh no, teleport's available for both of these mid laners as well, so it's just extra money going over to the Talia.
Yeah, but an assist picked up here for the Rise, so total gold. You know, you're feeling all right about this one for Breon, but still really annoying. 2 flashes down now. Showmaker with the clutch play there, flashing for the kill. And the angle there, he expected a possible Wukong gank. You know, with that Unraveled Earth, it was really well played from him. Topside very Kana favored at the moment. We'll see if Karas can keep on the same level of pressure here now. Flashless, I think the answer is very unlikely. And they both just pick up tiers here. Yeah. So the early exchange isn't going to afford either of them any additional items. Actually, a little bit of a heal crystal, or a health crystal rather, for Showmaker. I misspoke.
Yep, all of that 400 gold just going straight towards a Ruby Crystal. You'll love to see it, as we're going to see this from Showmaker's perspective.
How quickly he reacts here. The shove misses, but Showmaker flashes, has just enough damage.
No flash.
No flash.
Absolutely. He also doesn't have flash, but definitely a worthwhile trade here for D+Kia in the mid lane. I liked the idea from Umpty. Just didn't quite work out, as Canyon is going to spot him out. Was seen as well. Yep, they're both going to move towards this bottom side. Krug's what they're battling for. Level advantage here for the Vi.
Deft's laning so far, by the way, immaculate on this Aphelios. Is using that Calibrum pressure really well, and I mean, this is really awkward. Effort's so low here. It's not a fight you want to take a level down as Umpty. Losing a lot of time in the Death Chamber there, now 11 CS down.
Ooh, nice bubble from Effort, as Henna's going to try and trade back, but look at that, grabbing him. Working out here with that Infernum alongside, and Canyon can move in, find Umpty. As the jungle is just once again supervising.
Definitely.
A lot of supervision here.
He's used his gun so incredibly well so early on in this game.
Well, a little bit of a battle here as Canyon looking for Umpty. Does have the Aftershock, so with the Conqueror available, Umpty was able to stand his ground just a little bit more, and Canyon looking to start off this Dragon here at 5 minutes.
I mean, the Lucian
he doesn't have very much health.
The Lucian is pushed out of lane, losing more farm here. A plate goes over, and they get Drake. All of this, I mean, not all of this, but a large significant portion of why this happens is because of Umpty's failed gank mid. I mean, yes, they do get the kill, he picks it up, but losing all that jungle time, Rise going down, being a level behind Canyon, means he can't win that fight at all against the Vi.
Oh no!
Yikes.
Patient, impatient little Sentinel. As the Drake will be taken here by Canyon.
Well, I mean, Drake goes down, Aphelios backs, grabs Noonquiver. And Deft used the Calibrum to trade extremely well with Kellen there early on. then with his Infernum was able to push using the AoE, even chunking Henna down using the turret to blast him from a million miles away. Just constantly using Aphelios' range and the gun that allows for that very well.
Yeah, I think utilizing the pressy attack quite effectively as well here to just give him that early power. Do like to see it. Just see how the Aphelios is going to go as this game goes on. Because, honestly, I've been a little bit of an Aphelios anti, having seen a lot of it in Challenger, and we've seen him just really not do very much. We know what he can do, so we've seen a lot of Aphelios in our time. But it certainly has been a little bit dicey. All right, good little bubble onto Kellen there, who takes a lot of damage, but stands his ground. Red-white guns here for Deft. And they are going to be able to create enough distance. So, Henna has to use his cleanse to get rid of the ignite, but it's a 1-for-1 trade as far as those summoners are concerned, and the heal still available here for Deft.
And Deft just in a great spot once again. And we had the minion wave there, which Deft queued right before that exchange, so with the advantage in that, Henna just not going to be able to take an extended trade. Kellen with a really nice Glitterlance to follow. And these are the kind of, situations as Lucian where if you're used to playing Lucian Nami into only Zeri or occasionally like a Sivir lane, you're like, wait, how do I play this one? This is a little bit tricky. Also, we're a little bit nerfed. Also, Deft is very good. Where do we find an angle? Where do we find an advantage?
Well, it is going to be difficult. Showmaker doesn't quite find the empowered Q. Doesn't find that one either. He's picking up all of his worked ground and trying to throw it at Karis, and Karis is just moving a little bit too quickly. Slightly frustrating for the Taliyah player. Nicely done, though, for Karis, standing his ground in mid. 10 CS advantage still there, which has basically been around since the first wave.
And because of Showmaker's roam down here bottom side, he's not showing right now. He's escorted by Canyon. There's no Realm War play, so he's just going to try to push mid. And until Effort has level 6, you do not feel safe when you don't know where the Vi is. And Henna and Effort really should play this carefully, and they will.
Yeah, nice little ward goes down. Cute little help picks into the Glitterlance there for a little bit of poke damage onto Henna. Really not too much happening here. As Canna moving down into the river. Bit of a check-in on that top side. 19 CS in the lead is the Renekton. We've seen Gragas be more and less effective at nullifying the Gragas. I think more is what we often see. So Canna definitely playing this lane better.
It's a bit of a tightrope walk. You don't want to be in cast range of the turret, and that's kind of where your push ends. As the Renekton, we've seen a lot of Renektons get greedy and get baited, where the Gragas takes a ton of damage. Like, Dominus, I can actually pull this off under turret. Then you get cast in, body slammed, and die. So walking a fine line very well thus far.
Oh dear. Effort. Yeah, there's the cease and desist as Moonlight Vigil is going to connect as well. Q, will it land? Oh, Henna picks it up. That was beautifully played to defend his support. But still, very defensive, and I think Deft will have some spare time with some chakrams and a turret.
And just no Realm Warp to defend, no teleport here from Karis. Henna's a little bit left out to dry. Karis is just kind of stuck between trying to deal with this Taliyah and coming down and defending his laners. Henna will be able to hold that wave. And this is what I was talking about. If the dive happens post 6, you at least have the tidal wave. As, what's in the locker?
It's very, very cute.
Very Valentine's Day-esque for
yeah,
recent.
I like that. Like that one a lot. Topical. Into it. Did you do anything for Valentine's Day? Yes, you did. I was watching.
Yeah, I had a Challengers cast on Valentine's Day. It was very fun.
Did you and Valdez have a romantic time?
We did. We walked back to the parking lot together as well after the show.
Oh, that's very cute.
Yeah, I think we're going to walk to the parking lot together every day from now on when we cast together.
Oh, you just enjoyed it that much?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool. Well, that's a really heartwarming story.
If he ever tells me he doesn't want to walk with me, that's when I know I'm like, should be worried.
No. Well, he's not going to do that on Valentine's Day. That's what we know. So at least, halfway through February every year, you can feel very confident about walking to the parking lot together. It'll be absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. This is going to be Herald going over to D+. And Henna has handled the pressure here thus far very well. Didn't have to flash in that last dive attempt. Canyon's not able to pick up the kill or anything like that.
Yep.
But you picked Lucian, right? And you don't have Drake stacking. Didn't get Herald. The Rise Realm Warp hasn't happened, right? We haven't seen Karis make any sort of impacts outside of that attempt in the early game. So As D+, you're like, all right, kind of scaling, very safe.
It has been a lot cleaner for D+ this time around. I think in Game 1, it was a bit more hectic. I felt like a lot of the plays seemed a little bit more miscellaneous. But this time around, it's been a lot more control. Cannon's been playing very well here towards the top side. Canyon's been shadowing effectively and actually being impactful on this map, whereas last time he was a little bit invisible on the Wukong. And Deft and Kellen have really kept it together and kept this lane working out exactly the way they want it to. They've got a couple of plates there towards that bottom side, which is absolutely what they want, and they've started this Drake stacking very nicely. So I think if you're a D+ Kia fan, you're feeling a bit better about this game than you were about the first one. We'll have to see how it continues.
And what's good about this too, I mean, for even outside of this series, is Def looks to be quite on form on this Aphelios, which is a pick I think we'll be seeing more in future patches. And we've always, you know, pretty much liked Def's Aphelios, right? But it's been so long since he's been relevant or meta that you always have to wonder, like, what's Def's form? He's only played Caitlyn Lucian this tournament.
Yeah, true.
And then he gets a Lucian taken away, and you're like, will he be okay? Then he picks the Aphelios, and you're like, don't know about that. But so far, it's been fantastic play from him, actually, and it makes you excited for what it means for the future of this team going into playoffs and the rest of the second part of the round robin.
Yeah, I agree. And will be a Hex Tech Soul. So we go on a tour of some of the least impactful Drakes you can possibly have. And so this is not going to be a game that Brianna are too unhappy about the amount of dragons that are being stacked.
With Chemtech here, you're like, okay, we had the best one in Game 1, now the worst one.
Yeah, we're really doing the tour.
Karis gets a sub-13 Rod of Aegis, farming very well here. He's going to have his tier stacked fairly soon too, so about halfway there. A little bit behind Showmaker, but not too relevant in this matchup. So he's getting closer to being the machine gun Rise that is going to be doing a lot of the damage that Lucian won't necessarily be able to do in the later parts of this game.
Yep. In the wise words of Jisun, QE, 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 QE.
Yeah, he's going to be doing that a lot.
I believe that was something that she referred to in the chat just previously. As Deft going to be coming towards this mid lane to look to collect some last-minute plates. Look at that. He had more guests coming over than he thought. Needed to make sure that he collected a few from this turret here. As yeah, that is a couple already done. We'll see whether he gets the next one, and there it is. 15 seconds until those fall down. Able to get a little bit of extra value as Morgan taking a bit of damage here towards his top side. Building towards more of the tank Gragas by the looks of things.
Definitely. And because of Showmaker having to put himself in harm's way, we talked about this, how difficult this champ is going to be to pilot into what Brion have drafted, because the Lucian burst damage is real, the Rise damage is real, you have to be scared of Wukong getting on top of you and stuff like that, while you're also setting up walls. I actually really like the Crown build here. He also is going stopwatch very early, so he has so much safety in this game. And I mean, so far he hasn't made a huge impact except turning around that dive in the mid lane. But that's again kind of par for the course. When everything else is going well, Talia's just like, all right, well, I'm waiting for the first fights that bro want to take. Still waiting.
Culling going to be used here to not really do too much to Def. He's pretty happy about it. And yeah, I think Talia is, as long as she goes even, she's always going to be useful, right? Like, the Weaver's Wall is always just such a great tool for sieging and getting control and being able to match Karis as he moves around the map as well. Like, he can realm warp, but then you just ride a wall into the battle as well. And so you can sort of match inside lanes and things like that. This lane, not very important at all, guys. Unfortunately, it's just, you know, Renekton and the Gragas hanging out, throwing waves at each other.
Canyon has taken away so much of Umpty's farm this game, and that's kind of continuing here. You could see it in the itemization, like the Sundor is very late for Umpty, significantly behind in his pet timing as well. Like, he's just really having a hard time finding impact in this game. I think a lot of this game and the tempo that Bro were looking for here was stifled by that mid scenario, let's say. That went, you know, okay for them, but mostly really took all the wind out of their sails. Like, they got the kill, but the cost was high.
Yeah, and it's sort of weird to me, Wolf, because they, like, Bro picked sort of the three champions that D plus Kia picked last time around. We had similar apprehension about that on the D plus Kia side of things. And Bro are finding some similar issues with them as well. The Lucian Nami not having the power that they've had in the past, the Wukong not being able to affect early in the game nearly as much as you'd want him to. And so it's sort of like, well, we kind of expected it, but you also picked this very early in the draft on purpose, like show us the power that it's going to give you. And see whether we get to see that as the game continues. Of course, Wukong will always have a lot of value with his Cyclones.
And Henna's been given much bigger leads in most of the successful games of Lucian we've seen from him, as Showmaker could cut this fight up.
Yeah, Humpty moving over as well, taking some poke damage as Showmaker throwing rocks around. Canyon dives in, there's the Cyclone. Wild Growth comes through, cease and assist. Onto, oh my goodness, the amount of damage as Humpty's trying to get in on top of Daft as the Realm Warp comes on over. Karis looks like he's caught Showmaker, but he goes golden at exactly the right time. The bubble is flashed absolutely beautifully in the seismic shove, cleans up the Nami, and now there's a huge crocodile in front of the Rise. He wants another stun, but he's not going to get it. As Morgan, yeah, he's at full health, but not a whole lot is going to come of it. As, yeah, puts down the wine barrel.
This was like 2020, late 2020, 2021 Damwon Kia-esque, that team fight. That skirmish was so cleanly played from D+. I think a lot of teams messed that up. The Aphelios kind of isolated there on the side. The Gragas is going in. Cask doesn't catch Deft, actually pushes him away, but still, the way they handled that stopwatch from Showmaker, the turn, was just so beautifully played. And watch Canyon, because initially it looks like, oh man, Canyon, you done messed up, man. And then he's like, no, I got a Wild Growth. I'm actually in on this. I'm going to turn, and while both retreating, getting on top of Umpty, protecting Def, Def gets pushed away by the cast. Canyon gets away. And then the turn here when Showmaker gets out of the stopwatch is beautiful, as Hannah realizes, like, ooh, we cannot win this. Even with the Realm Warp coming over, Karis just doesn't have the damage just yet. Kana hasn't even ulted until that point. Like, that was very, very, very clean team fighting in the early game here already for D+.
Yeah, really nicely done. Canna as well, just utilizing the power of mid-game Renekton really beautifully also. Unfortunate for Morgan, who was just kind of tank Gragas trying to be included and just got kind of ignored. His cast sort of moved Deft more to safety rather than to the danger that he really wanted him to be in. So we'll have to see whether Bro can tidy up that sort of coordination,
sure,
one could say.
Yeah, it definitely could have been much better for them. And if the cask actually knocks Deft towards Brion, I think that fight looks completely different, but it's a really good play from Canyon also to collapse onto Umpty there after starting the fight off with the Wild Growth. Wild Growth Vi, very powerful combo, as we've seen a lot already this game and this season.
Yep. Also, cease and desist being used into a Nami is kind of nice, because you don't get Aqua Prisoned, you don't get knocked up by the Tidal Wave or anything like that if you are en route to your target. And Canyon utilized that absolutely beautifully in that last team fight. So, Bro, a few things to look at as far as how a team fight's going to go next time around. They do still have a lot of threats here in both Henna and Karis once again, but it's not the same sort of composition as last time. It's not like ultra late game DPS power and stuff from Zeri and Azir. It is instead a little bit earlier focused, but still does have a lot of strength.
Yeah. D+, by the way, grabbing a bunch of control wards here and heading towards mid lane, almost looking like they want to try to threaten the idea of an early Baron. They have amazing turn in this composition, as we just saw. And this is something that Brion have to respect. And look at all the vision around Drake already, but we're still 3.5 minutes away from that. D+, not even that concerned about the Chemtech Soul here, but look at how they're grouping around Baron. And I mean, this is where things get really scary for Brion, is if you mess up one team fight here without vision, or you end up giving an early Baron to this composition that already is so far ahead, it can just lose you the game.
You can see already our observers getting a little bit confused about where to be. We're panning sort of everywhere because there are just players changing positions over and over again, as Canyon's going to do the same thing. Just Vault Breakers his way back into the river one more time.
His comp is so mobile with the, surfing that Showmaker can do. You have so much speed at which you can rotate between mid and top as Showmaker, so you can threaten flank angles and then back away, clear some wards.
Well, speaking of which, there is the Weave as well, going to be used to move towards this mid lane. A lot of damage there. Seismic Shove going to move Shirley away as well. As Depth grabs himself the long-range weaponry. He's going to be feeling real good about that as Canna is seen on the flank, but that is a charge denied. Showmaker gives him the old Teemo thumbs up.
That was so clean, and Kana was threatening the flank the whole time. Doesn't have flash, but still is close enough to where you can't really escort this one any closer, as Breon is just too high risk. The Weaver's Wall bought just enough time. And now they clear this wave. Kana side laning.
Yeah.
It does seem like Karas might be able to get that top turret here. But, you know, what else can he do? What else is he going to do with this gold? Because he's significantly behind Showmaker. His Rod of Ages isn't complete. Grabs a turret. I'm not ready to trust that Breon, even with this rise, getting that final item online, second big spike here, is going to be able to team fight.
No, I'm a little bit worried about it as well. And they do have the tools for it, Wolf. They do have, you know, the Gragas that is so great in these team fights. Then they can isolate a single target. They can use the Rune Prison into bubble combo to really get these picks working. But if they're not actually able to single out anyone on D+ Kia, then it should be real difficult. As Kellen, yeah, almost does. The culling almost takes him down, but he is just, he wanted to go home anyway, guys. I think that's what he was saying.
No flash, just really calm play here from Kellen. Wild Growth is down now. And will Breon actually be willing, with this Rise having the topside control and push here, to actually start a Baron? Because you have Morgan with TP. Like, this is the kind of aggressive play I want to see from Breon here. It's not going to be easy, and it's not necessarily going to work, but if you're not willing to start this with your vision control, what are you going to do? You're just going to try to kill Deft. I mean, rather see you start a Baron than look to turn, because you have such a nice opportunity. You have decent damage with the Rod now complete. Your Seraphs is done. Instead, we're just going to kind of push mid. This turret is not even damaged, basically. You're just giving enough time for your advantage of grabbing Kellen's ult to kind of fade away and giving Showmaker the time to rotate over here and set up a potential Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, he does have that back off cooldown yet again. Decent vision available here for D+ Kia as that ward barely not going to be seen as Henna dives forward. Showmaker's crown is going to be taken away. It's Umpty standing here in this brush. Canna spots him out. Canyon also looking for that flank angle. D+ Kia get control of the topside river. Baron and availability for both of these teams. And now Showmaker getting that wave shoved forward. So, this is Chemtech Soul. Not exactly the most powerful and valuable, as Henna also not able to really get the poke damage that he was looking for there. But bro, getting towards this southern
Not a great
river.
Teleport ward for Kana. He has to walk, but walk he does. He's coming over.
Yeah, Seismic Shove going to be avoided there as Henna does have to be careful of these rocks that are on the floor.
Kana could just flash this wall.
Oh no, body slam now on cooldown. There's Canyon moving real fast. There's a Shirelius as they've got on top of him. Cease and desist, and there goes effort. The cast comes in, but doesn't really do too much, and Canna is going to go golden. It's a double kill as I think Dominus just picked that one up.
Yep, just
all right.
burning him down while he's in Zonia's, or rather stopwatch. And this is what I'm talking about. Kana, they don't know where he is. There's no teleport wards. But Breon are just so slow to do anything, make any decision, make any moves here. I mean, you've got to rise, you've got all the pushing power in the world to try to win that war of attrition mid. And you're just kind of trying to operate around your vision control, but you never engage. Umpty never flash ults. Like, Umpty has flash Warrior Trickster and can get into the backline and threaten somebody, but you're just waiting, and Renekton, him, boom, flash over the wall. See you later, team fight's over. Then you've let Kana come over here, and then you're like, uh-oh, Kana's over there. We don't know exactly where he is. Nobody drops a ward in here. Like, nobody had a ward there? Like, nobody? Really? I mean, this is just D+ kind of getting away with this. And Breon never, ever pulling the trigger. It's a great play from Kana. Like, he has stopwatch. This is a zero-risk play. Zero-risk play. Yeah. And if they turn onto him, maybe this gets to a little bit dicey. Maybe he has to stopwatch early. Maybe you actually force the Renekton to flash out and then win that fight before. But Breon just so timid, and this has been a story of this team for too many years.
Yeah, it's just been too long. They just let their opponents kind of set the terms for most of the engagements. And you can say that it's gentlemanly, but it's unfortunately not how you win games of League of Legends. You need proactivity, and that's what Canna was able to do. And I think that this goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning of Game 1, Wolf. Like, this is what we've wanted to see from this player. And if we look at it from the lens of D+ Kia's side of things, I think this is only good news if Kanna's able to get that coordination with this squad.
Kana, he loves his kind of one tricks for certain metas. You know,
Yeah.
the Graves, the Jace. It's a Renekton now. The guy is still undefeated on this pick. Every time he gets it, he just shapes the Rift. It's beautiful to see. And, you know, inconsistency aside, on certain picks, you just definitely know you're going to trust. And this Renekton seems to be the one for this particular part of the season.
It absolutely is. Kanna looking real good. And yeah, mastery player, as we like to say. As D+ now just controlling the vision around this Baron. Bounties available. Chemtech Soul doing all of that cool stuff that it does. Like shielding power, healing it. Canyon just, okay, makes some eye contact with Henna here, who does flash himself away as Umpty. Oh my goodness, the amount of damage available for D+ here as Kanna teleports in, but the fight is done, and they're heading over towards this Baron. Red and white guns, this is not going to be long for the world, ladies and gentlemen. If we just cast our minds back to our previous Aphelios metas, yeah, turned into Balsa-wood.
I don't want to call this one all locked up, but I mean, Brion aren't even anywhere close.
Well, Kanna is just going to use this engage from Bro to head on in himself. There's effort. Yeah, he's in a rough spot. Oh, the threaded volley. It looked like the empowered one, but it was just the regular one, Wolf. It's crazy. As Kanna is going to go into his GA. The slows are coming out as the Aqua Prison goes wide. Canyon looking for that backline as Henna. Oh no, he's being corralled. And Morgan and the Lucian in a bunch of trouble as Showmaker going to accidentally kill the Lucian. There we go. That's the state of this game right now.
And then purposefully going to kill this Gragas.
Yeah. There it is.
Right?
Oh, okay, never mind. It's going to take a bit of time as Canyon eventually gets on top of him. As Umpty looking for Canyon. Harris going to come through as well. Is he able to kill him? And the answer is yes. A little bit of a silly maneuver from Kanna, but that's fine. He's just feeling himself, having a good time, hoping the Def gets there quickly enough.
This bottom inhibitor is not long for this world. Showmaker's got a cannon minion stacked here into this, and they could just push mid. And unfortunately for Karis, just picked up his Void Staff. It's too little too late. He doesn't have the power to all in the side or anything like that with the Rise. He can kill minions real fast, and
yeah,
actually,
that was pretty satisfying, actually.
Yeah, actually will be able to defend this because they're not going to see a collapse from D+. Just want to go back. Without Renekton, they're like, okay, let's just reset and grab items. As Brion are so far away from this Baron, and it feels hopeful to think you could kill this Renekton who has GA. That's the one point they have vision with that control ward. They're like, all right, maybe we can pick Kana. And Kana just runs at them with no fear because he's like, I got 2 lives here. You can kill me, but you have to kill me twice. And Showmaker just constantly riding that Renekton pressure, pushing Henna out. I mean, he can do nothing in this fight.
And Showmaker does so much damage right now with these 3 items that he's picked up. One of them is a crown, but I'm not going to say anything bad about crowns. As we're going to have a look at this from Kanna's perspective, because I don't think he knew that there was a sneaky little Rise waiting around the corner.
He pushed Rise away by himself before that.
In the meantime, Canyon's going to go golden. Tidal Wave coming through, but there's a wall as well, and Umpty's just taken away from his team. Showmaker is going to throw rocks at him, and that is exactly what a monkey does not like. As D+ here, they get rid of the jungler, and they're going to continue pushing forward with the remaining seconds of this Baron.
You could just push anybody bottom and turn this into a double play here. Going to be the first inhibitor going down in mid. Pushing top is Canyon.
Yeah, we're pushing Vi.
They're just going to rotate over to the Vi because they haven't cleared vision perfectly, I don't think, just yet. Or at least they don't feel like they have enough secure vision here with teleports up for Karis and Morgan coming up soon. Just back away, grab mid inhib. I think D+ could be pushing their advantages, frankly, even harder than they are because they have a Talia. But they're just making sure they don't lose control of this game, as this is going to be where we jumped in here at the last possible moment. Canyon has stopwatch, and look at the rest of the team. Like, Kana's like, yep, not Tidal Wave. I'm just dashing through. And, I mean, Talia cuts them off from the retreat, and it's not a big, massive play or anything. They don't grab 3 kills, but it's just, again, wind out of the sails here for Brion. Brion's Elder Flip angle feeling pretty small in this game.
Well, I mean, they have 5 people, and it just spawned, so that's good news. D+ here also have 5 people with way more money, and so they're just going to come through and start this fight. Canyon looking for that flank angle as Kanna is just absolutely gigantic. Already Karis has done a fair bit of damage, but look at Deft's health bar. He's got so much shielding.
The minions will help win the game here too, so D+ could just play this very slowly.
Yeah, they just can keep it aggroed for as long as they feel like as well. I think Deft is happy to tank it forever, as he's got a Bloodthirster as well as that massive amount of overshielding. As Henna puts a full culling into Canna, and Canna doesn't even seem to mind as the wall is going to be set up. Okay, Tidal Wave is decent, as now D+ Kia, they dive on forward. My God, what was that? The Moonlight Vigil and the huge damage from Canna there as well. They ace them in a matter of seconds. That's the Elder, and that is going to be game, ladies and gentlemen. Much cleaner from D+ Kia. This is what we expected from this team coming in. And yeah, they made that look completely unfair.
Very one-sided affair here as Conidus comes in and instantly everyone turns on him. He doesn't even have his GA up, but he's got a Gore Drinker. He goes from like 1/4 health to 3/4 health, instantly gets half his health bar back. D+ coming back here in a big way in Deft and win his 4th game on a non-Lucian Caitlyn. You know, that was the narrative I came into this series a little bit with here because he's just been given these champions so much. He got it in game 1. But in game 2 here, he looks much more dominant on the Aphelios. The laning phase was great, and it
now that he's lost the shackles of the Lucian, he's now looking a whole lot better.
It does make you feel like D+ are really ramping into these upcoming patches and the new meta very quickly, and maybe some of the shakiness we've seen from them in the last week or so was partly because they're looking forward and not backwards, not living in the temporary, but trying to live towards the long term in terms of preparation for these series. But Kana, man, this guy gets Renekton, he gets ahead. I mean, he was like 30 CS up on a Gragas. No kills, no assistance from Canyon whatsoever. He was doing it all alone.
Yeah, and we've seen the Gragas matchup actually go pretty well for the Gragas, right?
Yeah.
Like, we've seen Keen play it out very well. We've seen plenty of other top laners play it out very well, but yeah, Canna wasn't to be stopped this time around. He was everywhere he needed to be, man. Like, you love to see it. And sometimes we like get into these ruts, right? With especially Renekton, where it just looks like he's picked and then nothing kind of happens.
Yeah.
But in this game, like, Canna was all over the place. He was getting picks. He was setting up for team fights. He was gigantic frontline. Like, well, maybe Renekton's just the best champion in the game. I don't know.
I was really kind of focused on how great Canyon played the early game and how he absorbed the pressure from Umpty extremely well. And I was like, oh, he's going to get POG for sure. But I switched my vote to Kana after the great plays we saw from him, the really long con flank he played where he flashed the wall. He defined those last few team fights. I think we will see a split vote, but man, Umpty, he really wanted to get Karis ahead. And that play in the mid lane, if it works, if Showmaker doesn't trade that kill back, if they actually get a kill there, and then the Rise gets ahead and can start realm warping around the map, this game could have looked totally different. And I can't help but feel this game wasn't really the game that Breon was looking for with this draft after this moment. Like, yeah, this really shaped so much of what D+ Kia are able to get done after this, as Vi is able to just farm the jungle. And turns like this, I mean, Canyon played such a great Vi game.
He did. He looked really, really strong. And it was good to see him proactively playing, right? Like, that was very lucky, him making it out of that particular situation, but still, he often just found himself in exactly the right position. This was the Canna play that you were referring to before, but the follow-up is instant from Canyon, sorry.
Yeah.
And so, like, these are the sort of things that we're looking for D+ Kia, because Canna's only very recently joined the team. Deft has also only very recently joined the team. And getting that coordination between those players is what we're really looking out for. And so far, especially here in Game 2, it's looking really good.
Kellen, too, looking great as well on this Lulu, as always.
Yeah, he's just real consistent, this guy.
Watch Kana's health when he goes in on this, too. He's
so I think it's Moonlight Vigil. Yeah, Moonlight Vigil, and then Canna in there.
Gore Drinker.
It's just disgusting, man.
Kana's just teleporting to the super minion in mid. He's like, I don't need Elder to win this game. You guys can kill it, I guess. Just wants to make sure they have the push here, and whew, it's pretty silent comms here for D+ after the initial fight. He's like, oh, it's so tasteless, this win. Like, basically, like, no, like, winning the game like this is just no fun. Like, it doesn't taste like anything.
Yeah.
This is what Deft said there.
Yeah, I think it's A, wanting a bit more of a challenge and wanting Bro to try and throw down a little bit more, but also feels a little bit like D plus Kia wanted to play game number 1 a lot cleaner. And so after that, after probably getting some negative feedback moving into game number 2, they're like, oh, but we like made all these adjustments, made all these changes, and we're playing so much better, but like, where was Bro, right? Like, where was the team to actually answer it? So Showmaker did a heck of a lot of damage here. Canna did as well. It was absolutely fantastic. Good to see the Aphelios actually have a good performance this time around as well, because weren't all that convinced about that one.
Yeah, not yet, but I mean, Deft is back on this champion, and I'm looking forward to seeing how D+ play the rest of the season. They have a tough matchup against Live Sandbox. That's their next opponent.
Yeah.
So that should be a good one at the end of the week.
Yep, some revenge potentially for Live Sandbox that have had a great season. But it's time to throw it over to the space so the boys can break down the series.
Thank you, casters, for the wonderful cast on that series. And yes, 2-0 to DK. Deft a little bit, bored after the game. Pretty straightforward. That second one especially was a big stomp from DK.
Really was. Brion, unfortunately, lulled themselves into a false sense of security, and then nothing happened, and then they lost the game. What can you do? Looking at the draft, they have plenty of tools. You have a Ryze that can proactively impact side lanes. You have a Gragas that's both really good into stationary AD carries like the Aphelios and for splitting up fights. You have Lucianami and Wukong, all of which are really great in like mid to late game team fights. So the composition was there. I thought the DK comp was great as well. The Aphelios was a question mark, but Talia in particular has really kind of grown on me as a really nice R5, R4 pick, which really allows you to deal with the proactive plays of the Wukong and the Gragas, so that was a little bit harder for them, but still, this is one of those games where, we can talk about draft, but based on what should have happened for the Brion draft, the game would have looked very different. D+, though, played it out, I think, as they should. Renekton flanks, playing around the Talia, all that was great.
Very true, Chronicler. Let's get into highlight number 1 as we can see some of what happened here in this game. This one is going to be the first Drake that they took. The next clip is going to be, you guessed it, the next Drake that they took.
I want you to...
Giving a little bit of a spoiler here.
No, rude, first of all, Valda. Secondly, I want you to know the complete lack of response.
Yeah, where is Brion?
Well, Brion isn't there. Brion also isn't necessarily on the other half of the map. So it's just not that much going on, unfortunately.
It's the opposite of what some of our left side teams, the West bracket side teams will do, which is, okay, enemy team's doing this. We're getting this win over here. We're attacking the top lane. We're diving top side. We're pushing bot side. We're getting that turret. We're taking the Rift Herald. We're doing something. But nothing happens, Chronicle.
When you look at teams like Kwangdong or Nongshim, they might not actually execute this plays well at all. They might be way too slow on it, right? But at least they try. And that, to me, is a really big element. Even if you don't actually pull off the play, it's much more important to at least try and get a good feel of how to set up cross-map trades, because not ideal.
Definitely not ideal. We can take a look at the second highlight as well, and this one is more of an actual highlight, but it's also one of the only things that happened in this game, as Kana essentially forced Brion to fight and just threw a very nice flank. They had some vision on their flanks, but not enough, apparently.
Really didn't. Beautiful flank from Kana, playing amazingly with his Renekton power spike. We have the stopwatch at the ready. He has Cleaver and Gordrinker done at this point. So just incredibly hard to kill. And then the execution is there. To me, that combination of the top half of the map already was the big difference maker. Even though the Aphelios was fine, it had already nice dopamine moments in the final fight that we're not even going to show because, it didn't really amount to much of the game. It was, I think, an incredibly strong showing from D+. Not the most hype in terms of kills, but it's a very clean game. Get all the objectives, win the fights, and go from there.
That's basically what they did. There wasn't really too much else that happened in the game, so unfortunately for you guys, there's really not much else to say. We talked a bit about the draft, how it was, there were some options for Brion, but they didn't use them. We saw the highlights where DK were doing things and Brion was not. I think that DK, like Def was saying, he's like, I don't know, it just felt like You know, it's like eating a bowl of white rice, you know, like you're not really getting much out of it. I think we need to see a little bit more from Breon, and DK, they weren't really challenged today. Let's take a look at the POG for this game number 2, because somebody's got to get it, and it will be Kana on the Croc.
Really like Kana, his player. Think that he had a couple of super high impact flanks. He has been incredible on this Renekton throughout really the entirety of the split. Kana was one of the big question marks coming into the split, and as we have seen over the weeks, I don't think necessarily he has taken away all the worries. We have seen some games where he was either relatively invisible or unable to find good lane matchups or play out certain situations, but then you see games like this and he is very much playing on the forefront. He's making things happen for his team. He is always where he needs to be. So yeah, good game. Really enjoyed his play, and think that yeah, we have some. Was another Showmaker voter as well. Even the one deft vote just for the big explosions. I think is nice. And he got a win on a Filio switch. That's cool.
It happens, yeah. 6 and 4 and 1.
Oh, it's
So
usually
we got China
yeah, we got China. Usually when we get the single, it's because it's the 10 out of 11 KEK W. But I got
Now
some
it's
friends.
just the 6 out of 11 KEK W
That's not too bad.
for voting for Showmaker. Did a great job in this game as well. Just, you know, it's kind of difficult when we had like 2 fights total in the game. So yeah. Maybe next time we can get, you know, at least maybe 3 or 4 fights. That would be nice. Still waiting on this interview, guys. We're waiting to see
Although
who's going to
because
Showmaker and Kana, right?
Because yeah, next up we have Kwangno and Genji, and I'm pretty sure those are going to fight more. I don't know if it'll be good fights, but they should be brawling.
Should be brawling. Should be fighting. Kwangdong are going to press their buttons, I would imagine. And yeah, still waiting.
I have plenty.
They're like putting the camera on me and like, no, I can't throw it yet. Like, no, it's not time. Okay, guys, we do have the interview ready right now. Let's hop over to Jisung for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. Here joined by the solo laners on the side of D plus Kia, Showmaker and Kana for the POG interview. You guys are now on the 4th place of the LCK Spring Split. And Showmaker, you were the unanimous POG in Game 1. How do you feel about that? Today's match, you know, was the last one of the first round, so it was really important. I'm so glad that we were able to get this win. Yeah, exactly the same, you know. We were playing our last game of the first round, and the one that the last laugh is the real winner. So we tried so hard to, you know, be the one winning the last match of the first round, especially considering the standings. So I'm so glad that we were able to get this win in the end. Kana, how was playing up against Morgan? Because that was the key player matchup. I think you were able to pop off on the top lane. How was your top lane matchup up against Morgan today? I think game 2 I played, you know, well, but I think it just went as everyone would have expected, you know, based on the champion matchup. In game 1, well, I don't think I did that well. I got carried, to be honest. So even though we won the first game, I was not that happy because I knew that I was not performing, you know, that well. So we kind of talked about it during the feedback time as well. In Showmaker, we saw Darius hover in game number 1, and you were on camera and you were like, you looked so relieved when they didn't lock it in. Well, when I saw Darius like getting hovered, nothing came to my mind. We were just talking about something else. I think it was just the timing, you know. We were not talking about Darius pick. Yeah, we were not paying attention to that hover at all. And at the end of game number 1, you sold all of your items and you went for Rich Bean and all the attack speed, attack damage items in order to take down the Nexus. A little bit of a risky decision. Tell us about it. When I was like going for the TP, I looked at the death timers. I was like, maybe I might not have enough time. So I just sold all my items and went for the attack speed items. You know, it was a very risky decision. Next time, I'm just gonna sell one item and just buy one, not the entire item. With that decision, you guys were able to close out the first game. And then game 2, Aphelios finally got its first win of the season up against Lucian Nami especially. What did Def say about it? Def, his Aphelios is really good. We didn't really know Aphelios was not doing well so far because we only just trusted in Def. And Kana, you know, you kind of showed us why your Renekton is so famous. With this win, your Renekton is so far 6-0, and you won 3 POGs on Renekton so far. How are you able to always win on Renekton? I think you have to, you know, play well in Renekton, but also Renekton expires, as you all know. You know, his late game is not that ideal, so it also is really important that your teammates plays well in order to, you know, close out the game before it reaches the late game. So round 1, you guys close out with 6-3 record. How do you look back at your first round robin, and how are we gonna prepare for the second round? I mean, the competition is really intense, and we're heading into round 2 right away. So we will keep working our best, and we will make sure to win more in the second round. Same. You know, we would like to take down teams that we actually got defeated in the first round. I really want to get our revenge, and also I hope we can perform better than the first round robin. Thank you very much for this interview, Kana and Showmaker. And before we go, your next opponent is Lip Sandbox. They are currently on 3rd place. I think Lip Sandbox, they are on the up and up. And you know, Birdo is in Lip Sandbox. I do not want to lose to Birdo. I hope I can tease him after beating him in that match. I think Lip Sandbox, they're performing like great. You know, they're just like on a great form. Looking at their lineup, you know, no one would have expected it before the season started. So I was really surprised by how well they perform. And you know, we are like friends, and we are all in a very similar age group. So when we communicate, we have a lot of fun. We're really close with each other, but still, it's a match. So we will make sure that we're gonna get a win up against Lip Sandbox. And this is gonna be it from Showmaker Kana, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As now we can take a look at the standings and see where this 2-0 puts DK. It will put them straight into 4th place.
And for them, it is definitely a standing that is a little lower than expected. No real cause for worry, but they have been unable to match T1 and Gen G, and even KT, who is also their closest competitor, thus far has looked better in the last few weeks. So excited to see where those teams will end up, as on paper the next one is pretty one-sided, but Kwangdong has surprised us. They 2-0'd KT somehow. I still don't really know how that...
It's KT, you know, like...
Yeah, maybe it's KT instead of Kwangdong.
Kwangdong, though, you're right. They are looking better and better, and we'll have to see, because they have to look really good to have a chance here against Gen G in the next matchup. But guys, we are done here for this first one. We'll see you in about a half hour for the next one. Stay tuned.
God, I love this player. One is so good.
Breon has been the gatekeeper of the west side of the bracket. Breon plays is defined by Mountain and Henna.
Hello, Poggers! Welcome to another episode of The Pog State. Sorry we missed an extra week. It was all somebody else's fault and not ours, and we're finally here. No, it's been 3 weeks. Very, very excited to be back here. I'm Atlas. This is Chronicler. That's Chronicler.
I am Chronicler.
That's Valdez, and that's Wolf. And we've been working a lot, so we're going to be struggling a little bit to stay completely sane for this episode. But we're going to do the very best that we can. We are currently almost halfway through the regular season of spring, and gentlemen, our predictions have been suffering a little bit, but let's get to that a little bit later. How have we been feeling about the LCK thus far? Valdez, let's start with you.
Yeah, it's really fun. No, I mean, the meta's been in a rough spot just because it's the same game every single day. But other than that, you know, it's been fun to see some of the new picks that T1 brought in today. And, you know, I'm just kind of waiting for the next patch. A lot of casting. My brain is kind of turning to mush. And we have challengers as well during the during the off days. So just trying to stay sane. How about you, Chronicler?
Not doing a very good job of staying sane, mostly, as we all deal with it in our own ways. But you can see the signs for everyone involved. Atlas and I had the spongiest moment. That was I don't know. If
Are you looking forward to another one of those tomorrow? It'll be yesterday
tomorrow.
for you guys. If you caught the challenge broadcast, let us know how insane we were. I guess
I've heard some Valdez cackles as well. Valdez, I feel like also maybe getting a little bit more angry than he did last play.
I'm trying to stay measured, you know, on my challengers broadcast. Like we'll talk about YouTube chat later, but maybe
I don't know if we should, Wolf.
I feel like I'm so glad we skipped last week, because last week I was on like a pretty downward spiral about how I was feeling about our top teams in the LCK. I was like, all right, nobody is perfect, nobody is clean. Like this is really bad. Like I don't know. Last week, at the beginning of last week, I was feeling like, is the LCK a scam? Like we got three of the four teams in the top four of the World's Finals, right? We had DRX was like totally different team, but like still trying to sell it, like match of the week and all this stuff. I'm like, oh no. And then we had Genji dropping games. We had D plus Kia with like a very big crushing fall. T1 losing a game to Nongshim. Like last week I was like, all right, LCK is a scam. Like this is not the best region. We won Worlds 3 out of 4 teams, but like it's all a lie.
Rulers winning Worlds again.
And then fortunately, not only was our week better, but also Ruler lost yesterday, so it was like a double whammy.
Yeah. So I'm feeling better about our region this week, where everything's turned around a little bit. We got a new patch where nothing changed at all, but the play seemed a little bit elevated mostly for our top teams at least. Some of the bottom teams still getting there, but yeah, it's better than last week. This week was better than last week.
Yeah, because I didn't actually talk. I actually think that the level of teams and the storylines this LCK are amazing. It's just the meta is so bad and we're working so much that it's really hard to focus on that. But it's really cool that we see like individual, really high performances of teams, and then also some of the weaknesses be exploited. The series that we saw today from Hanwha being a really good example, where D+ actually was able to play their like more aggressive early game, and then when they don't fall behind, they're really good. Stuff like that is fun, but yeah, it's definitely been overshadowed by our collective fatigue, both from work and the meta. The meta really isn't helping.
The meta I feel like is much harder to deal with than the work schedule. Like we've all done this before, right? Obviously mine is challengers, but like, you know, we lived through it last year and I enjoyed it and got the whole team together. We got the space. It's just like, oh man, the amount of Zeri, Lulu, Nami, Lucian, you know, it's Sejuani trading bans and like Maokai getting through, like Ash got through. I'm like, oh, it has to be the boring one because if it's not the boring one, it's like the worst one where the game is just already decided by draft. And I'm like, dude, I'll take the boring one over like, oh, Ash got through, like Maokai got through, like, oh, they gave him Caitlyn and Varus. Like, please don't do that.
I'm thinking back, like for example, Spring 2021 was just like Udyr and Hecarim, but then the other picks were kind of still all over the place. But because both bot lane and jungle was so locked, and top lane and mid kind of as well, but not to the extent that jungle and bot
we
are.
do have like this sort of like default to Renekton, Cassante, Na, Fiora Jax, which I still see as basically the same champion. That's the top lane. That's basically it. Maokai, Sejuani, Elise maybe banned.
Wukong?
And then you get Wukong Vi, who are basically the same champion.
Yep.
Sejuani.
And then mid lane, Victor Azir. And then
Corki
sometimes
was there.
Corki was there, but then like maybe there's a melee champion, so like Kassadin, Silas, Akali, like
Yone?
these ones, like Yone is sometimes there, but also like banned a lot. But most of the time it's just handshake Victor Azir. I think that like the pools for specific lanes aren't necessarily as wide open as they used to be. And there's also like, I think there's a thing with, and this is something that other people have been talking about a fair bit. It's like a lack of pocket picks actually being utilized. Everyone kind of practicing all the same champions all the time. And so we used to have
Lava.
Yeah, like, well, we used to have Lava, but we also like used to have players that would just have a specific champion that they weren't able to get. You know, like back in the day, and I'm talking like way back in the day, like Messiah on his Twisted Fate. You know, like you used to remember like iconic.
Okay,
picks.
Grandpa, let's get the medicine.
and Rippy on his Rammus and his Udyr. Sorry, no, that's 2011 OCE. We don't need that. He was a great manager for Direwolves, though. But like. That we don't have anymore. We don't have players that are just like putting in the time on these weird picks because like it's not as valuable as just getting on the by the numbers, this champion's better.
Well, even if we do, we see that picks like Gwen, for example, Doran had like an insane Gwen game into Cassante, and then we don't see it after all. Like we see it once and it's really good, or the Cho'Gath is another example.
Or like Closer's Aurelia.
Exactly. We see it once, and then it does well, and then we don't see it again, which to me also leads me to believe that for teams, this meta is actually amazing because it means that they can focus on building the other things that matter for a team, which are like cohesion and like working well together.
Well, you can if the game doesn't end in 3 minutes.
Which it
often does.
Yeah, that's
So
fair. I mean, I'm not saying I like it.
Yeah. It's like the draft is really stable, but also the game is really unstable. So it's kind of like a bad mix, I think.
You know what this meta reminds me of something I experienced in my casting career is actually when Overwatch became goats versus goats every game.
Oh, God.
Because
I'm glad I skipped that bit.
every team is playing the same heroes in the game, right? It's the same 6v6. Now, in Overwatch, both teams have the exact same heroes. It's like always a mirror matchup. I think this is as close to that as League gets, where you're kind of seeing at least 6 out of 10 be the same champions with the same compositions against each other over and over and over again. That means that the top teams get so good at it because they're playing it all the time. Like Chronicler said, laser focusing on this specific style of drafting and playing, that it does lead to very quality League of Legends for the team that gets ahead and then snowballs, as Valdez is mentioning. But because of that also, the games become so much more one-sided, and one small mistake against a team like our top teams, T1, D+, well, D+ is slowing down a little bit, but T1, Gen G, Live Sandbox, even KT.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. All right, getting excited.
I'm pretty excited here.
The like margin for error is so low right now, and our region is so stacked with good players that even like you look at DRX and they're like, oh man, this team is falling apart. But you look at the players on there and you're like, you can't even make a mistake against DRX or you will just get shreked, you know? So the meta is very annoying in that way because it's the same stuff that just obliterates you if you make one mistake.
Yeah, that's and that's a state of the game situation as well, right?
Yeah.
Like that's not necessarily like this champion's too strong. It's just like there's too much money. You can like if you get enough plates, then you just snowball the game.
Yeah, it's a combination of the plates and the Drakes being super overbearing again, and Drakes being overbearing plus the jungle changes mean that you get, like low value or low economy junglers are a lot better, which is why we saw one Italy. That was fun. Remember that was just now. That was a fun interactive moment. But outside of that, it's been so stagnant because once the bot lane gets ahead, like you get the double kill, you get the plates, and then you get the Drakes. So you get like everything on everything on everything, and then it's really really bad in terms of snowballing. We kind of had this a little bit before the durability patch, but then it was more like you get one lead by picking one guy every time, and that doesn't happen anymore. But instead now it's just kind of feels like you just kind of very slowly gliding towards your location. I feel like the amount of upsets that we've seen is pretty substantial in terms of individual games. But
Lots of 3 gamers.
Well,
you know?
but when a team like Nongshim, even when T1 is happy gaming, right? But like even when a team like Nongshim, which love the players, but they should not be able to beat. But if they get an early lead, even they can like kind of follow the kind of set course and be able to beat T1. That's partially up to T1, but I think also a lot of that is due to the state of the meta at the moment.
I mean, when Bro manages to win games by taking it to 35 minutes after, one fight about,
Like
7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, first Drake fight.
That's when something's gone horribly wrong. So we do need to talk about where we are currently as far as the split is concerned. We're in the Pog State room.
Lol Park.
Yeah, Lol Park.
We won't tell you guys where the secret
No,
room
it is
that
a
we're in,
secret Pog State
secret
room.
boardroom here.
This is the secret boardroom. But we are almost halfway through the first season. So first round robin is about to conclude. It will be tomorrow that we'll be starting to get that one done. There's only 5 matches to go in this one. And Chronicler discovered that we have now currently commentated enough LCK games to have concluded an LEC split with the previous format.
No playoffs though. That'll take us like another week.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, if we included Challenger,
then
could we
would.
do playoffs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, playoffs was like 30-something games, and it was 92
so we did
games. So yeah, including challengers
In
actually.
4 weeks,
we
we did it.
Yeah, between the 4 of us.
So between the 4 of us, just to give you the numbers, just a little bit. What did you say? The LEC was like 93 games.
It's 92 games
92
for
games?
for the summer split, and then 32 games for the playoffs. Yeah,
So it's like
120.
120,
Give
125.
or take 130. Yeah,
And so if we include Challenger, we have done approximately 140 games or something like that so far. It's been a lot of League of Legends.
Not even halfway through yet.
Do you know what the best thing is?
We're making all the content for you
Of the
guys.
regular season, not including our playoffs.
And it's all on basically the same patch as well.
Well, Yumi and Heimer are gone. That's nice.
Well,
I guess.
ask a few.
But I mean,
teams.
there were a couple of games where they weren't picked, so it's basically the same.
No,
patch.
I was joking. It's
yeah.
not any different. And
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll get better anytime soon.
I guess Valdez, you can take us through because we need to discuss sort of like the state of our league at the moment. I guess we'll just go with like
This is a
biggest
difficult
surprise.
question. Oh, okay. Biggest surprise?
That's easy.
I don't know. Is it? I mean, you would initially think Live Sandbox, but then the fact that KT are this strong. Well, are they strong? Are they a strong team? I don't know. Like,
Still can't
I'm not
say
sure.
with certainty.
KT look pretty strong. Like they've gotten strong in the last couple of weeks.
They looked strong in week 4.
If we take away all the curses of the LCK, which are very relevant in this case, they have had a couple of great matches. The last couple of matches, maybe 3, and they're on a good upswing right now. I think that for them, it's been just good stuff. I've also been really impressed by Pays. Just individually, I think he's really stepped it up as a rookie. Coming in, his first game was like, I'm really nervous. I'm playing against T1, and then the next couple of games were like ramping him up, and now he's like insane individually. Like even when Genji are struggling, he's like trying to carry it for them. So that's been cool for me to watch.
Chronicler.
Bulldog actually doing quite well. Was really cool. Even though his last series was pretty meh, like a mediocre 0 game, and I don't know what the.
You're gonna beat. He beat himself up for that one. You're gonna
Oh yeah, he really
Wow.
shouldn't because. Because I think his debut has been good. As far as surprises go, I'll keep it challenger focused because I think Valdez hit a lot of the more LCK oriented stuff. Fiesta has been way better than I expected, which is cool. Nongshim as a whole looked pretty much as according to what I thought was going to be the case. Like they're not great, right? They're pretty much our worst team, but they have some cool individual players. But Fiesta actually holding up a lot better than I initially expected was a cool surprise for me. And then Sandbox, KT, the kind of what you'd expect.
Yeah.
Feels like we're going back to a little bit of, summer 2022, like a little bit of like, are KT and DRX going to go to Worlds, or is KT or Livius how much are they going to go to Worlds? No, DRX steals away. My KT roster. I've been pretty excited about KT ever since literally last night. And
Wow.
they beat Genji, and they beat them in a clean way. They played a good macro game. They had good crisis management. They were decisive, which is not the KT way, generally speaking.
No.
I think they could be a top 3 team if they can repeat that form. That's always the question, right? For me, the biggest surprises have been pretty negative overall. Like, I think D plus Kia, I put them as number 1. Like, I was really excited by them in the first week, which, like, admittedly was our overreactions, right? But, like,
Yeah.
they played well against T1 in that first matchup. And we were like, all right, that's pretty sick. Like, they're still looking pretty good. And then once they started banning Lucian away from Deft, they just couldn't do anything. Like, if they didn't actually win the one-sided snowbally games, like we were talking about in this meta, like, they look totally lost. Showmaker looks very weak this season. And I'm like, this could be, like, a 5th-place team right now. It's kind of scary to think about. Like, Hanwha lost to them today because Hanwha didn't respect their playstyle and let Deft have Lucian and stuff like that. But, like, this team's going to playoffs, I think, but it does not feel like the caliber of play that I expected from them after watching them dominate with that playstyle in week 1. Seemed very exposed. And also, I thought by now that DRX would have some semblance of improvement or growth, or like, hey, like let's see, like, this roster is pretty stacked. Like, maybe we'll advance forward, because like Hanwha did, pretty extensively figured out their identity and made some big improvements. I feel like DRX almost has even gone backwards over the last 2 weeks, and feels like a Nongshim from 2022 situation where you're worried about the future of this team. Because I like these players a lot. Like, they have some of my favorite players and some of the best talent that we've had over the last 2 years on this roster, including Rascal, right, who's been around for even longer. And I just thought things would be better by now. And unfortunately, it's been a bit of a turn for the worse for them. So I hope that changes.
Yeah. For me, it's Live Sandbox. Because after that first week, after that overreaction, I didn't even think it was an overreaction. I actually just didn't think that this team was going to be good. And then they were really good. And all of the, like, a lot of these players, I don't know. This is the thing. So it's
Kyle and Willer.
Well, I mean, I actually think that it's almost everyone stepping up and defying expectation. Envy especially, because the fact that lane isn't getting crushed every single time they go into the Rift blows my mind on a daily basis, every time I see them play. But even in their most recent match, it was Bertle solo. He solo killed Rascal 4 times. And Rascal has, in previous seasons, almost all of them being our one of our best top laners just in lane. So really, it's really been absolutely mind blowing for me to see them glow up. I think I share a few of your apprehensions about D plus Kia as well, Wolf, because when we were watching them in the first week, they looked consistently good. But the shakiness that we've seen seems to be not even about who they're facing or how they pick or like their drafts or anything like that. It's purely about how they pick themselves up after a loss. And I feel like they are a very unstable team when they're put under pressure. And that is not something that we're used to expecting out of Showmaker and Canyon and players like these. So that's been a little bit rough as far as that first week is concerned.
I feel like Spring is every every year it's like this, right? Where there's a lot of instability. There's a lot of players that are underperforming. There is T1 crushing everybody. A lot of things kind of stay the same. And sometimes the things that stay the same are that things are always changing, right? And that they're always unstable. Like, remember, we were having a discussion today on the desk about how 2020 Damwon and Spring, they were 4th place, and they were like, okay. They were like, okay, like they
Kinda
got
like
there.
KT right now,
they're all right. Yeah, well, they're a little bit more stable than that.
Calm down, Wolf.
I know you're excited over there.
Excited.
I'm just trying to make the comparison. KT's in 4th place right now.
I'd say
right?
maybe Live Sandbox. And then they got crushed at MSC against China, and Beryl was like, I'm going to go Super Saiyan, and he did. And then the team kind of grew as a whole, and then they won Worlds, right, for 2020.
We got Ghost.
In Spring, everybody was like, this team doesn't, they're not going to go to MSI, obviously. They got 4th. They're not going to win Worlds. That's never going to happen, kind of like we were saying about DRX last year as well.
I mean, halfway through summer, we were like, we don't even think Damwon's going to make it to like, we thought that they'd drop out of playoffs extremely early.
Yeah. So everything can change, So even though this is kind of a concerning start to the split, especially because of all the meta stuff and how if you're losing, it can look really bad because you literally have no chance. There's like no comeback mechanic. Really, it's like, okay, well, if you're losing hard. You're getting crushed. So hopefully with some new patches and a little bit more time, our teams can come back. So for now, I'm still like, ooh, things are looking iffy. But at the same time, I think it's also just spring woes that we always feel.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Additionally, it's really important to remember that we've seen teams look completely different based on... Gen G actually was a really good example of this, based on draft or based on the current patch.
I think
patch,
Damwon is D+ is a really good example of this as well. Like, did Deft get early game control with his picks, or did he not?
Yeah, but more so that Gen G specifically, like last spring, was so clearly the best team, and when the meta shifted away from a lot of the champions like the Poppy, and of course there was also some individual, unlike the Zeri / Sivir meta. And obviously there was also some individual like problems that Gen G will run into in international tournaments. That doesn't really take away from that. But there have been so many tournaments over the last couple of years where the patch that we have in the season is very different from the patch that we have playoffs on, is very different from the patch that we have an international tournament on, right? So it's I always love that, because as we were like, DRX is a really extreme example, but Damwon back in the day I think is a much more moderate example of like, we saw the glimpses but it didn't come together, and like maybe that team is KT this time around, right? Like maybe the meta right now doesn't even fit them as well as it could. Maybe that team will be D+. Another example where like Canyon is basically playing well, I don't want to say dog junglers, but that's actually what it is, right? Like you get no resources.
Dog junglers?
Yeah, that's the term.
I'm pretty sure Maokai's a tree.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay, and Sejuani is a...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for the second series of the evening and also the second last series of the first round robin of Spring. Oh, how time flies and all that stuff. Now it is time to see whether Gen G can set things back on track, whether Kwangdong Freaks can continue a winning streak, Wolf. It's exciting stuff.
It's very much, I think, for Gen G, a temperature gauge for that matchup against T1 later on this weekend, because that is definitely the most exciting matchup, I think, by most people's metrics going into this week of play, as we do move into the second round robin. For Kwangdong Freaks, they have this match. They have a matchup against Breon later on in the week, too. This will be their first match of the second round robin. Kwangdong Freaks trending upward right now. Gen G coming off that loss to KT Rolster. But I think it was really KT overperforming and having an incredible series more than it was Gen G choking. Some issues with Doran. Chovy's overextension cost them big in that third game. But it was a clean game from Gen G most of the time. And I think you're coming to today's series like, all right, like, let's just shake it off. That KT loss last week. Second loss of the season. Definitely huge favorites tonight.
Absolutely. This is going to give Gen G an opportunity to potentially finish the season in first place as well. It does require T1 to lose to Live Sandbox, which I don't think many people have predicted would happen, but Live Sandbox have definitely caught some predictors unawares, myself very much included. Kwangdong Freaks wanting to try and tie things up with Breon's scoreline as well as they round out the first round robin of Spring. Crazy Dog Kwangdong Freaks shakes the loss streak off versus W Streak no more as the Angry Tiger Gen G coming out of the gates. And I think that is what we're going to see here. I think this is about Gen G sort of reproving themselves once again as one of the top dogs here in the LCK.
It's a good meta for Delight, you know, coming back into potentially playing some melee supports here, potentially Rakan. And it's also an opportunity to Pays to show more of his wheelhouse because he's played so many different champions. He's played 6 so far this season already. He's played the Jhin several times, right? He's shown us both Draven and the Sivir and Zeri scaling, comps. So I'm excited to see if he's got the Aphelios in his wheelhouse too. As Youngjae playing against Peanut will be exciting and fun, as he was, of course, the substitute for Peanut in 2021 and 2022.
Yeah, it's been the last couple of years that Youngjae has been sort of playing beneath him, so does know a lot about how Youngjae plays, and as you can see, they're pretty close as well. So I think there might be some choice words and things like that as they're making their way out on stage. And of course, backstage before this as well, you could imagine that they probably had a little bit of a chat. So excited to see how this one is going to turn out as, of course, CV Max's Apprentices, Bulldog versus Chovy. What is this? The gemstone undergoing the refining process, Wolf.
Masterpiece, Chovy. Yes, quite.
Yes, indeed. Yes. The masterpiece that is Chovy. I would agree.
Someone's going to pull out the Cookie Monster voice for this one.
I'm going to need it. All right, that's terrifying. Kwangdong Freaks are going to be walking out with masks of, the director of Kwangdong Freaks is Odin. He, of course, used to be head coach of Gen G, and so they're all walking out with his face on.
Yeah, this is just trying to kind of throw a little bit of shade, and Odin obviously formerly in the position that Score is in now as the head coach, so when Score did return from the military, he just instantly came in and scooped that place up, so Odin had an opportunity to get some revenge tonight. I actually love when teams do stuff like this because it's just so silly.
It's very silly. I also just love the expression on Odin's face in this photo. As I think Taeyun's the one that found it the most fun. Everybody else is like, all right, let's play some League of Legends now, guys. Here we go. Also, they're definitely underdogs moving into this one. So maybe taunting the Tigers is a bad move, as you can see. Livid faces of Gen G as they make their way out. Not so much Delight. He looks a little bit nonplussed about the whole situation. But
it's like
still.
Doran got a haircut heading into this one like yourself. And Gen G tonight, again, shake off that KT Rolster loss. Just want to see some tighter play with leads because, Doran messing up that Camille game felt like he had a lead and then he got too aggressive. They tried to push the envelope a little bit too much and were punished. And normally against KT Rolster, that's exactly how you want to play it because they have been shaky in mid to late, but not so far in the middle of this season And Genji, you want to push those advantages. You do want to get further ahead, the Artosis rule, but maybe a little bit more carefully is pull me out in the picks and bans is what that sign is saying. Pick me.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether some Jace is going to get picked. Let's have a look at our key player matchup here. Bulldog versus Chovy. Both of the mid laners under the tutelage of CVMAX at one point in their career. As you can see, Chovy's stats looking pretty good. Chovy, basically the king of stats here in the LCK, has been for a very long time. Bulldog, he's impressed us a lot in a lot of their matches, and Quantum Freaks rely on him. As you can see, 29% of his team's damage amongst not so great stats outside of that, and that does go to show that this is a team that is struggling a little bit, but also that Bulldog, when they do win, is the main reason why. Chovy is currently sitting on 1,498 kills here in the LCK, and so wants to try and make it up to that 1,500 mark. He's in 10th place for most kills in the LCK right now.
Would be disastrous if he cannot get it done tonight.
2 kills, Wolf. That is what he will require. We'll see whether we have, some like incredibly low action games and it's like 3 kills in the bottom lane and then the game's over, because that could happen. You never know. There might be a chance that he doesn't get 1 kill throughout this entire series.
There's always a chance to go killless. Guarantee you Chovy has won games of League of Legends without getting a single kill. I don't have any specific data in front of me, but I promise you it's happened.
He has played a lot of games.
Yeah. So Kwangdong here, they look really in good spirits. And something that has changed ever since June came back to this roster, but even beyond that, winning that Nongshim series in such decisive fashion. Yeah, Bulldog looked a little bit shaken up by some of his individual performance, but the rest of the team has been pretty happy overall. You could just see CVMAX also looks happy.
I think that they're all just like, it's probably Peanut, because Peanut just types stuff in the lobby chat all the time, and I imagine that's why they're all having a giggle. CVMAX included, as you can see. 100% all business on the side of Genji. As you can see, Score is he's just ready to get into draft, man. He's a draft robot. He just wants to make that happen. Wants to utilize that huge brain of his. As Quantum Freaks, they'll choose the blue side to start this series off. See whether they can pick up a victory. Of course, blue side has been the most prestigious of the sides of recent times, but I don't think side selection is the be-all and end-all.
No.
As we saw both sides win in our previous series.
Quantum Freaks have had some pretty interesting draft priority throughout the season, and one of the weird ones has been the Cassante priority for them. They've even picked it, before the second ban phase, because Dudu has been so reliant on this pick. It's his best and his most played. He's 4-1 on the champion. So something to look out for here, potentially, even with Cassante moving down quite a bit on this patch in priority, and we're not seeing him, actually, most of the time. So, might be something Quantum Freaks still rely on here. So if that is the case, Genji might be able to use that against them here.
It's a possibility. Did see it, massively ignored in our previous series. As Elise is going to be banned on blue side, which is interesting. We see a lot of Elise bans on red. Speaking of red side bans, the Maokai and the Ashe, definitely some pretty pointed ones.
Does feel like Kwangdong Freaks might be looking for a Zeri lane here.
Or a Caitlyn lane.
Yeah, Caitlyn, if not banned here, they could pick it up. But I think if you're going to ban the Caitlyn, you probably ban it earlier in this draft. So
I think it's kind of dangerous to leave it up at this point, right? Because if you first pick it, then you just run into a Varus lane and Genji have the ability to neutralize it. But if you don't pick it and you pick something like Sejuani, for example, then you just get Caitlyn Varus.
I think they are
That's very difficult to deal with.
Oh, Genji do not ban it. I really thought they would. And Taeyun, he has not played a game of Caitlyn yet this season. It's just been so commonly banned, getting left open this time around. And if Genji want to play the Varus into it, it's a tricky lane to play. You want to play the, Zeri, it's kind of unplayable. And they are just going to give it. They are just going to give it away.
Well, Wukong will be picked
for a
up
Wukong.
Yeah. So, Genji now have a choice. They can take it themselves. Of course, Caitlyn is not necessarily, insta-win, but if you are...
It's kind of insta-win, that list.
I mean, but if your snowball stops working, Wolf, it can be difficult to get over the trough in the mid-game.
Oh, man, it's a Caitlyn Varus lane,
I'm trying to
too.
make it interesting, Wolf, because, like, we just mentioned that, like, not banning it means you just walk into it.
Yeah, I mean... I'm really curious to see what the response here for Kwangdong is. Like, they could have played Caitlyn Varus. They could have played Caitlyn Karma, which they did just lock in there. They could have played Caitlyn Lux. They're going to leave the Varus open. But Caitlyn, with a Karma, will naturally push the Heimerdinger with Varus not very strong into this Karma anymore. I mean, it was always kind of back and forth, right? You can block the Karma shots with your turrets, but the turret health being nerfed really hurts you here.
Yeah. Heimerdinger just kind of isn't that good on this patch.
He really isn't. This feels like there's got to be more to the story here for Kwangdong Freaks that we haven't seen yet. Like, they must have a better plan.
Some dark technology to be brought out. I don't think so, right? I think this is just clearly the bottom lane locked in as well as Wukong, and then, bottom lane and a Sejuani. So now we'll go into the next round of bans. We'll ban some solo lanes away. And we'll just get into it. I think there'll probably be a Jace in this game somewhere. We'll see a Renekton ban probably happen. But honestly, I think Gen G have kind of got everything that they wanted so far.
I think if Chovy ends up getting an Azir here, which Gen G of course do have pick priority, this game is so hard to play out for Kwangdong Freaks because you're playing Azir, which almost always gets prio, and you're Chovy, right? So you're like, okay, well, I'm going to get the most prio. I'm going to get the most advantages against Rookie Bulldog here. And I have Caitlyn Karma on the bottom side of the map. The Sylas ban here does continue to indicate that that might be what they're fishing for here. The Sylas ban also makes a Gnar pick for Doran potentially a little bit stronger here if that's what he wants to go for. Yep. And I think both of those picks actually fit into this draft if Gen G ends up getting both of them.
Yeah, so Renekton going to be taken off the board. Akali's still up and available if Bulldog does want to get onto that one. Might be something that Gen G can go towards as well, because they can either counterpick for Doran or Chovy, depending on what is left up, right? So they can take away the Azir if that one's not taken off the table, or something else.
I don't think Kwangdong want to play like a Camille here in this draft, and they actually ban it. It feels really easy for Gen G to just play Gnar now. And then if Azir goes over, they play Akali. Yeah. Like, you banned Camille even, so like I was like, okay, if Gnar gets picked, Camille's your one worry right now in this draft. I don't think Dude is going to be interested in playing Irelia into this either to try to punish the Gnar. You're going to have weak bottom side, and your top side's not going to look that strong here.
It feels like Kwangdong Freaks kind of outthought themselves.
Yeah.
Like, they banned the Camille expecting the Azir pick to come in, as that is Annie. I really want it to be locked in. There it is, Bulldog! Gonna be playing the Annie, thank goodness, finally! This ridiculously powerful pick is actually picked in the mid lane.
I do worry about what it's going to run into here for Chovy, though, because this is blind, and there's Dudu's Cassante, which has looked not only, like, Gnar is the counter pick for Cassante, one of the safest matchups you could play. Cassante is also nerfed on this patch, so Doran has a lot of power, actually can even try to threaten him under turret because the Q3, knock-up duration is reduced on this patch. And, I mean, I think you can still just play Azir here and feel pretty okay into the Annie. Victor also feels very oppressive, could do some great trading into the Annie. The stun's not going to feel very threatening here.
Yeah, I think it might be the good old Crown Victor that could potentially come out here. Of course, getting flash bared doesn't feel quite as bad if you've got a crown on. So Victor is going to be the pretty chill answer to the Annie, who has been pretty powerful. This is the hotfix patch of 13.3, so she's not as broken as she was on release. I'm sure many of us were watching LS as he was just tearing through solo queue, picking only Annie and Aurelion Sol, which seemed to work out quite well.
Bulldog is a player who is very much on the cusp of solo queue trends. He plays a ton of solo queue. His playstyle almost embodies solo queue and how he lanes, and how he plays aggressively. It has been one of his greatest strengths, but also one of his greatest weaknesses. And I imagine CV Max wouldn't trust him with this pick unless he's been very well versed on it and has prepared really hard for this. And, with the champions that were left available here, the kind of Akali trap they set for themselves where they couldn't really pick up the Azir very easily, I think this is as great a time as any to pick it here because you're also the underdog in this series, and it gives you the opportunity to maybe have some cool, crazy, flashy success here into Gen.G. And if it fails, is anybody really going to blame? Is anybody going to be upset? You know,
I don't think so. And
as long as you don't die at level 1 like Beryl, no one will really be upset.
Exactly. And so over the last week, he has played 11 games of Annie, 7-4 so far on the champion. So he's been pretty happy with it. Also has a couple of Aurelion Soul games cheekily thrown in there. So like you say, a bit of a savant as far as the trends are concerned. Is that like Never-Ending Story? Quantum Freaks? It's like Aslan? Are they riding Aslan?
Riding a snake, it said, but maybe they also think Gen.G is a snake and not a tiger, like the animal meme that we've been doing this season.
Oh, man. Well, we'll see exactly how that one's going to go. As Sejuani with 0 melee, it feels a little bit sad, but we'll have to see how it all goes. We hop onto the Rift here for the first game. And so, Wolf, is this Peanuts?
Hold on.
Oh, okay, never mind. Oh my goodness, that Peacemaker value was absurd.
Pays highest damage in the game currently. Yeah, sorry. What
Absolutely insane. I was going to ask you whether Peanut has played any Sejuani, but it feels way less interesting now.
No, he has not.
Giant Peacemaker.
He has not played a single game of Sejuani this season.
It's his first one.
Yep.
Really taking a while to get onto the trend. Pretty interesting that it goes to, the second round of picks on red side. Before he gets to lock that one down and picks it into the Wukong.
Chovy here on this,
Can he get 2 kills, Wolf?
I mean, probably. I'm gonna say a pretty conservative probably.
Okay.
Let's see how Bulldog uses his level 1 here. So he took the barrier first to trade.
Yeah.
And I think this is wise into the level 1 Q. Like, this is going to just be a little bit of an Annie study, the matchup here. Game.
Pretty hard to use your E in order to get any stuns.
Yeah,
but it does need level 2 for that one.
It doesn't take away his stun either, so he could just kind of come up here and every time Chovy wants to Q trade, he actually trades up with his rolls.
We've never had an Annie mid in the LCK.
That is insane. That's hard to believe.
That is nuts. I guess the LCK doesn't go back to Season 1, which is when I played the majority of my Annie mid.
Annie mid has been such a solo queue flex, I know how to play this, I'm so good at this kind of thing for so long that you figured at least somebody would be crazy enough to try it in the LCK at least one time, but I guess not.
Yeah.
As a level 2 here for Bulldog, he takes Q. And unfortunately, will not be stunning Chovy with his first one.
Nope. Just going for the resets on the minion wave. Just throw out those Pyroblasts as much as you would like. And we'll have to keep tabs on the Annie. Of course, we did see Beryl debut the Annie here on this patch, but I'd prefer not to talk about how that went, because it was a bit sad.
Did not go very well. As Peanut's down here early, just Peanut things, no vision.
Oh, no slow onto Taeyun there as well, but they're going to still look for this, as Jun is their target. And Chovy is now walking around in his gravity field, and Bulldog should be able to grab First Blood. Oh no! First Blood goes to Gen.G as Pays looks for it. Oh, the flash was very cute. Taeyun's going to have to flash to get out of the way of that one, and Pays not going to pick up the second kill for Gen.G.
No flashes in the bottom lane now. June dies, and in the mid lane, we do see a kill going over to Bulldog here, which does feel very nice to pick up here against Chovy early. Because perfectly timed stopwatch will need to respect Chovy's teleport back to the lane here, but should now have a nice back. We'll see what he picks up. He does miss the First Blood, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
I don't know if that will be shown here, but either way, this is just a really nice stun setup here for the Wukong. And Chovy, it was an interesting flash there. Chovy just walks it out here knowing he is dead. And down here on the bottom side, Peanut just extremely patient, waits for Dune to flash, flashes onto him, stun comes through. He did. And then Pays wants to flash for this, but Taeyun with a quick flash in response. If that arrow hits, he headshots him to death. Or sorry, if the net hits, not arrow.
Yeah. No, that was really nicely played from Pays to go for the trade of flashes, meaning that if Peanut comes back down towards the bottom side, he's going to be very, very happy about the situation, as Dudu trying to do some Cassante things. The Cassante things not exactly as valuable as they used to be, but still finding a few Qs here. Going to be happy about that. As Peanut looking to pay a visit to Bulldog. So, Bulldog does have his flash available as Winter's Wrath Comes on in there, and Gen.G not actually wanting.
They don't
to
know
go
where
into the
Youngjae
darkness.
is. Yeah, scary to actually commit any further to that, as Bulldog just has to set up 2 abilities and then he'll have another stun available. They're not messing with that.
Nope.
Chovy still has his flash, but wants to keep it. But they don't get Bulldog's flash either, so relatively unsuccessful with this gank. As Bulldog just bought boots and a Dark Seal with his first back, so is hoping he's going to be snowballing this game quite significantly. And, I mean, as Annie often does in winning games, you know, solo queue-esque, he's going to have to kind of stomp this one.
Well, we'll see how he's actually going to go about doing it. Of course, often you do want to get towards that level 6, start getting around, dropping bears on people. It is generally the way of things. But Annie can certainly be very powerful as the game goes on as well. The durability update onto Tibbers on this patch does mean that Tibbers becomes a huge threat and can just burn people up.
My main concern for the Annie, even though, you know, normally main concern is like, okay, does something go wrong in the early game where you're trying to be aggressive, you get punished by a jungler. The other concern is the range here of the Caitlyn, the Karma, and the ability to pick this Annie by Sejuani ult, for example, makes setting up for those Tibbers and setting up for those big stuns in team fights very difficult and very punishable. As here we go.
Yep, Chovy once again going to stand on his gravity field, but there's the bear, and there is another kill for Youngjae. Or at least another kill in the mid lane, as Bulldog was able to pick up the first one. And now this Hextech bear just going to be walking towards the turret.
Yep, just going to push that wave in very quickly. Peanut just trying to grab Drake for this, as he's unfortunately unable to help out in mid. Chovy still doesn't flash, as he's caught way up in the lane there. And this is working very well. Like, this is the anti-Chovy setup where Youngjae just camps this Annie, and as Chovy tries to aggressively lane, he gets punished repeatedly. 2 deaths earlier.
Yeah.
For the mid laner, and okay, hold on.
Okay, Doran is gonna have to flash, and he does so. Dudu was ghosting, so it's an even trade, I guess, as far as summoners, but still Doran has to go home. He is gonna be able to teleport back as Gen.G look for the first Drake of the game. It's gonna be an Ocean. Means that there's no Ocean Soul, which is kind of good news, as alright, Piercing Arrow comes in, but unable to smite things away. And now Youngjae looking for Peanut. He's down to 300 health as Delight's gonna have to flash away, and now Pays in a bit of trouble, but does have the Yordle Snap Trap and is going to be able to place that one down. No one's going to want to face check him as, all right, let's see how Bulldog's Disintegrates are going now as we check this one out.
Look at no 6 here for Bulldog. And he's calling out the gank here. Let's go.
Yeah, and hits level 6.
6. Tibbers him for the stun. Got him. Yep. I didn't hear what he said there at the end, but I mean, he just knows the timing, and this is what I was talking about. Chovy is so far up in the lane. The gank is just such an easy angle, and Chovy's like, oh, he doesn't have 6, but Bulldog knows exactly the calculated timing in which he's going to get it at the timing of Youngjae going in here.
Yeah,
Chovy's
just kills that minion at exactly the right time.
I mean, if Chovy like decides, okay, this is a little bit too sus, like I'm going to back out, he probably gets out there, you know, because Youngjae doesn't have his level 6 just yet, but he pushes the issue like all the way. And we did see, when you were looking at the solo queue stats, I had a peek too. He does like to build Rod. He sometimes builds Ludens, but he has in this game the early Catalyst, so I think we have a pretty good idea what his plan is. Snowball this game.
Feels like the more things change, the more they stay the same. Wolf, good old Rod of Ages Annie. Much like I remember it from many moons ago. But going to be building it once again this time. It's the Mythic version. I just can't believe this is the first time that's ever been played in the LCK.
Yeah, it's still like, I still kind of like don't trust it. I'm like,
yeah, right?
We have good stats people here, but I'm like, did they triple check? Like, that's how just unbelievable it is. Because we've had so many games of LCK over the last 10 plus years that it's like, are we sure? Like,
and Annie's always been sort of like a fringe pick that you can always play, kind of.
Or PD is like, for real the first time. I'm like, no, I mean.
For real first time. You're like, actually, it is.
No, I mean, I do believe, but like, I'm being a bit facetious in that, like, it's just so hard to fathom. As Peanut here with level 6, and this is the Caitlyn push with Karma.
Yeah. Standing on a ward, though, so you can see Tayan and Jun not going to bite off more than they can chew, but still, 2 plates do go over to the Caitlyn and the Karma, so they are 100% doing their job. Speaking of doing their job, Bulldog just going to try and transfer his power this game. The Flash Bear, guys. Flash Bear is what you want to be doing.
Dudu really trying to sell this extremely well, but he's already gone. He's backed and teleporting to mid. And Doran's like, I don't think there's an Annie here.
Yeah, maybe he sold it too well, as Dudu's going to run away. Does have his Ghost available, which is why trading Ghost for Flash feels better as the Ghoster. As there's another bear being thrown down in the mid lane, and yeah, Chovy's going to have to leave because Tibbers is pretty beefy these days.
Yeah, he's just trying to force flashes out of Chovy, trying to get his health bar low here, try to force him to farm under turret here. The bear going to stick around and be very obnoxious.
Well, very, very nice net from Pace. Spots out Youngjae as Peanut hovering, knows his job. Stand near the bottom lane.
That is kind of the name of the game here for making sure this Caitlyn Karma can continue to push.
Doran's also starting to have a much better time, as it appears, towards this top side. As Dudu's going to, yeah, ult him. Let's see whether the Mega Gnar can actually come through in time, as it should. As, yep, Doran going to be able to activate that one whenever he wants to. As Dudu, without very many resistances, not too worried by the looks of things, just because if he's the one aggressing, it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
All right, Doran, can you find anything? Nara's going to be avoided. That looked a little bit silly.
The angle was almost good. Like, if he actually pushes him into the turret before the minion is in range, he takes an extra turret shot, and then Doran can then continue the follow-up when he gets mini, get some hyper procs, and maybe actually look for the kill there, but he doesn't hit it, so all for naught.
Yep. By the way, Annie is 1-0 in the jungle here in the LCK, so there's that. There's another fun stat for you guys. As, yeah, Dudu's just going to press the Ghost button, and Peanut's going to say that'll do.
It will do indeed. Stopwatch ready here for Bulldog. Still has his flash, and Tibbers is coming back online fairly soon, so some aggressive posturing here from Jun, who also has his level 6 and his ultimate coming back online here. And, you know, as Guangdong Freaks here, you had a nice lead, but kind of started to lose control.
Well, Doran going to look for a little bit more here as he does unstoppable the first bit, but there's too much CC in this combo. That is going to be a kill going over to Doran. Just patient play from Peanut. And it's so interesting, like, watching Canyon and Umpty in our previous series, and now you've got Peanut and Youngjae that are just, both of them, doing stuff throughout the entirety of the early game when it's completely at odds with what we witnessed in our previous series.
I think a lot of this is the mind games that goes on in a matchup like this, where there is kill pressure for the Cassante, but only at these specific windows. The same for the Gnar. So if you're constantly trading and selling these ideas, both junglers have opportunities in this matchup versus something like, you know, a Scion into a Fiora. You're not going to have as much fun as a jungler trying to impact that one. You can, but it is not easy. As Bulldog does have his ult back up, they're just going to toss this Rift Herald into mid, try to get him some extra plate gold, but this is delayed.
Yeah, it is going to take a bit of damage as Peanut just going to take a bear to the head, and he does not want to deal with that. Chaos Storm not able to do enough either. And Rift Herald, I believe, was denied.
Yeah, denied, but
at what cost?
Peanut's dead, and this should be Guangdong Freaks getting this Drake. That was a bizarre scenario there from Peanut. A lot of extra greed trying to set up for this one to try to just straight up deny the Herald, but he's punished for it. You have to respect that Annie ult and the damage that's in this. Like, follow-up there from Youngjae is good, and your Sejuani, you're tanky, but it's still early game.
Yeah.
You're not just going to be able to sit in those.
Well, Ace in the Hole comes on through, and Taehyun says, that's a bit unfair. I have to actually aim my abilities, but he does not. And Dudu, nice little dash.
So, when you take stock of this game, you know, an early lead for this Annie, for sure, right? Rod of Ages is complete now, 13 minutes. So, 3 stacks of Dark Seal, you're feeling pretty good about this. We'll go back to this exchange. Peanut is up here, and they're trying to poke the eye. And Bulldog's communication with Youngjae, this is something that we've noticed in their last few matches, especially in that Nongshim matchup. These two guys are two peas in a pod. Like, they're constantly communicating. They're always like, all right, look, he's pushing up. Hold on, turn around. You're looking to try to use this to get Drake, but actually let's get a kill then get Drake. Let's actually force this to be our success from Peanut's greed here, trying to poke that eye on the Herald and trying to take that one out. But taking stock of the game, you see the only real leads here are jungle and mid, whereas this Caitlyn still has been an unsolved problem here for Guangdong Freaks.
Yeah, it has been difficult here towards the bottom side, but I don't think that the Caitlyn necessarily has the most massive lead, and as you can see, Youngjae is able to come down here, grab a bit of plate gold for Taehyun, as, alright, this is the Cassante position. Now going to be avoided very nicely as Dudu chasing after Doran. And yep, that's an interesting time for the upgrade of the teleport as he sidesteps the Q, and Doran will be fine. Doesn't have to flash. Ghost now on cooldown for Dudu. And the Cassante feeling like it's in a more rough position. And honestly, like, the Gnar matchup into Cassante is starting to feel like the matchup that it was supposed to be. Is the mini Gnar so annoying? The final Hyper Proc going to be enough to take down the Cassante.
Doran just understands this matchup so extremely well, and he's like, okay, well, you don't have Ghost anymore.
He also may have read the patch notes.
Yeah. I mean, the patch is significant especially when you are the defensive Cassante under turret, because the ult goes through and that extra knock-up duration really kind of guarantees you a kill, because you've knocked them into the turret, but they're kind of immobile during that entire time. It's not going to affect some of these extended trades you see, especially when Doran is just sidestepping everything with fleet footwork and not caring about your setup with your ults. Doran's like, yeah, thank you very much for ghosting there to chase me, because now I just turn around and kill you.
Yeah, and also loses so many resistances, right? So now moving it to, like, what, 85 removed does make things much more difficult.
That's a good point.
So now Doran up here does have now Chovy moving into the top side of the map. Doran just down towards that bottom side, continuing that advantage as far as his lead is concerned. 6 left on the Cull, also has the Trinity Force.
This is just like quintessential Bulldog, game where he's like, no, I'm winning and everything is going right for me, and Youngjae is my bodyguard. But the rest of the map is a little bit in tatters. It's a little bit ugly to look at, the game state outside of my lane, right? He's on the side now against Doran. He's like, oh, this is not my fault, right?
Yeah. And how do I fix this?
We talked about Dudu's reliance on this before the draft even started. We were like, all right, well, let's see if that ends up coming through. And they picked it into the Gnar. And that in itself does make you concerned.
And it used to be something that you could get away with. Like, it was a thing that Cassante could get through, and now, just after a few little buffs, right? Like, the nerfs weren't all that much of an issue. But in situations like this, right, like when you're not quite able to lock down the Gnar and then he can just chase you down the lane, like, maybe that didn't happen.
Yeah.
If this was, 13.1.
All Doran said was got him.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, pretty interesting first-person view there.
And, that moment right there, that still happens no matter what.
Oh, yeah, no, exactly.
But it's about all of the little micro-interactions that lead up to that, right?
And a lot of it about how Doran survived the last exchange, which allowed him to turn on that, which arguably might have been the more interesting thing to watch there in terms of first-person view. But ultimately, Doran has 2 kills here in this early game, and Chovy's deficit won't necessarily matter because he's going to be doing long-term damage in team fights, whereas the Annie is looking for a bit of burst and CC. So the roles of these 2 mid laners are very different, and Chovy a little bit lower eco here doesn't necessarily matter because he's got his Leandries online, and if there's not a setup position for the Annie to do her job, the Victor's always going to be more valuable. It's not like he's out of the game or anything like that.
Oh, absolutely not. And also the rest of his team are in a great position. Doran here with his Gnar at the ready, looking for his opportunity, just dives towards Bulldog and does nothing. It's an interesting strategy. Seems to have worked out relatively well. All right, there's a flash. Not entirely sure what it was for, but it did happen. Delight just trying to get some stuff done.
Yeah, I'd love to watch that again. Because I don't know what he was trying to avoid.
I didn't even really know who flashed there.
It was Delight.
Yeah, I know, but while it was happening, I didn't see a thing happen.
Yeah, you're like, okay, why did he flash there? That doesn't make sense. Maybe he meant to heal and misclicked or something. I don't know, but he... I don't know why he would have wanted to heal there either. Perhaps he thought the Annie had stun and was in range. Well, maybe we'll get a replay of it.
Yeah, it was an interesting maneuver. All right, we'll see whether this Rift Herald can actually get a charge as the rest of Gen G moving on over. Peanut's going to charge, and Shirley's going to attempt to. There she goes. So, some damage to the turret is going to happen as now Youngjae, Taeyoon, right here as Doran's going to hit Mega at exactly the right time. Hits 2 Wukongs with his W, and now the Glacial Prison gets massive value. Why hasn't Peanut been playing this champion more often? As Pays gonna take the kill on the Annie. Unfortunately, Bulldog not able to get himself out of that position, and Gen G should be able to come on over and grab their first Hextech Drake.
And they didn't give the kill to Chovy. You know, I mean, you want to give it to Caitlyn in this draft, but you want to give it to Chovy for that 1,500. Still hasn't gotten any kills yet this game, but a clean team fight. And his Chaos Storm in that choke point essentially just sealed the deal on that fight. And there's no turning that around after that point. As this is a really aggressive play here As Youngjae's like, all right, I turn on this, but where's the damage? You're still defending Rift Trail. The timing of this one, a little bit shaky. And yeah, you have this Varus who can fire over the wall, but look at the Chaos Storm damage in this fight. It is insanity.
Yeah.
And
everyone is like walking away with a third health or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Doran's really feeling himself today. Man, he just wants to press his buttons and do it often.
He wishes Nara's arms were a little bit longer in Mega form today.
But there's no real harm done throwing out ultimates over and over again, especially as he gets closer and closer to max level on that one. So
I like Peanut going Warmogs first, by the way, this game, just because you're dealing with a lot of...
It's my favorite, yeah.
You're dealing with a lot of Varus poke, and if Annie ends up trying to all-in you and you survive, you're just
man.
like...
Hey, Dudu, how you doing?
Hello.
How you doing?
You feel good about it. It's interesting, you talked about Peanut not playing Sejuani. He had played so many games of Sejuani in summer, right?
Yeah,
it was
sort of like he made up for it, right? Like he paid his Sejuani tax. Like, you know how everyone in Europe talks about Yankos and playing Sejuani over and over again, being a Sejuani bot. Like, I feel like you do your time, and Peanut definitely did his time.
He played so much of the Sejuani, the Trundle against Sejuani.
Okay, it's a lot of damage once again.
Okay.
As Chovy's not going to get that kill either. Pays once again, stealing it away from the guy that just wants to get to 1500. Like, come on, man. That's all right. Doran going to hop on top of the Rift Scuttler, and Youngjae going to be slowed down here momentarily. Chovy is trying to get some kills, but Taeyun's going to survive and go back home.
Gravity field placement there, amazing for Chovy. Locking up June, he's dead. Bulldog here now under this turret, trying to survive, but a dive is set up here. Peanut has flash and ult. This is greedy from Dudu here. We'll see if he can pull it off.
Greedy or desperate. We'll see which one it's going to be. And it's neither. That's just a real dead Gnar. As Chovy teleports in, let's see what they can find here as Peanut throws out the Glacial Prison, finds it onto Dudu. As now Death Ray flying on through once again. Gravity Field does come down as the slowdown onto Bulldog going to be there. Jun throwing some bees towards Genji.
You trade teleport for the Cassante and the Victor, and he ends up getting away with it. Doran not able to defend himself there with Meganar. So this ends up being a good play here. Another teleport has to be used to catch this wave, so ultimately you do have to expend both, which is why I was saying is kind of greedy, because if you get the kill, you still kind of lose a little bit of map control here. If you don't get the kill, you feel terrible about using it. As we're going to go all the way back to this is just Chovy coming over here with a Chaos Storm and a perfectly placed Gravity Field. And because of the ultimate there from Pays, it looks like June just feels like he has to path up to avoid getting hit by it, and then he's stunned by the Gravity Well by being in an extra second. Doran just caught a little bit off guard here, wasn't reacting quickly enough, doesn't have his Narbar fully set. And then, you know, the teleport here from Chovy, they try to make this happen. He flashes again to try to get the kill. The Gravity Field here, not able to pull it off, unfortunately.
Not quite, but still, I mean, Chovy has been kind of nonchalant this game.
The sickest 0-2 victor ever.
I know, right? Like, he's actually doing surprisingly well in a lot of these moments after having those, like, well, I guess I'm dead, like a couple of times so far this game. As speaking of which, it might be now, as, yeah, Tibbers is being a little bit frustrating, but he is going to be able to walk it off. And it looks like the bear is not going to be able to eat tonight, as Youngjae comes on over as well. And yeah, so Chovy lives to see another day this time around. This minion wave coming on through as Peanut and Delight, they'll turn up as well. And Delight is just speeding after them, finds himself the Mantra Q onto Youngjae, connects the rope, and there's the Glacial Prison. Peanut hasn't missed one of those tonight. That is another kill going over to Doran. Another assist for Chovy.
It feels like
through gritted teeth.
It feels like the hitbox of that is just bigger for Chovy, or rather for Peanut, than anyone else.
Right?
The ultimate. It's crazy how many of these you could just line up, and that's a dead turret. This is going to be a dead Annie.
That's a very dead Annie, and that's another kill to Doran! 1,500, guys. You can make it to 1,500 today. Like, you know, I know you don't need to give the kill over to Chovy or anything, but like, we'd like to see that stat, that milestone reached, you know? Maybe it's Score. Score told them, he's like, guys, my record is very close to 1,500, and if you wouldn't mind, I would like it if you just avoided someone removing my name from the list.
Well, this is just, Delight speeds himself up. They get the slow onto Youngjae. Peanut is like, all right, wait for it. Oh, just past the minion wave.
He's been holding back you know? It's been hyperbolic time chamber games, you know? He's like, I'm not going to bring out my Sejuani because we're good enough without it.
Chovy dodges the W there, knowing Tibbers is on cooldown. The only way that he could really get stunned there is by Bulldog Wing him. He perfectly dodges it there, just out of range. And I mean, this game it's felt close when you look at, like, when you're like, okay, I mean, Andy was doing really well in the early game. You know, Chovy's 0-2. You know, is something going on here? Like, is there an angle? But then you just see how the problems that weren't dealt with in this now very ahead Caitlyn's very fed Caitlyn and this Dar on the top side have really just started to stack up, right? You know, you can ignore these problems for a while, you can sweep them under the rug, but eventually.
Yeah, and Chains of Corruption just goes wide. Doran puts his face into a dead turret.
He's hitting so many of these gravity fields, he's like, I'm going Horizon Focus.
Yeah, right.
Chovy's Horizon Focus, all right.
Your Chaos Storm, you know, you just press the Chaos Storm and run away from the Tibbers, I guess. As Dudu comes on over and steals away a red buff, and by steals I mean takes his own red buff. But it does feel a little bit like a steal at this point in time.
Yeah.
Man, the Horizon Focus is kind of hilarious.
It's, I mean, don't do this, guys. Don't follow Chovy's item.
Yeah, this is let's not let him cook, actually. I don't think this is the meal that we wanted.
He could have just gone for...
It builds out a Hex Tech cookie, doesn't it? Like,
Yeah.
it just build a Shadow Flame, man. Like,
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that's what I thought he was going to build because he had the components, but could also have gone Void Staff second. I mean, he had choices he could make. He's trying to win this series without getting 1,500 kills.
yeah, I think that's what it is. He's got 4 assists since those couple of deaths at the beginning of the game.
He shouldn't have gone Leandri's, though, because that could steal a kill, you know?
Yeah, right? He might accidentally kill someone.
It's dangerous.
What would Score think then? Oh, it'd be a disaster. As FaZe clears out this mid-wave pretty comfortably. I've quite enjoyed his Caitlyn. Caitlyn can be one of those champions that can be frustrating just because you do have that lull in power that can be hard to play around. Because, you know, you feel like a god in the early game. You're like, oh, I'm so aggressive, I'm playing so far forward. And then if you don't sort of realize that things go a little bit worse throughout the mid-game, you can sort of overstep, which is what we see quite a bit.
Yeah, Caitlyn is kind of weird in the mid-game. It's like, she's got super long range. Even if she gets ahead, she just can't quite do it yet until she gets her third item. It's almost like she's walking on stilts or something. She's like, I'm coming at you, but like if I mess up one thing, if I fall over, I fall on my face.
Like my Bambi legs is just gonna snap.
I can't shoot that fast, but I shoot really hard, and my abilities are good, but hold on, let me get that Infinity Edge.
Yeah, please. All right, Quantum Freaks certainly well and truly on the back foot. That's why we're having a little bit of fun here, guys, because Gen G don't seem to be relinquishing any sort of control. 2.5 minutes on this Hex Tech Soul, and like that is, if we're not already circling the drain, that's a pretty pivotal point. As Doran is going to find Young Jay, and there is a Glacial Prison. I think that's the first one that Peanut hasn't actually found, but it was Flash. So I guess you still count it.
Yeah, zoning prison there.
Yeah. A glacial zone.
Well, I mean, Annie has level 16. Could flash for Tibbers here, but they need to be on the objective. He's taking the long way around because they don't have vision through this choke.
Oh, Jim just walks
Bulldog.
through. That's unfair. As all right, Peanuts is going to take the Baron. Quantum Freaks, can they find a team fight? Bulldog up towards the top side like you were talking about. He does have to flash to get out of here. The Molten Shield does allow him to run pretty quickly, but oh dear, there is an angry Poro. And Chovy, he gets his first kill.
One away.
You love to see it.
One away, but I feel like
Look
that's...
at how mathematically correct he is as well. You know, double 1 is 2, double 2 is 4.
Exactly.
Gorgeous. Now I'm kind of hoping he doesn't get that other kill.
I mean...
Or then I guess you get 2 plus 2 is 4.
Well, this is the thing, like with the game state now, as long as he just intentionally doesn't get another kill, it's $14.99. It keeps us in suspense.
Oh, that's true.
A showman, a true showman.
Oh, that is glorious. We should talk to Hugh Jackman.
Who would play Chovy? I mean, realistically.
In the movie? That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to get back to you. Thankfully, this is the best of 3, so we've got time. As Dudu almost kills Taeyun there with his little dash to his teammate. As Doran gets behind this turret that is now no longer there. Another minion wave crashes as there is an R onto... Oh, that was beautiful. The wallop just fantastic onto Young Jay, who's just cycloning his way out of this situation. He burns down. It's the second kill for Chovy, and he makes it to 1,500. Absolutely fantastic. Peanut's going to go down. But so is this inhibitor, and there it is. We got to use the lower third in this game. Isn't it glorious? Tib is also getting amongst it here, trying to take down Trophy, who says thanks for the 50 gold, and he wants the other 50 gold as well. Now trying to get this flank towards the side. And Doran goes golden. Dudu not going to be able to find the knock-up with his Q, and now the Nexus is exposed. Doran hits the Mega, and now it looks like we're just going to be finishing this one off as there's another one, 1501! My goodness, Trophy just rolling in the kills now. Is that going to be another one? That is just absurdity as he flashes and walks through the wall, as you like to do. Genji, they take game one pretty comfortably.
Yeah. Bit of a Doran pop-off. It almost felt like they jumped out of his seat with everybody else there.
I mean, the game was a bit of a Doran pop-off, not
Yeah.
gonna lie.
Yeah. I mean, is the Annie pick good in lane, and was he camped? Was Chovy camped by Youngjae? The answer to both those questions is yes. Annie is good in lane, can be played very well early. I love that he took the shield at level 1 so he could trade with Chovy's Qs, and then we did see Youngjae come in for those aggressive ganks when Chovy was overextended, but it felt very Willer-esque, right, when Willer and Chovy were on the team, except it was against Chovy in this case, where Youngjae's like, yeah, I'm just coming over there repeatedly and we're going to push Chovy down. But the Gnar getting solo kills in the side is, yes, one more time. The Gnar getting solo kills on the side, you had a Caitlyn pushing into a Varus nonstop, and there was no resources given either to the top or the bottom to stem the bleeding there. And then Chovy just kind of naturally got his Leandries, and he was ready to press R and do damage.
Yep, and as you can see, 8 kills away from knocking Score into 10th place. And so that's what I was talking about. You know, maybe the team was conspiring against him because, you know, they want to get some coach points. It's probably okay, Score, if we go to 10th. So that is where Chovy is. If he manages to get a few more, then it'll be the 9th most kills.
You're a jungler, Score. It's okay.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to hold that top 10 forever. I mean, we got a lot of LCK left in our lifetimes.
Yeah, and it should be fine. Should be fine. Chovy does a hell of a lot of damage. Like, so this is what we were talking about before, Wolf, right? We were like, Chovy just so nonchalantly 0-2 victoring their way to a victory.
Bulldog gets an early lead, but if he can't convert, Chovy will just naturally do better and longer-term damage. If Annie doesn't have enough map control to consistently set up stuns and engages, it won't matter. Kind of a niche solo queue pick here, but now 0-2 this season in the LCK.
Yeah, we want to see more out of Kwandong Freaks. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, it's the Space and game number 2.
여기 맞아. 50 맞춰, 50 노플이야. 천천히, 빨리지 말고. 나 좀 봐줄래? 야, 산테 넘어가진다. 산테. 한터 빼고. 아, 괜찮아. 한번 빠지면서. 나 죽냐? 실드 줄게. 까비. 끝낼 생각하다. 끝낼 생각하다. 펜탕을. 일단, 되겠지 뭐. 바로 무조건 돼. 티버 먼저 잡고. 어차피 대포 4개라서 천천히 하면 돼. 이거 먼저 그냥 한타로 봐. 애니 노플. 산테 노공이야. 저 타워 깰게요. 타워 쳐줘. 얘네가 무조건 걸어줄 거야. 나를 실드 줄 수 있어. 싸움 해도 돼. 애니. 산테. 그래요. 가비.
We are back, and Chovy has gotten 1,500 kills. Congratulations to Chovy, 1,501 actually. He's got an opportunity to pass score if he does get 8 more kills in the next game, or if it goes to a third game and he totals 8 or more kills. But yeah, just an incredible moment for Chovy, of course. He does pick it up in this game. That was pretty one-sided from Genji after the early game. What did he think about the Annie?
Good question. The Annie itself, to me, wasn't as much of a problem as just the overall level of gameplay. And this is something we're running into more and more. The one thing I was really not okay with was the Cassante. The Heimer, to me, was also not great. Costa's already really touched upon why. Heimerdinger has been severely nerfed, and even though the shove is still kind of okay into Karma, into double range, the nerfs to his health of turrets are going to hurt the most. So, not a great choice, Caitlyn. Good to know Pace can play it. Wasn't the main character of this game by any means, but like played a really clean Caitlyn, did what he needed to on the pick, showcases that he can play it, and you can't leave it open because Caitlyn is busted. And then the Annie to me was very cool. The Victor was okay as a counter, but did really suffer from some early game problems with a lot of focus and the point and click power of Annie shining through. And in theory, the draft of Kwangdong, even though they can run into some issues in terms of range, late game against Caitlyn and the Karma do have a lot of like hard force power in mid game, right? Wukong, Cassante, Annie, like flash engage kind of combos. You have Lethality Varus, and they got some leads, and then they lost them all.
Yeah, there were some moments in the mid game where we were like, oh, you know, they could have come in here and taken this team fight, and maybe if
they
they
took
went
another road.
They took like a different road, and they got
good.
poked down a lot before the fight even began. So. Just a little bit of a team diff, I feel, in this one. You can take a look at the first highlight and kind of showcase a little bit of what we're talking about.
It's a really good example because compositionally, I think you can fight here. I think you can 5v5 as long as you respect the Gnar. You do have a lot of power, but what we see is that Doran, who had an insane game, played really, really well. Like, look at how much damage that top half is taking, right? Like, Chovy already has them fully chunked.
And then walk through a Chaos Storm, I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, and a laser, and they're trying to like force into a choke point with Mega Gnar up. So these are the moments where you just really clearly see that this Kwangdong is a team that just isn't nearly as experienced. Like, they're making decisions that just aren't good at all, and that's okay because a large part of this team is expected to make these decisions.
Scrimming.
Exactly. Well, they're still scrimming as well. So, but it also showcased, and you actually saw this earlier tonight. I was like, oh, there's some, you know, some mid-game leads. Like, no, just have faith. And Genji overall played as soon as the map opened up way better.
Yeah, they control the map really well, and we can take a look at a fight that happened about 4 minutes later. And these are the biggest 2 highlights for us because it's like, well, first, you know, Kwangdong kind of pushed themselves into a fight that was not in their favor. And then this happened, which, again, just accelerated Genji very far ahead.
It's also the thought of trying to shove into a Victor in of itself is very hard. And even though this looks like relatively low impact, right, because they just killed Wukong, it still is like it's a really big kill. They then turn this into both a turret and then immediate follow-up Drake. Yeah. And moments like that where you see Kwangdong kind of go in aggressively, overextend, and then get punished, were so common that we didn't, outside of the one team fight, we didn't really have team fights. It was just like someone got picked off or 2 people got picked off. And Genji just kept taking everything.
Yeah, and Genji's
really
macro is really insane, right? Yeah. So if you're a team like Kwangdong, it's rough, right? Because there's a lot of pressure on these guys. You know, they're trying to perform well, but you make like one mistake after everything went right, and then all of a sudden you just lose. Like, obviously it was a little bit more than that. That's very exaggeratory, but like, it's still kind of, I could imagine it would feel that way because things were going so well, and then all of a sudden, you know, a couple of mistakes here and there, you know, one lost team fight, and all of a sudden, Genji, you just have like Hextech Soul basically.
And additionally, if you're playing against this as Kwangdong, it feels like you want to commit onto Pace, but then Pace's positioning is too good. You want to try and kill Chovy. And outside of lane, Chovy had a really good game. Obviously, his laning phase kind of sus, but outside of that, really cleaned it up. And top lane was, we haven't even talked about top lane yet because I think we might in a little bit. But that was obviously also kind of a disaster.
Speaking of which, Chronicler, let's give Doran his POG here for game number 1. The guy had an excellent laning phase into some insane plays in the team fights. A pretty obvious, straightforward vote here, especially because mid lane went the way it went. And as you mentioned, Paze was kind of just, he was playing really well, but he wasn't the main character.
Yeah, it wasn't about him this game. And
I think Peanut might get some votes.
Could be. Peanut had a clean game as well, but to me, Doran was able to single-handedly showcase why you should not pick Asante into Gnar. Like, this was already a counter matchup. He like, nice sidestep from Dudu, right, on the Gnar. That's cool, I guess. But what we're going to see here is that he misses one Q, and then Doran's like, oh, cool, you're dead. Like, it's...
A little bit of spoiler, sorry, I'm laughing because I can see like half of the Korean screen from here. We might get some media kick W in the chat. We have a couple of votes for Chovy who, he pressed his buttons, he did some big boom boom after getting boom boom.
He hit 1500 kills.
He did, he got, it's really the narrative vote there that we're looking at. 1,500 kills, a lot for Chovy, a very large number. Either way, guys, we're done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Yeah, all
All
right.
right, hold on. Like, hold on a sec. Because I almost voted for Peanut, as the casters mentioned, was a good choice, but I was like, nah, I think Doran was a little bit more impactful. Chovy did win a lot of those team fights, like, off-screen. Like, the highlight we did have where he just basically is 1v3ing and dropping Death Rays down and tossing in a Chaos Storm. Like, I think Chovy had a good game. Yeah, his phase was a little sus, but, like, I actually appreciate the Chovy votes. Now, because it's media, it's fun to say media kick W, but, like,
I mean,
I would respect anybody voting for Chovy.
He was 100% like a top 5 player on his team. 100%. I think there is no doubt in my mind that he was well and truly up there. Quantum Freaks are going to remain on the blue side. We'll see what actually changes as far as the draft is concerned. There are times, and we mention this almost every time, there is no side change, and it's a CVMAX team, that, we could just get the salty run back. But I have a feeling we're not going to, because this did seem like a pretty outdated draft. So hopefully we see some changes.
I think we will. Question is, what sort of changes are going to come through? I don't think that the Caitlyn will be allowed to be played by Pays again. As Ash is banned here on red side for Gen G. There's a Caitlyn ban, so shocker.
So now Jace or Elise likely to get through, as
Maokai will not be.
Yeah, they cannot ban it. So yeah, Maokai has to be banned. It's just too strong. We saw that last week. Quite a few teams making the mistake of leaving up the tree. We're not going to see it, as the Elise is the chosen ban. So the Jace will get through. We'll see whether this is something that Dudu can just pick up. Like, you can first pick Jace, I think. I think it's absolutely fine because you can flex it.
Yeah, you can for sure. But they might just look for a Sejuani first pick here, play reactionary.
Yep.
Some of the best answers to Zeri are removed here. The Varus is still open, so you could see what Gen G want to play on that bottom side while taking the Sejuani first pick. I think this is part of why blue side has become more popular right now in the LCK, as you get the jungle priority with all these jungle bans, and then you get to respond and get the right counter matchup for the AD carry role. So, okay, rather than the Sejuani, again, it's going to be the Wukong. But this time, at least you're not giving over a Caitlyn with this.
Yeah.
So it feels a lot better.
Yeah, that's definitely good news. I wonder whether Gen G will go towards something like the Aphelios or something like that, or whether it's just Varus that's going to be locked away. The Zeri's still available, I guess. With the Lucian being banned, we're not going to have that sort of handshake that we often see, but this isn't a surprise, to be perfectly honest, although the Sejuani is going to be the last second swap over.
Can grab a Lulu here with Sejuani and kind of limit your opponent's options, and then keep the Aphelios and or the Zeri open as options here.
Yeah, and I really like the Lulu because it pairs well with the Aphelios that Pays is also very good at playing.
That's my angle here if I'm Gen G, I think. It's just grab a Lulu. But, I mean, we'll see. The Jace is another one we've talked about. Feels very risky into Wukong, especially picked up early in a draft like this, because now you can get punished. Is Sivir kind of the forgotten bot laner who has great wave clear and great power in the later parts? Is I do not condone this. I do not recommend this. I would advise against this.
Well, Annie's going to be locked in.
I mean, this could be support this time.
It could. And Annie Varus, that sounds like a lane that I've casted before. Maybe 8 years ago. So kind of cute. Always reminds me of Tabe. You remember Tabe?
Yeah.
Back in the day?
You know, the other thing about this for Kwangdong Freaks is if it is going to be the Annie, you kind of, as Genji, you're not sure. I like this less, though, if you're going to lock the Renekton in early here. The Jace becomes protected, though, if you don't. lock in something here. But if you locked in Annie Varus, then they're left guessing whether it's Annie support or not, and then you only get one pick here as Genji, the support or the AD carry gets choked out. But yeah, I mean, if you don't lock in Renekton here, then the Jace becomes a lot more safe on the top side of the map. Yeah. They're just going to take the Varus away now.
I think Varus is fine. I think Lulu is also fine, just because there are a lot of pairings that you can go with if you would like to. But still, the Varus is a little bit more standard, a little bit more comfortable. You can play it with a lot of different things, and so I think the added flexibility is going to feel nice.
We talked about range problems for the Annie in Game 1. With the Jace Varus,
a lot of
side, yeah, it makes Annie's life miserable, whether it's going to be mid or support. I think it is going to be mid, but you know, they have some flexibility here as there's the Zeri ban, basically saying I'm not letting you guys scale up with this one. And because of the Renekton priority here and the Varus pickup for Genji, you can eliminate a lot of the meta AD carries here. We might just see a Sivir ban here as well, saying, all right, well, now you have to kind of play as awkward Aphelios lane, or you're going to play a Ziggs lane or something.
Ooh, Yone. Interesting. It is expected that the Renekton is going into Jace on the top side of the map, but that Jace could be anywhere.
That's true.
And so we could even just see Genji lock away yet another Nah in 4th place on red. Could be walking into some potential silences depending on where the Annie's going, but it does mean then that Kwangdong Freaks are extraordinarily short range into Jace Varus.
I actually really
just feels horrible.
I really like the Gnar, and they banned the Sylas. Makes it a really good Gnar call here, actually, for Genji. But it looks like they want to play the Azir instead, which is going to be similarly a matchup we talked about in the previous set into Annie, you know, in particular, where you can have a lot of power. And Annie will be mid. The Karma lock-in comes through. And now, as the Varus lane here, you have a tough choice to make. You know, Heimerdinger very weak on this patch.
Pyke is fun.
Delight's Nautilus, though. And I didn't think we'd get to see it after Game 1. I was like, it's not going to be a day where we get to see Delight's Nautilus. You know, any Melee Delight enjoyers besides me. Like, I'm like, anybody? I didn't think we were going to get to see it. But happy to be wrong, as Ezreal adds a lot of long-term damage to this comp here for Kwangdong Freaks. They can use the engage very well. And Ezreal has so much frontline here. His chip away, Karma's chip damage, Annie's engaged, Wukong, Renekton. Ezreal has so much flexibility. But if Pays catches him ever, if he goes the lethality variant here and chunks his health down to half, like that's the end of that. You also have to deal with the Azir, you have to deal with Nautilus engaged. So positioning is everything for Taeyun in this game. And as cool as it is to see Annie in mid again, this game is definitely going to be all about Ezreal and how much he gets done.
Absolutely true. Also, I don't know whether I like the Annie matchup into the Azir all that much.
I really don't,
Yeah, because you can just, it's very similar to a lot of other of our mages that don't have a lot of mobility. Yes, Molten Shield gives you that movement speed now, that's kind of cool, but I don't think it's going to stop you from getting scooped. And it could be a 2-for-1 special as well. Think about that, like, Chovy would be very happy to take that extra 50 gold from the Tibbers kill, you know?
It's just a matter of getting into position to set up a stun pre-6 is so difficult into the Azir Sand Soldiers, and you're not going to hit a W if Chovy's got that spaced out right, as he often does. 1,500 kills, he hit it today. He is 8 away from tying score. 9 he'd have to pick up in this game on the Azir to pass score tonight.
That is a lot of, that's a lot of kills on an Azir. And it is a composition that certainly could do it. I don't know whether Chovy will be the main character necessarily, because this Jace and Varus have a lot of room to move. Let's get into game number 2. Wow, Delight was freaking out on that Nautilus, having a really good time as he ran out of base as Bulldog is going to try out a different skin this time.
Best Nautilus skin, by the way.
Oh, you like that one?
Yeah, it's my favorite.
Like the full robot?
Yeah, it's very cool. I really like it.
I think mine is the Chandelure skin. I think that's my favorite. Just because I'm a bit of a Pokemon fan. And it's cool, you know, like the blue lights and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. As Chovy going for an original, as this was the release skin with Azir, I believe.
I didn't see what it was. I was like focused on whether Bulldog gets hit by that comet or not. Doesn't actually get touched.
Yeah, it was the what is it? The I don't remember the name of it, but it's just the blue one.
What year was that?
It was the year he was released. I guess Season 3.
Yeah, 2013, right?
I think so. All right. Bulldog just going to be wandering.
Kind of looks like
Chovy.
What's the term for this? Like one of those undersea creatures that has the tentacles behind it, but it's got like a skull at the front. Like it looks like very hard at the front. What's the word for this?
Cuttlefish?
Yeah, cuttlefish. Yeah, I don't know. It reminds me of a cuttlefish for some reason.
It's got a cuttlefish vibe. As Pays and Delight struggling a little bit against the double range here. Of course, Ezreal Karma is a very powerful lane, especially into melee. So this could be a really rough one for Gen G, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Arrows.
You're basically saying, like, all right, well, we're trading off of lane power here in order to have engage later. And you already have a lot of poke in this comp, so the Varus doesn't need to get ahead necessarily in this lane.
It's also, it's going to be the
Lethal
attack
tempo.
speed variant, so on-hit Varus is going to be coming through for Pays. I don't know whether I completely agree with it, just because I feel like the double poke with Jace and the Varus could be very strong.
If you're not going to pick up if you're not going to play like Soraka or Heimerdinger into this, though, it's just so terrible to try to play it out and get advantages with the lethality in this lane, and you're not going to want to go like Comet or Hail of Blades with this Nautilus, so... You know, we have seen, like, the rare lethal tempo start into just lethality anyways. Like, it has happened a few times this season, but, yeah, it doesn't feel great right now, and it's not going to feel great for a while, unfortunately. But you're still going to have a nice win condition later on. Even with the on-hit variant, your arrows are going to do a lot. Storin has no idea about Youngjae.
Might have a bit of an idea now, as he does miss the Shock Blast. Doran taking a bit of damage, might have to go for the Fat Flash, and there it is. Nails it. Immediately after him, Dudu comes in, though, as... Oh, no! Unable to find it. Youngjae not able to follow up. That was real sad. I believe Q was still on cooldown, something like that, or it was a misplay. As Peanut thinking about sneaking over. The vision, really good here for Condong Freaks. And they're playing with a lot of respect.
So much respect here. Even without seeing Peanut, they're even going to replace this ward as it times out. Peanut knows the timing of this pretty well. But also, like, they haven't been that far off. Like, look at this timing for Peanut. It's insane.
Yeah, immediately. The hook is going to connect there as Jun's going to flash immediately. Taeyun knew what was going on, but I don't know whether they can even stop this as Jun has to move out of the way, and he manages to get the kill, but goes down in the first place as Delight tanking some Mystic shots. As that was an interesting cleanse.
Yeah, that was
Arcane shifts immediately afterwards, but of course Nautilus finds himself relatively uncleansable with a lot of his abilities.
Really greedy play there from Taeyun, and now all summoners down here for Taeyun and June. This is the scary moment that we were talking about here, where the Varus gets a little bit of a leash to work with, as Doran handles this very well. Looks for the knockback onto the Wukong, Fat Flash to the wall, and then has the acceleration gate perfectly.
I think Doran knew that he was thought that he was dead.
Yeah.
But
look at this.
Order was a bit wrong.
This timing of the ward expiring here for Peanut. May have seen the drop, otherwise just extremely knowledgeable about how this timing of the ward is going to go, or maybe the communication of when the ward was placed is there. Either way, Kwangdong Freak still showing some respect, but not enough, and then Taeyun, trying to look for some extra chip damage here, is forced to cleanse and back away. All summoners down.
Yeah, the cleanse flash to be used, but did have to come back down again. I believe cleanse flash was a thing in the past, I believe. Not a thing at that particular moment in order to mitigate the CC.
Yeah.
It was actually something that I was talking to Chronicler about yesterday. As I'm a bit of an old man, sometimes a few of the changes in League of Legends overlap in my brain, and I don't know where we are. Yeah, it's just a thing. It comes with age. All right. Delight wandering towards Jun here, who does have a level advantage on the Karma.
Yeah, this is like what happens to me watching, you know, old StarCraft VODs and then going back to present time. I'm like, where's the mothership core? You know, like, which overcharge meta are we living in?
Yeah.
Are Queen's good right now? Like,
how my Void Rays doing?
Oh god, that's a rest in peace. That unit.
Rip.
It's my whole entire ladder career with the Void Ray.
Mine too, in the beta of StarCraft 2 a million years ago.
Doran hits, you know, nice advantage here in this lane. Is going to try to push it forward. That was actually well played by Dudu, but he's still just going to kind of push it in.
All right. Chovy flies away from the bear. As it turns out, birds have a natural defensive ability against bears, and that is flying. It's pretty good.
gliding in this case, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
As you got to be careful, June, about walking forward any further. Delight hits a dredge line, and you're under that turret radius. You have no flash. It's very difficult to actually dive this Nautilus lane. And the focus is elsewhere, right? Because I think what Delight is saying is, all right, you're going to struggle to kill this Jace on the top side. There's a little bit of extra prio there for Doran. If you try to go there, you know, it's not going to be easy. You could find a kill, right? We saw Doran escape from the last gank. And then Delight could just kind of sit under turret here into this Karma and say, yeah, well, not going to be the lethality variant of the Varus in this composition anyways, so we'll just kind of sit back here and be unkillable on this side of the map. Chobi's going to have prio mid, just because he could put Sand Soldiers up, and in order for Bulldog to stun, he either has to flash or take a ton of damage, as we've seen previously.
Yeah, it's definitely a much better feel for Chovy here in this mid lane. Young Jay hasn't been just hard camping or anything like that, but Bulldog should still be able to, you know, charge up the stun, get things going, and we'll see whether this game is going to be a better look for the Annie. As Dudu has Jun now behind him.
Doran still doesn't have his flash back. See how greedy he gets.
Yeah, Dudu as well, flashless, but does have the teammate.
Yeah, they should see, or they should have identified that there's no June in the bot lane, so this Karma is somewhere else. And Chovy's not in mid, so like, where could she be? Doran definitely, I think, reading this pretty well. Like, this just doesn't add up.
Yeah, I like the defensive play, as he's going to get a fair bit of damage down onto Dudu, but still, with no flash available, I think Doran should be dead here as he tries to walk it out, but Kuldameek is going to be there, and unfortunately, the Jace was meek at this point in time, as Quantum Freaks looking to grab themselves a Herald.
Really clean from Dudu, just preventing the knockback there from Doran, and Doran uses that last possible second. His flash is up now. Like, the timing of this it could not have been thinner for Doran not having his flash and getting out of that.
Oh, okay. Well, Peanut's over the wall. Young Jay going to use his Warrior Trickster to avoid the Winter's Wrath as Dudu comes around. Pays is going to be in here, but Peanut is just dead. This was... Remember, game one was Genji just knowing all of the plays.
Yeah.
And this is Quandong Freaks just running the map.
I mean, your Varus is not in a game state where he could just carry a team fight here. You don't have vision, and Peanut's just over the wall, trying to look for a steal, blind. And he doesn't have flash. He didn't have flash. He has it now, but he didn't have flash anyways. So there was no get out of jail free card here. To lose a flash to also lose the objective. Like, he didn't even have that. As this is really well played from Dudu. Gets behind Doran as Doran becomes melee. So you see Doran waits last possible second, I'm stunned, and then just cannot quite get out. As Peanut's over the wall here, and then has no flash. And it sticks around. Like, this is just really bizarre.
Yeah.
Like, what is he pushing forward for here? And there's no setup for Chovy. He's not in range.
And Doran was walking down bottom lane as well, right? Like, they just didn't have the manpower in order to take that one. So, a bit greedy for Gen G. Still, not the end of the world, but it's a 1,000 gold lead for Quandong Freaks, as now they're looking to try and take down Dudu. Delight doesn't have 6 just yet. Wants to be able to get on in here and make something happen as, yeah, 1 versus 3 underneath the turret. Let's see how Dudu's going to do as he does manage to get the Dominus back up. That flash was really cute as Delight tanks the turret for about infinity amounts of time, and they are able to grab it, but that was pretty close.
Yeah. That was actually really sick from Dudu. He played that so cleanly as Delight just walks up and ignites him to tank the turret. And then the flash angle was just really so unexpected, as we'll see if FaZe can survive here top side.
Yeah, well, it's going to be real difficult, but he's able to get a kill back. You love to see it. Young Jay able to get out of the way of the turret aggro, but man, 1 for 1, you'll take those.
Yeah. TP coming up here to try to defend some more of this turret. And grab some of that CS, because you push this one into the bottom lane. Doran having that extra TP feels pretty nice in this situation. Going to get farm in 2 lanes here.
Yeah.
Picking up some plate gold.
And now you've got that gold lead moving down to 300. I mean, there's basically nothing in it. So Gen G making some good plays to get back into this game.
Solo Infernal Drake has spawned here, and Pays is rushing back as quickly as he can. Doran just TP'd top, and he was unseen on his recall timer here.
Oh, man. That's a very dead Jun.
Well, never mind in terms of setting up for this Drake. I was like, all right, well, Doran's not there. He backed. They don't know. You're going to have to play this slow. Well, yeah. Face check in June is insta-deleted there with no vision on the left side of the pit, and No contest needed. Doran's like, oh, I wish I didn't even back.
Yeah, that was like jump scare worthy. That was real. Like if I was Jin in that situation, I would have yelped. I would have definitely done a bit of a yelp.
That would have been one of those times my mom's like, I don't like the violent ones. You know? Why do they play all the violent video games?
Why it's always the violent video games.
I don't like it when they jump out and kill them.
Yeah, well, it is somewhat mean. As Chovy is going to walk away from Bulldog as best as he can. Okay. Decent vision for Quantum Freaks towards the top side. Unfortunately, Jun was face-checking on the bottom side, which is not where the vision was, as Doran picks the wrong juke. But that's fine. Genji, they've...
up there with ult.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to try to make a play on both bottom and top at the same time. Peanut's over here.
Crucial Barrage goes to Narnia as Peanut comes on in here. Let's see what they can actually get done as Pays can't get the kill. Peanut is able to lock that one down. The flash from Bulldog as he puts a bear on top of the pig. There's animals everywhere as the Incinerate doesn't land, but the Disintegrate absolutely does. And Peanut just decides to hit Tibbers because he knew that he was dead. Youngjae over here, but could be somewhat greedy. Doran in the area.
Now, Delight here did not use his ult or his flash, so some respect needs to be shown here for this Nautilus. Chovy free farming mid because of that TP for Bulldog to the bottom lane. So this is a very scrappy game. It's all over the place. But Genji are getting these incremental advantages here that I think are more significant than what Kwangdong Freaks have put together here, you know? In moments like this where Pays is trading up, he's like dodging everything, playing this crazy bullet hell game we call League of Legends right now in 2023. Gets hit by the True Shot Barrage and still gets the kill.
Man.
Plus 450.
That was so sick. That was actually far more sick than I even thought it was when I first watched it. So really glad that we saw the replay.
Just takes him out, like, straight up. Not much else to say here. Wants to buy time for Bulldog to come over. Stun is going to eventually lock up Peanut, and he dies. But, like, the value of where this gold is going on the side of the Quantum Freaks, I'd love to see where the advantages are in terms of gold, because there's a lot of question marks we have right now. Like, is Pays that far ahead? You know, looking at the gold graph here, you could see... Okay, hold up, Pays. No flash here.
Jun's going to move on over. There's the flash, gets the tether as Delight in position. There's the depth charge. Pays sidesteps the ulti. You love to see it as Taeyun once again going to throw out the cleanse as Youngjae moves on over. And Pays is going to survive. Man, Delight is super good at this video game.
And all the while, this top turret is getting removed from the map. Doran is pushing up here with Peanut shadowing. And plates fall away, so you don't get anything out of this, unfortunately. Trying to set up a follow-up dive with this flash Wukong.
Yeah, Delight actually coming over here, seeing whether they can dissuade Youngjae from going for any potential dive. As Delight finds a point-blank dredge line, and I think he's still dead. Yep, there he goes. So a little bit unfortunate. Steps a little bit too close.
This
will be taken down.
For Genji is so bizarre. It has so many weak points that are getting exploited, but they're playing the macro part of this game so well that I still like their position. They've actually gotten a gold lead now because the Jace pushed down a whole turret while being shadowed by Peanut. It's like, yeah, weak side Varus with Nautilus, question mark. That's like not really a thing. But we bought some time, and then Delight's like, can we turn this? And Pays is like, you're dying, man. I'm sorry. Yeah. Delight just dies there randomly, but there's no plates to pick up. They do get the turret. But again, Genji faster on the group up here for this Herald, so they're kind of getting more money on the map than Kwangdong Freaks, despite some of these bizarre game states we found ourselves in, these like mini advantages for both teams across the board.
And it also feels like Genji are playing like 3 different archetypes with their composition as well.
Yeah,
like,
right?
And they pick the Varus, but they play it in like a DPS way, so like they're playing towards front to back, but also they've got Jace and Varus, and they're like, well, we could be poke, and then but they're not, and then they want to go hard engage, and then they also want to scale and team fight, and there's frontline, and I don't know. It's like they do have a lot of different options, but Jack of all trades is often a master of none. But right now, at least Genji are controlling the map much better.
Here's the question I have is, can Kwangdong Freaks navigate this mid-game where Drake fights are fairly irrelevant, which means there's going to be, I think this is going to be a bit of a longer one probably, especially with the game state here for Genji. Can they navigate these team fights around Baron and some of these upcoming Drake fights in a way that this Annie just doesn't get absolutely obliterated by the Shock Blast damage and the Azir engages? Like, Leandri's with such a long range and such a long leash to work with here with Chovy, like, can you actually ever win a 5v5 fight here where Taeyun actually gets to carry and we go the long distance? I wonder, because I'm not feeling good about their chances right now.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit dicey, but now Gen.G do have them in that team fight position. Bulldog on the flank. He's fairly far away from his team right now. Flash available, so important for Annie, as we know.
Yeah, Shock Blast need to hit here too for Doran for us to be scared about their damage.
Yeah. As the arrows flying in, not exactly the scariest ones, as yeah, there's a Shock Blast. 50% Jun's health. And now they're going for it. Bulldog, can you find the kill onto Delight? Yes, they can, but immediately the Karma goes down as well. Emperor's Divide going to be used defensively to get rid of this Wukong as the Shock Blasts are raining from the north. My goodness. Doran just off to the side, playing a very different video game.
I like how Dudu is on top of Doran with ult and flash, and yet still Doran is at full health and Shock Blaster landing.
Yeah, I didn't. Wait, did that happen?
Like he's just not able to stop Doran from making an impact in this fight. Okay, Doran very aggressively forward now.
Yeah, he certainly is, as this fight over the Drake is getting a little bit dicey. Okay, they do manage to stun up Doran, who does a front flip onto Dudu, immediately flashes out as the Disintegrate was placed quite beautifully, and the Jace does eventually go down. And now the Drake is going to be secured by Kwangdong Freaks, as Chovy and Doran both died.
Yeah, not entirely sure why everyone on Gen.G decided we have to lock this Drake down no matter what, so much so that Doran is at the...
It's Chemtech Drake, man!
It's like Doran is in the
best!
The back of the Drake pit as Jace, like... this game is definitely not the peak performance that we've seen from Gen.G this season.
Well, there's a hook. Pays is here as well. He's got a lot of auto attack damage, and there it is. Does still respect the Renekton a lot and is going to flash away, but still picks up another kill. 3-2-2 now on the Varus.
Kwangdong Freaks give Taeyun another turret worth of gold. This Ezreal is so fed right now.
Yeah, he's huge.
Like, he's been given these critical kills. He's gotten the bottom turret, he's gotten the mid turret. See what he ends up picking up here with this second item. His Murmon is also already almost complete. See how much gold he has on him at the moment. Actually forced to stop his back here in mid temporarily. As Kwangdong Freak's really trying to push the map control right now, but losing out a little bit here as Youngjae doesn't have ult and Herald crashes through. This game is just non-stop craziness.
Yeah, it's just constantly fighting for these objectives as Chovy going to get out of there. Peanut may not be so lucky, but he does have Doran coming off to the side as Bulldog finds himself a double stun as he drops Tibbers. Delight not as tanky as he wants to be as Gen.G. They will successfully back away.
Pace is like not even here. And Taeyun is like, all right, Azir turret, we'll let that go. That's the one turret I'm not going to take on this map. Is the fight here starts off pretty aggressively when Delight's like, all right, I'm going in, grabs Junior, the follow-up from Hayes is insane damage. And then look at Dudu here, rooted on the side, has his ult up, and then Doran is still hitting Shock Blasts onto Bulldog despite that here. And then when we see the hard commit to the Drake, Doran's in pit. And the rest of Gen.G are like, man, this is a 3,000 health Drake. Do we let this go? I'm not sure. Awkward, Doran's in the pit. Like, does he want to flash this? Really frustrating, and we don't have the damage. Chovy's too chunked, and Doran just flashes the pit, gets stunned by Bulldog over the wall. And this was a very messy fight here for Gen.G. The start of the fight was good, but you could definitely cut your losses and back away.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Dudu just sees himself a very, very low health cannon minion, and then sees a low health Varus, who does have flash, so isn't able to actually turn the kill. Tibbers looked very frustrating for Pace to deal with in that last fight, which is another reason why I would have really liked Lethality Varus, just because you stand so far away, instead of having to try and get auto attacks with a bear chasing you, which can be annoying, as we saw, kind of was. Now has himself his... Yeah, I don't know whether Tabi's were the right call. Steel caps
on the Renekton?
No, on the Varus.
Oh, on the Varus. Yeah, in this case,
but I guess you do want to kind of mitigate the Wukong, the Ezreal, and the Renekton, as you are going to be trying to get these autos, but avoiding being stunned for way too long by the Annie might be a good move.
I think he's kind of hoping that his positioning is going to be good enough to where that won't be an issue. Whereas the Wukong flank might catch him, the Renekton getting on top of him, etc. And even that Ezreal chip damage is frustrating to deal with. I 100% see your point, though. I think both are acceptable options here.
Maybe I'm putting too much respect on the Annie, because it is, the only real stun.
He has cleanse, in this comp too.
Cleanse, yeah.
So
And also, it is Chemtech, so
Yeah.
get that tenacity, I guess.
Get that tenacity.
All right, well, they didn't manage to get the last Drake. Genji
No.
still sitting on just the Infernal. I think this one might definitely be a longer game.
Okay, now we can actually take a look at the value of the items here. Like, the Annie is only 200 gold ahead of the item value here, and Chovy is actually sitting on 700 gold the advantage. His Shadow Flame is picked up now.
Yeah.
That was the
spike.
time where these fights get a lot harder for Kwangdong Freaks. This next Drake fight is definitely not going to be a shoo-in. Doran's flash still down. That's very frustrating. All these flashes still coming back up for Genji from the last fight, so they need to be very cautious about how they approach this. But this should be a moment where the Annie shouldn't actually be able to have enough agency to really make a big stun happen unless Genji overextend or make an error. And the more I watch this comp, the more I'm like, this Nautilus really just doesn't make sense. Like, he did get the pick onto Karma because June accidentally got hooked by him in that last fight, and Paze was able to follow up, but if you had almost any other ranged support here, I feel so much better about your chances in this composition.
I wouldn't have minded a Lulu.
Yeah.
Exactly right. You still have a knock-up, you know? It's fine. But still, they will have that extra ability to get these engages working. Depth charge is always quite valuable. As Peanut looking for Youngjae on the side as Shock Blast misses onto Bulldog, who does have Flash. There's one as well, as they're looking to just transition this fight over. Paze getting taken down very low as Tibbers, oh my goodness, okay, Paze almost dies. Is now wanting to lifesteal himself back to relative health as the Chemtech Drake now alive. Soul Point on the cards for Kwangdong Freaks, but they can't take these Shock Blasts.
Peanut's over here, and they can get Chovy into position, and that Leandri's damage is going to be so real, and without this Annie to engage anymore, the bars will eventually come back. There's such a timer now on Kwangdong Freaks to win this fight.
Yeah, especially with the fact that Paze is just walking back from base.
He's coming.
He has to flash to get out of the way of Bulldog. And there's the Inspire. Kwangdong Freaks, they can still definitely fight this. It's 4v5. The Varus is able to walk back in. As now, there it is. Delight throws it out, and the Annie is just going to fall. Youngjae has to Warrior Trickster to try and get out as Taeyoon inside the pit, unable to steal away the Drake, and Genji just play it better.
Lack of experience here for Kwangdong really shining in this moment. You've got to push more aggressively, try to use your Ezreal poke, and try to play around the fact that you do have, even without Tibbers, some sort of peel for this Ezreal with the Annie. You have the Wukong, and you can try to play forward here, but he stepped too far forward at the exact time Paze comes over. Is now Kwangdong going to try to contest this? If they mess this fight up, this might just be game.
Yeah, Youngjae is under half health. It's very, very scary, but he might be able to make this a 50. He gets it, he steals it! Youngjae's going to grab it. He does immediately fall as now Peanut looking for a little bit more. Kwangdong Freaks, though, they get out of there. They may have just saved it or at least extended the game.
Yeah, that was a really, really crazy play from Youngjae, and it is definitely going to buy them a lot of time in this game. Does the game get easier the longer it goes? Well, it does for the Ezreal here in this particular draft. As you can just see, Bulldog is holding his stun. He's walking forward here, but they're not pulling the trigger. They're more focused on the Drake than the turn itself, and forgetting that Paze comes over at this angle and the follow-up CC that is there. Once again, Delight makes a big play. The Nautilus has been really struggling this game, but he goes in here and steals and just yells, out, 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 get out, get out, get out, get out. I feel like Delight has been either amazing in some of these crazy scenarios or is just Nautilus in the wrong comp on half the other ones.
Yep. Oh, wow. Picked the gap so beautifully there, Taeyoon. That's 6 points in Australia.
Yeah, that's a better shot than it looked like it was.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's one of those like ones from the side that you have to really get some spin going. Yeah, it's been a while since I've played Aussie Rules football, but still. Not going to be able to stop any backs. Everyone goes home on Gen G side. And as we take stock, it's a turret advantage here for Gen G. Large reason why they made it to a little bit more gold ahead. It's Prowler's Claw Renekton as well, Wolf, which is a little bit frightening if you are Paze.
Yeah, I mean, extra...
Which is probably why he built the steel caps. Although he's probably going to buy them anyway. But now they have a heck of a lot more value as True Shot Barrage flies over. The big Blast Cone. Able to use, but let's see whether Gen G can actually stop this as Glacial Prison doesn't find the mark. Arcane Shift pretty strong there from Taeyoon as Shock Blast goes wide as well. Kwangdong Freaks, they managed to make it out of there. Not able to get the inner turret.
I mean, they just haven't really gotten all too much from this Baron in general. Their jungler died instantly upon taking it, but they haven't been able to siege very well. In the last minute here, they do finally have a 1-3-1 setup here. to try to get some advantages, but this comp siege is fairly weak, right? Ezreal's not like going to be able to get very far ahead here and start poking away at these champions because the trade back is so real. You can see in moments like this where he's trying to actually poke a Jace. He's like, you know, I don't want to mess with this.
Yeah, and actually, like, oh, okay. Bulldog is in a lot of trouble. He's going to flash, gets himself out of the way. There we go. So, gets over the wall. As now Young Jay looking for Doran. Does find him. Cyclone's going to connect as well as Doran gets himself a bit of a shield. And will be able to back away. So, Taeyun now fighting Peanut. Just going to walk past, sees the rubble that is now his turret, and has to flash. It's a back coming through from Paze in the meantime. He's like, I hope you're okay, buddy.
This game here for Gen G is so uneven and so messy that they're really trying to struggle to figure out how to be decisive, right, in some of these plays where they have good engage, they have good traps they could set, but they don't have enough vision, and Jovi's like hiding under a turret farming here, something that you very rarely see. Peanut got Bulldog's flash earlier for the lack of vision in that one pocket. Otherwise, Gen G haven't been able to be decisive here around this neutral game here. It's a lull state, you know.
Like, how many different moments of like singular like 2v1s and 1v2s and 1v1s and all this sort of stuff? There's like no one's grouped up, and it's just everyone finding each other. As now Peanut is possibly just going to get caught trying to take this as Taeyun just throws a Mystic Shot thinking he can steal it.
I mean, this
isn't able to. This is wacky.
The Drake is not up for a whole minute, and Doran is like flash chasing a Wukong through the jungle. Did get his flash though, which does limit Young Jay's engage for this upcoming fight. So does feel amazing actually, is the Jace is not going to be, unless things go horribly wrong, having to flash in a neutral fight here as Peanut. Whoa!
Okay, well, Delight not really going to be able to offer too much here as Peanut's taking a while to die, but he will. He got the Tibbers cooldown. There you go.
This is a very bizarre game. Chovy now trying to get into range here to maybe set up for an Emperor's Divide. He does have level 16, but they're completely zoned out. And even though Young Jay ulted, you don't have a jungler. You don't want to fight over this. It's a 2-2 Chemtech Soul Drake fight. You just walk away from that. You don't force it. Maybe some side laning could be in order, but Doran doesn't have flash, doesn't have teleport. This is so awkward.
It's very strange. As Tib is going to disappear. Delight not going to be able to land that hook. As Gen G now gifted some control of this top side of the map because the Drake is being taken by Kwangdong Freaks. That's going to be Soul Point. Chovy has found a minion wave. He likes those.
Chovy is on 3 items here. You know,
yeah,
I mean, he's level 16. He is big, but he just hasn't really been able to be big in team fights. And Gen G are playing this game as if they're like 5,000, 6,000 gold ahead. You know, Peanut's just walking up to people, trying to be like, all right, you're going to flash. You need to get the anti-flash earlier, but he's walking around Drake pits without vision as if Gen G will just turn and explode people, snap their fingers, and the game is over. And this is not that kind of game state, so you're going to have to play a little bit more slowly. If Gen G get to play a real 5v5 fight where nobody is picked beforehand, nobody is overextended beforehand, I think they have a pretty good chance of winning these upcoming team fights, but they'll have to do that first.
Yeah. Just we need to see a little bit more coordination.
Yeah, just slow down, Gen G, for 1 second here. Kwangdong Freaks, meanwhile, just kind of basking in the chaos.
No, absolutely. And I think they're having an all right time. Taeyun certainly going to be the biggest win condition here for this squad. Does have, 4 items completed. Cyrilda's Duskblade. That's a pretty happy Ezreal right now. Dudu also completes his GA. Some item spikes definitely coming through now for Kwangdong Freaks.
The next step here for Doran is to get like an Edge of Night, you know, and just be a little bit more unkillable. The Ezreal here can absolutely pop off and carry a team fight. He's given a lot of space. Is once again Peanut finding Bulldog.
They're just going to 1v1 for a moment, I guess.
No flash for Bulldog, but doesn't need it.
Yep. Okay.
Baron's up.
It is. This might be the point where things start really getting crazy. You thought it was crazy before? You just wait. Shock Blast going to land onto Jun. That's bad news. Can't be taking too many of those. He's definitely the squishy one as Young Jay gets out of there. The Inspired Shield on the Wukong. Gen G feeling like they now have that position as Paze and Chovy do a lot of damage to the Baron as back has to come through for Doran.
He has TP, and he has a teleport ward he could go to here, but
Is this Kwangdong Freaks split pushing
Is this
Gen
Kwangdong
G
out-
to a victory?
Yeah, is this Kwangdong Freaks actually out macroing our second place team in the LCK?
Yeah.
Never thought that we'd see the day. All right, Peanut now over here trying to desperately clear vision, and Kwangdong grouping up faster for this Baron. They can pull the trigger on this. Dudu does have TP, and Doran shows on bottom side. He has TP as well, but where's the ward you're going to go to now here on this Baron? Not a great setup here at all for this Jace. You were decisive in the macro, now be decisive on the call on this Baron. You can let that Drake go in 2 minutes' time, but giving this Baron up gives Gen G just way too much power, and they're all across the map.
Yeah.
Seize your chance!
Indeed. But still, it was a good play. They managed to get an inner turret and then get themselves a free reset. I think Bulldog has probably got Void Staff on his next back. No, not quite. So that's a little bit of a shame. That's a teleport. As everyone just going to dive on this Baron. Lots of vision available for Gen G. They know exactly what's going on. As Peanut's still out the back of the pit. And Doran is now going to show them that he can also split push. He's a Jace. This turret is not going to last very long.
I mean, instead of forcing this because Dudu doesn't have teleport, he's going to come all the way down here. If Doran just walks away from this and gets a TP off.
Oh, if Dudu can actually win this, though, that would be absolutely huge, as Doran is now in a lot of trouble. There's the flash, and Dudu manages to pick up the kill. They needed that. Kwangdong Freaks absolutely needed that.
I mean, Doran just walks up to this turret, takes it out. Dudu walks down without teleporting anything, doesn't have teleport. And what's the call on the top side of the map while Doran is dying is to do nothing.
Okay, Chovy. Gonna get out of there. Control ward was in that brush. I think they watched Chovy walk in. So had an inkling that he was going to be backing, but not going to be caught shopping or anything like that.
If Gen G were trying to set up this turret play for Doran, he picks up Serpent's Fang here outright. If they were trying to set up the Baron while he was doing this, this is kind of forgivable, right? He gets scouted here by the plant. And look at the vision here across the top side of the map. Like, the Annie is pushing top, no one is on the Baron, but there's no great vision here for Gen G either. But it's really easy for Dudu to just be like, okay, well, they're not doing Baron. This is not a trap. Like, he's just up there. I'm going to kill him.
Yeah.
And Gen G don't get anything for it. They're not able to set anything up on the top side because this comp is kind of weird, right? Like, you don't have the lethality poke for the Varus, you don't have hard engage, you have this kind of squishy backline that is doing less than the Ezreal is.
It's sort of, yeah, it is really trying to do a lot of things. But also, Gen G is making some strange calls as Peanut is just walking away from some people. Chovy, Emperor's Divide as Young Jay gets delivered to him. There's the Cyclone. Jun not interested in starting off any sort of fight, though, as Young Jay getting taken down solo. Dudu now going to be here. But Shock Blasts will connect, and now Peanut has to get out of there. Taeyoon, man, when he actually does manage to get some space to do damage, he is very, very scary. And as we can see, now diving forward, Tibbers is going to connect onto Delight as Chovy goes golden. Dudu is extraordinarily squishy, but still does so much damage. Doran, can he actually create the space? The answer's no, as it's a double kill now for Bulldog. As Pays is extremely low, they're going to be able to take him down. Young Jay comes back into the fight, and there it is. Kwangdong Freaks just wipe the floor with Gen G. And they'll now walk over to the Baron, and they'll probably win the game.
Finally, we get to see the Flash Tibbers engage actually do something in one of these games, and Bulldog is getting the POG vote for me because that play from him gets the double stun, wins Kwangdong Freaks the fight and the game, and we are going to a third game here. Kwangdong Freaks with a bit of an upset win here in game 2.
Yeah.
Gen G looking very lost with this composition.
Absolutely, it was some real strange stuff. Is Delight just going to go for some supportal combat? I really like that. Just ignore him, guys, as we're just, it's mano a mano. That's what we're trying to do here is, nope, he is going to be taken down. So it's in fact Taeyoon that gets that kill as well. Kwangdong Freaks, they even out the series.
Very bizarre game. I think Gen G really hampered by their draft. The Kwangdong Freaks playing it really well around those kind of puzzling moments, let's say, for Gen G, where we saw overextensions bottom side. We saw Peanut playing like he had vision when he had none, into a comp that has a lot of punish potential, right? You've got a Renekton, you've got an Annie, there's a lot of stuns, there's a lot of burst damage, and even a Sejuani with Aftershock isn't going to live very long up in the front lines there. This is a game that's definitely going to leave everybody with a bit of a question mark ping, let's say, on the Rift and maybe in the chat, because Gen G did not play the best game, but their composition really made it hard from a game state that was even or slightly behind.
Yeah.
And I mean, Guangdong showing some tenacity in this series.
Certainly did. And I got a little bit engrossed watching Jun really going through the replay, having a chat to his team, making sure that they all get on the same page so that they can learn as much as possible before getting into game number 3. Guangdong Freaks coming alive in that one, but I think so much of that story was Genji not really knowing what to do half the time. I think Prowler's Claw Renekton was also pretty exciting. There were a lot of things there. As Taeyoon, yeah, he definitely did a heck of a lot of damage. But it was auto attack, it was on hit Varus, and it was some really weird things.
I was talking about like why I liked some of the aspects of the Nautilus where you just try to weak side here and play around top, but that didn't really work either. He had some really good engages despite this awkward composition, but Genji, I think, definitely need to go back to the drawing board on this one. I think a little bit of happy gaming turned into sad gaming very quickly.
Yeah. And look, it's game number 2. They are going to be able to try and right the wrongs in game number 3, but momentum now on Guangdong's side. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then that deciding game 3.
아지를 좀
야, 여기
죽긴 한데.
여기 있다, 이거.
아지를 좀
야,
떼서
이거 볼래?
보자.
걔 봐도 돼?
야 이거 얘네가 먼저 가.
야, 아지를 봐야 돼. 이거 아지를 여기.
아지를 볼래?
봐줘.
얘네 여기 있어. 못 가. 야 멀어.
그거 좀 애매하다.
빼볼래?
빼.
빼면서 봐야 돼. 실드 2초. 야 여기서 오면 불자.
아지를 놓고. 여기서 보는 거 어때? 데이트 노플인데?
나 필이긴 해.
오케이. 이거 집.
야집못갈것 같아.
아, 근데 세주도 상태 안 좋아. 그냥
야 이제 뭐 먹어라. 알았어.
뭐 먹어요?
이쪽 길.
바텀으로 뚫쳐 이거. 나 실드 2초.
나 나가볼게.
나 이거 볼게 이거.
보자.
아지를.
싸움 봐 얘들아.
미칼
싸움 봐.
맞아.
데이스.
노플이야. 이거 바로 쏠게. 바로
데이스. 바로 쏴.
바로 딸피. 노플 바로 쏘. 바로 노플. 노. 나이스. 앞으로.
이제 아지를 봐.
아지를.
미드가. 새끼들아 미드가.
이리 와봐. 끝난다.
끝나.
이거 집중 잘해봐. 끝나.
Hello and welcome back to The Space. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler, and that was a game number 2 that Kwangdong Freaks were able to bring into their own somehow, someway up against Gen G. This is, on paper, Gen G the much stronger team, but Kwangdong able to pull it together for the second game and give themselves a chance.
And combination of a couple of factors. The individual play of Kwangdong, as we know, is quite good, but where in game number 1, Gen G really respected them, played a very clean game. In game number 2, they were like, we can take it a little bit easier, and they shouldn't have. That was a bad decision, and it backfired immensely. Taking a look at the draft, love the Ezreal Karma is, I think, quite a strong combination. The Nautilus saves it a little bit, but outside of that, it's really hard for Gen G to consistently get on top of this Ezreal, so Taeyun gets a lot of space, especially because he has a lot of other threats on his team, right? You have the Karma to aid you, but you also have Renekton, who went for a very aggressive build, and then the Annie and the Wukong as well. So there's so much threat that they already need to deal with and kind of need to respect that Ezreal really gets to play the game the way he likes to. But I love the Gen G draft. Was kind of on the fence about on-hit versus lethality for the Varus. With the Azir and the Jace, I think the lethality could have been perhaps a bit of a solution, but we did see that FaZe was able to output more DPS in the fights because of his build. And also it didn't really matter because his build did not have a substantial impact on this game because we're much more pressing issues at hand for Gen G.
There absolutely were. I mean, we saw FaZe get to auto a bunch in the last fight of the game, but besides that, not a lot of clean, 5-on-5 straightforward fights. And we can take a look at highlight number 1 to showcase this just a little bit. This is the Drake, only 17 minutes into the game.
It's just everything in this game was messy, right? It was a continuous back and forth with Peanut in particular having a rough game. And this is where the Kwangdong inexperience is still kind of shining through, right? You see, they're a little bit aimless. You actually pointed out when we heard their comms as well. It's like, there's so much going on with this team. They're like, let's do this, let's go here. And you see that coming through here. And this is where you do see that Gen G, a little bit more calm, a little bit more collected. But crucially, Gen G also, even though they get the better of a lot of these plays, isn't really able to get a decisive win. And then they just keep on going. Gen G, you can just let this go. It's fine, right?
Yeah. The amount of heavy forcing on third Chemtech Drake of the game, or third Drake of the game that was a Chemtech Drake. Yeah, very, very, some happy gaming. And I think Kwangdong Freaks' draft was easily able to take advantage of that because Ezreal loves broken up, sloppy fights. The hard engage of the Annie and the Renekton, that Wind Prowler's Claw, is very much loving all these situations. So let's jump into highlight number 2 as well, which was the Drake at the now end of the game.
There are 2 options for POG here, right? We either have Taeyun or Bulldog, and this to me is why I think it might be Bulldog. This is Wukong. The rest of the team isn't there. So we play really aggressively here, don't actually get that much going, and yes, we do get a decent amount of poke down, but then this is so baffling to me. Bulldog is on vision for this.
Yeah.
Chovy and the Light both have their flash. They see this enemy running at him I don't know what you'd expect. If that is Peanut that takes that, that's completely fine. But you immediately lose the Light, didn't get to use his ult, and that is the space that this fight even now is pretty close. Right, you see that Chovy and FaZe are actually able to still do a considerable amount of damage. If the Light literally just presses his R on someone and ignites, they might win that fight, right? You get a kill on Varus, he starts to with his passive, he gets the extra autos in. So, Gen G just not looking good in that game, and Kwangdong making great use of kind of the chaos, and you see the drive that this team has, right? In the comms when they got the 1 game when they're like, yes!
It's a big deal, right? They took down Gen G. It is a best of 3, but even 1 win is a score for them. Let's take a look at the POG and see if it's going to be Bulldog or if it will be Taeyun in this game. Will be Taeyun, actually, for his first time. Had a great game of Ezreal, and I think that part of this is Taeyun had a strong game, but also this was the perfect game for Ezreal. He was just bouncing around the fights, having a grand old time, getting free damage into the Sejuani, and did just a great job on the pick.
Really well done by Taeyun, a player that has had his fair amount of highs and lows already in the LCK. At times looks to be very well proportionately aggressive. At times is not at all. Some of his Zeri games come to mind. So seeing a game where he does actually weave that kind of, as Ezreal, especially when you have a lead, you want to play this aggressive, but you also can't like arc and shift in a multiple and die. So really nicely balanced game. I think this is a nice split. Actually, a bunch of votes for top as well, which I thought Dudu was fine, but didn't really feel like the game was about him. I like the Bulldog vote. I like the Youngjae vote. Youngjae actually...
At least they're together. Yeah, they're not split up.
Youngjae actually... I'm not going to talk about it. Youngjae actually had a really good game as well. A couple of great engages, so I think that's a great shout-out.
Yeah, absolutely. So 5 out of 11 does good the way of Taeyoon. And either way, guys, we are done here for game number 2. Let's go back to the casters for a third and final game.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Man, the media room must have just been full of crocodile lovers, you know, like just really into the crocodile play there. They're like, Prowler's Claw, it's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Early mid, I mean, he did make a pretty big impact and was able to shut Doran down at several junctures, and also at the later part, we did see that as Genji will pick red side. Yeah, that was one of the messiest games we've had of the whole season, and to see Genji be a part of it is not something that fills you with a lot of confidence for that matchup coming against T1 later on this week. So hoping to shore things up, because Game 1 was fine, Game 1 was great. Game 2, bit of a disjointed composition, and Kwangdong Freaks, they made a playground for themselves and they played in it, and let's see what Genji had planned this time around. I think we will definitely see some big draft changes.
I'm hoping so. I think that the priorities were a little bit strange, the way that it was played out, also just a little bit weird. So looking forward to seeing some adjustments this time, as Lucian not going to be the first ban from Kwangdong Freaks this time. They are going to take away the Elise first. We'll see whether that changes. No, it doesn't. So that's just in a different order. It looks different, but it's not. The Ashe, the Maokai, also different order. So somewhat spooky.
Somewhat spooky.
Somewhat spooky, but
spooky, but not that spooky.
Yeah, but the outcome entirely the same. So now Caitlyn going to be banned, and Caitlyn was the second ban last time, Wolf. So the spookiness certainly does continue. However, outcome still the same. Annie going to be banned. All right, Genji not wanting to deal with it.
I mean, I guess so. I guess not. I don't think. I mean, the game, the final fight was decided by the Annie, but the early phases of the game, Chovy laned well. You know, Genji didn't get caught by this too many times, but I guess just don't let Kwangdong Freaks throw a wrench into your gears here with this one. And we'll see the insta-lock of the Sejuani here, not the Wukong this time around for Youngjae. We'll see if Peanut's willing to play the Wukong himself into the Sejuani. Early game can be very strong into Sejuani if you have a bot lane with Cryo. So we'll see. Not going to be that lane though. Will be the Zeri locked in instantly here with Wukong, it looks like. So Genji opting into this with the Varus available, and actually a Jace prioritized over Wukong, so making sure Doran can play this one again.
And now Kwangdong Freaks, they could just go something with the Lulu to make Zeri's life a little bit more confusing and weird. Or they could just
play Varus.
Yeah, or lock away the Renekton a little bit earlier. It looked like Dudu was having a pretty good time in that matchup, as Ezreal and the Karma would just be the response.
I mean, you scale well with this. It's very difficult, as we saw for Doran in the last game, to play around this Ezreal on the Jace. It's very difficult if Ezreal is so far away, you don't know where he is, to have vision to poke him out. Karma shields are very nice. And I hope we do not see a Nautilus this time. I'd rather see Soraka. I'd rather see any sort of AoE here for Zeri. I'd rather see Lulu, but I don't think we really want to see Lulu here, although the Vi does kind of make it a little bit better.
Yeah, the Lulu probably going to be banned, you'd imagine.
I think so now.
Yeah. And Genji, they're probably going to get rid of Renekton, get rid of a couple of options here from Kwangdong Freaks. But I think that Kwangdong end the first round of picks feeling pretty good.
Oh, absolutely. I'd say maybe you even are a little bit concerned about a Yone pick here for Bulldog. You know, anything that... Okay, well, they are. And they will ban it. Because anything that allows Bulldog to just hard engage on this team, like, Genji seems spooked, man. They seem scared of this guy. Like, oh, I don't want this guy to come in and just end the game. Like, they have a lot of range. They have a lot of engage. And we're playing this Zeri that is going to have a weak mid game. Let's just take the Yone away. Let's just put that off to the side for a minute. It's not happening in this series. Lulu gets banned. Pretty obvious with the Vi synergy and how Zeri is going to lane with her. And we'll see if another support ban comes through.
Yeah, I'd expect that Quantum Freak's probably going to stay in support as the Victor going to be banned here as well.
Another Bulldog favorite.
Yeah, definitely some pointed bans for the last 3 coming out of Gen G, and I think that they understand the Quantum Freaks often rely on Bulldog getting stuff done. But the guy is a bit of a mad scientist, and that I don't mean that he just plays Singed. It means that he plays a lot of stuff, like just a lot of things. The man has a lot in his playbook, so I don't think that focusing all these bans is all that important.
I like this is your ban a lot.
Yeah, that's
you could just pick between a bunch of supports that Delight may or may not pick, or you could just pick a champ that's going to be great to prioritize here for Gen G in every scenario. Just take that away from Chovy. He's been so reliant on this year. And once again, kind of an awkward support setup here. Leona Zeri not going to have lane prio. Chovy will at least have counter pick for whatever the mad science is going to be. If it is mad science, because it might just be something very boring here.
Yeah, I think just there's quite a few different options for Bulldog to go. He can go for an Akali if they would like the Sejuani synergy with that Permafrost. Silas is available, but a difficult blind pick. And the Renekton made it through.
They could play Quirky here, and I'm like, well, it's pretty sick, though, actually. You know, you're going to be able to match some of that. The Zoe, a little bit buffed.
It's something that we have seen a little bit in the LPL.
Great with Ezreal.
Yeah. Ezreal Zoe was, I mean, that is a very old one. It's actually one that Chovy was pretty used to playing as well. Him and Viper playing a fair bit of Ezreal Zoe back in the day on Griffin.
My concern with the Zoe is it's really easy to play Jason Leona into it because you know where she's going to portal jump back to, and it becomes very easy to make sure that Shock Blast hits, to make sure that Leona can go ahead and drop the ultimate down on top of you. And you look for the poke, you're putting yourself at risk every time. And the Akali into this too. Very difficult to hit a trouble bubble when the Shroud is up. Akali is so mobile that does feel like a nice counter pick here for Chovy into the mid lane. But I mean, Bulldog has performed so well when we have doubted him that I feel like the Zoe pick is not bad by any means. And if executed well, this comp has so much damage.
No, I agree.
And a great frontline to boot.
I'm kind of excited to see how Kwangdong play this, just because they were thriving in the chaos, right? They were trying to break apart Gen G, and that's precisely what these Zoe compositions do. They don't teamfight super well, but what you do is you throw bubbles. You just try to search for that straggler and then jump on them. And if it's once again Prowler's Claw Renekton, then like, he's a saltwater croc launching out of the river, you know? Like, that's a terrifying prospect.
Certainly is. For Gen G on the other side, you've got the Jace. You know, this time you have, once again, a scaling AD carry, but low range into a pick-based composition. I think Gen G do not have the better comp necessarily. I think it's going to be execution-based, and we normally want to say, okay, that favors Gen G, right? Over Kwangdong, our number 2 team, versus our number 8 team in the LCK, a 2-6 roster here. But Game 2 makes me rethink everything, you know?
Yeah.
I'm just going to watch the fireworks.
I think it's a sit back and enjoy type situation, as Chovy, he made it to 1,502, so 7 kills. If this Akali can rack up 7 kills, then he can actually eclipse score and get to the 9th most kills, or at least tied with the 9th most kills in the LCK. And Akali is definitely a champion that can get quite a few of them if things go well for Gen G. But it's into our first Zoe of the season. Looking forward to seeing how it goes. All right, Gen G and Kwangdong. Things completely evened up here in this series. We're in the final deciding game. Bulldog taking the Ignite into the mid lane.
Yeah. Not unsealed, which is very common. Going for area Ignite. And you're going to see, try to put a lot of pressure onto Chovy early. When the Akali doesn't have those first few levels, it can be very frustrating to play into this. And with the Trouble Bubble shredding MR now on this patch, you have the ability to do tons of damage early into this composition. Like, Akali's base MR fairly low, and you're going to be able to break through that early and put the pressure on constantly non-stop. Force Chovy to kind of farm under turrets. You have Prio there. You should. You have Prio bottom side with Karma, Ezreal. And topside, Youngjae could just play around this Renekton's power here against the Jace, and Doran should also kind of have to play a little bit on the back foot. If he's playing around the bottom side of the map here against this Vi, then Doran should have a little bit of point there on the top side of the map. We'll see what these junglers do as Sejuani starting bottom side here.
Yep, Chovy going to scope him out there as Delight pays, going to give Peanut a little bit of a leash. Like to see it. The Vi up to a good start. Shock Blast, the initial one, not going to land here. As top lane, definitely the most pivotal lane in the game at the moment.
After last game, you know, I saw the Korean commentators, spoke with Huni a little bit. Everybody looked like just kind of bewildered. Like everyone's hair was blown back, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone was kind of like standing in front of the fan, like you've just finished a run. You know, you're just trying to dry the sweat off. Like you're having a bit of a hot time, you know. In that game, you're like, oh man, everyone's kind of still trying to figure it out, right? And I think that Gen.G have a veteran coaching staff, enough veteran players on this roster. They should be able to keep their mentality straight going into the second game here, despite what was such a weird, shaky, rocky loss from them.
It was definitely not the same level of play that we saw in game number 1.
Or the rest of the season for them.
Yeah, all the rest of the season. As right now, you know, they've got the Zeri composition, but she's playing with a melee support. Delight wanting to try and get some aggressive plays. KDA of 10.9 on this Akali. Chovy has played quite a few games of this and has looked pretty good. Melee champions in general for Chovy are pretty impressive.
Do you see the fleet footwork on this Akali into this matchup? Not going to be getting much out of Conqueror here.
Nope.
Do like that choice a lot. You've got the Vi on your squad. We'll see what Peanut does get done here in this early game as both junglers do path topside. Just kind of conceding the point that Delight picked Leona, so the spot side is a wash. Difficult to dive the Leona and difficult to punish this bottom lane as Peanut here on the Vi. So they're both fighting for this scuttle early. A little bit of extra mid-prio to Bulldog here means that might actually, I could have seen a contest.
Yeah, potentially, but Peanut being able to have the level advantage and so not wanting to actually go for too much more. Sure, it can backflip from Chovy, but not too much really going on. And you can see the Zoe really taking some control of the lane, at least at the early stages. Needing to get to level 6 is Chovy, as Delight just coming in and clearing out some vision. Clips was utilized. As Youngjae moves on over, Delight is going to be able to spot him.
Yeah, Delight, I don't know if you really want to commit to this, as Peanut does come down, but Youngjae has Smite, won't need it. And this prio lane does continue.
Yeah, the CS advantages are actually really starting to mount outside of Doran, who's just having a great time towards the top side.
Yeah, Dudu going to be able to catch this wave here and won't be too far behind, but still, it is quite significant at this stage. Doran will level up.
Yeah.
I have to use this Q. It's very awkward to CS this under turret with those ranged minions. You can see kind of Qs the minion wave. They all go to half health and then get one shot by the turret. Very frustrating here. Dudu just about 15 CS behind, and this is how this comp is supposed to go in the early game on both sides. And because Peanut had that level advantage and there was no real play for Youngjae there topside, they both path top, there's no way to punish the Jace so far.
Yeah. And I think Quantum Freaks are absolutely fine with that, right? Like, you pay for it with the fact that Bulldog, okay, Chovy, not sure about what you were going for there, as he's not able to actually punish the little bit of a dive attempt. Does manage to collect all of these minions. And his teleport's on cooldown, so it's going to be a bit rough, as Youngjae doesn't actually see this Vi doing the dragon. He's going to walk on over as, okay, Peanut's going to have to get out of here. And
thanks
Youngjae's
for
gonna
leash.
Say thanks for the leash. Exactly right.
THX for leash.
Oh, yes, okay. So he is able to secure it. A little bit of an early smite for Peanut. As Permafrost comes in, Delight moves on over as well, and Youngjae has to flash. Arctic Assault on cooldown, not wanting to risk it.
Yeah, I think he'll take this, though. Peanut, unfortunately, losing control of this one, so objective going over for free here. 2 minutes to Rift Herald. Massive lead here, initially in the bottom side of the map. Mid lane, also with a lot of prio here. Now level 6 here for Chovy. Doran taking his first back timing, heading back to lane here with this serrated Dirk. And Gen.G absolutely can try to fight for this Herald. You know, they have a lot of power in this Akali in a team fight. They have a lot of power in this early Vi. But a lot of it's going to be about execution and whether or not Kwangdong Freaks can actually get their chess pieces in order and actually set up for the fight itself. I think Genji have the better skirmishing power here, but Kwangdong, if everything is set to plan, do have a really strong fight here because they have level 6 Renekton.
Yeah.
Ezreal ult, you know, even if he doesn't go up to the fight, he can still make an impact there.
And if they do move Taeyeon and Jun, like, they're so much stronger at this point in the game. And as you can see, they don't have to. They're just continuing to rain all this poke down with their massive range advantage. And Genji kind of getting punished for this Zeri pick pretty considerably, as we can have a look at the replay here from Youngjae's perspective.
바텀 잠깐만.
우리가 먼저 와. 이거 세드 노플인데 얘들아 싸움하는 건 별로야?
나 따라갈게. 그냥 라인.
일단 리셋 시켰어. 일단 리셋 시켰어.
받으면 제
라인 받아 먹어. 라인 받아 먹어.
He actually charges there. It does
I
not
want to
smite
먹을게.
even.
저희 여기로
여기까지도 나 이거
Doesn't
빠질게.
smite the
맞아.
dragon
라인 먼저
itself.
경험치 먹어야 될 듯.
Just a lot of communication there, all in one comm. As over here, we do see a potential dive setup.
Yeah,
Frost here picked up.
Peanut in position. Chovy looking to try and dive on forward. And like you were saying, Everfrost definitely getting picked up as True Shot Barrage just going to grab the kill.
First blood.
You love to see it. Taeyeon going to be able to lock that one down. And the Zoe value, we're starting to see it. I think everyone remembers the Zoe times.
I mean, I thought Closer was going to be the first one to play it in the LCK. Like, how many times this guy has played it? I was like, it's either going to be Closer or Faker, right? Both of these players.
Yeah, Closer, Faker, BDD, Showmaker, Chovy, like all of these guys.
But, I mean,
yeah,
it hasn't really fit a lot of the drafts just yet, and Kwangdong Freaks are just not following the rules of drafting here in the LCK. They're like, no, we're just going to play what we think is best for the comp and not what's meta and what Bulldog wants to play. And that's been working out for them. You know, it worked out in Game 1 despite the loss. You know, we saw great laning. Okay, hold up. Youngjae.
All right, well, Peanut is going to be able to steal away the red and even follows him over the wall. Jun is going to be in position as Chovy wants to try and dive over, but Peanut, he's going to get taken down so low, and the trouble bubble is absolutely that. Bulldog's able to lock that one down. I was wondering why they took so long, but he was just sleeping, having a little bit of a snooze.
Oh, Peanut raised his hand there. I don't know if that was a stretch or what that was about, hopefully.
I think it might have been the classic Peanut stretch.
Yeah.
Of, I'm in the death chamber. I can take a second.
Yeah, I hope so. But yeah, like, he gets caught over the wall there. The sleep follow-up from Bulldog is good, right? And there's just a lot of CC here in this composition. It's just obliterated. And now Kwangdong Freak's going to take this Herald. We talked about all the complexities of the fight. Well, a man advantage is one of the best ways to just simply lock this one down.
Yeah. Chovy avoids the bubble. That's important, as now he's dashing on over, looking to try and grab Youngjae, who's kind of put into the bouncy castle. Can they get the kill? Yes, they can. Also, the Rift Herald is going to be secured, as now Chovy in his shroud, just trying to get that energy back. They pick up the eye, but there's the flash forward. It's a double kill for Dudu. Over the wall goes Chovy, so he's not going to be another kill, but now Pays is left to his own devices underneath this turret, and these plates are just going to start raining down. Taeyeon going to grab his third of the game so far.
He's picked up some of the CS here Pays has. Like, he didn't lose that much, but Delight is just out in no man's land. So this is all happening at the same time. And this is the True Shot Barrage that he fires here blind, looking for him. Got him, he says. And over here, this is when Peanut gets isolated, trying to chase greedily here onto this Sejuani. And he ults this, so over the wall with the Arctic Assault, and Peanut's like, oh man, I've gone way too far. He gets slept, and the Blast Cone is denied. He can't get back over the wall, which I think is why he commits, because he feels like he's safe with that. And then this fight, Chovy doesn't get slept here. It was a really hard fight to win long-term here against his Renekton, because Doran is still early game Jace, and he has a Shock Blast and then isn't able to do a whole lot else. And then the follow-up here, flash on the Peanut. Chovy has to get out. The True Shot isn't going to hit anybody, but it's a one-team fight. Yeah, you get the eye, but Plate's going over to this Ezreal, who has so much control of the bottom side anyways. Like, what are you really getting here?
And Jun is going to look to try and punish Pays as well. Cleanse is going to be used. He does still have Flash available, but there's the flash forward. Jun just wants to lock down this kill, as Youngjae very comfortably just hits him with his flail. And Pays, yeah, I mean, what is he supposed to do in that situation?
This is too much of a lead. I mean, this is... We're starting to have a conversation about, like, is this game actually just over here? Because we could talk about some of the scaling aspects of this Eri, but now when she's this far behind, her turret is being destroyed. Talk about some of what, you know, okay, Chovy's going to struggle on the Akali in the early game, but, you know, he'll eventually be a big threat in this game. Well, not necessarily, you know, with how this one is going and how fed this Renekton is. At least going to be able to get some plates here for Doran on the top side.
And Kwangdong Freaks now set up for a mid-game with Ezreal and Zoe in a phenomenal position. And if we remember anything, that is a really good sign. As Solar Flare doesn't quite hit the mark, Dominus going to be used. Dudu does go down, but so does Delight. It's a 1-for-1 as Bulldog makes his way over. And once again, it is another sleepy trouble bubble. Bulldog not interested in taking down Peanut. He sees Chovy there, wants to be able to lock him down, grabs his flash, and will now look to try and defend this turret.
All right, Chovy picking up a kill and an assist now so far this game. Pei's going to grab a plate mid. Really successful cross map here for Gen G. Just saying, all right, you're going to push that entire bottom side turret with your Ezreal. We're going to make a play top side with the Herald. They turn it into a very successful dive. And Kwangdong Freaks, I think eyes bigger than their stomach there and the defense opportunity because, yeah, they get Delight, but everybody's grouped up here and you don't have enough control. So we're going to watch this one more time. Youngjae catching Pei's on a back, and Pei's has certainly had a few of these this season. He's a rookie player. Some unfortunate back timings and choices that he's made in these neutral games, and just simply get taken out. The kill goes to Youngjae. Handled it well, all things considered. And then this is when the cross map happens for Gen G, where Delight takes an extra turret shot. Really good plays here from Dudu to actually buy enough time. And Chovy gets insanely low, still finds June here. The guy is insane on Nkali, and he gets out with a flash.
Yeah, it was really nicely done. Bulldog goes over, does manage to at least pick up a flash for his trouble, but wasn't actually able to grab the kill. So, Gen G, they go for 1-for-1 towards that top side. Pei's dies on the bottom side of the map, though, and they are still able to get a little bit more done. So, that top outer turret still standing, and Kwangdong Freak still in a large amount of control. About 2.3 thousand gold is their advantage. And Taeyun, who was their absolute carry in game number 2, is back on the Ezreal once again, and this time in an even better position.
Yeah, I mean, Peanut now going to look for a dive on the Bulldog. This turret is so low.
Yeah, okay, there it is. And Cease and Desist going to come through. There's the flash out from Bulldog, though, as he turns it and picks up the kill onto Peanut. Now Doran, he's running away, but Dudu is chasing after him, and with Slice and Dice, he's going to close the gap, and it's another kill.
I mean, this is insane. Taeyun, meanwhile, is just pushing mid plates, and Chovy's all alone on the bottom side of the map. But he's not getting too much for this. He has teleport, but it's not unleashed for 10 more seconds, so he's just kind of down there. And by the time he starts pushing this turret, you know, Zoe's going to be there.
Yeah, Chovy is going to teleport in, so no more plates to go over to Dudu, but I think damage is 100% being done. 2-0 and 4. Luden's Echo already completed for Bulldog. This guy is absolutely huge this game. This is such an incredible performance from such a young player.
And the turn for this team from, you know, we've talked about, okay, it was worse before June came, but then even after June came, like, there were a lot of macro issues. There were a lot of confidence problems. There was communication problems. But you see in these comms, and we had it moments ago, you know, how much these guys are communicating. This is Bulldog here on the play. Pulling it out. And Sleep connects, turns it.
야 이거 돼? 가봐
Said no flash.
손 해봐.
Stun him.
오우 야. That's okay.
You love to hear it. Like, this is what we're talking about. This team just looks like they're having fun. They're enjoying the game. And I don't think we were able to necessarily say that about them earlier on in the season because they were just having some struggles, right? They were losing all of their games, and the communication was so rocky, and the losses felt really tough. But now they found their footing.
They certainly have, and they found Delight as well. As he's going to get stunned up, Doran's like, yeah, sorry, buddy, you're dead. And look, I think Doran, in that assessment, is correct. The Solar Flare comes in. Oh, okay, never mind. The flash, and in comes Doran. They're going to try and lock him down. Delight is a god! That was extraordinary. What the heck just happened?
Having a little bit less fun now, Atlas. The chase on Delight.
I was just waiting. I mean, it was a matter of time.
I just don't have vision. I think, Dudu, you just let that one go. You know, I think 10 out of 10 times you just let that one go, you know?
Yeah.
You're chasing a Leona. You don't know what's on the other side. Chovy, well, he should be able to get out of here, too.
Yeah, Peanut is rushing in there real fast. Manages to take down the ward, and Chovy will survive.
Next objective, by the way, it is insane that we could have had Hextech, Infernal, or Mountain, and we did get Ocean with the 2 Drake leads, so Gen G are like cheering.
It's the same dragons.
And air
same dragons as last game as well.
They're just fist bumping each other and you know, punch in air here because they're so hyped about this Drake being very irrelevant this game. Because otherwise, this game is like so bad for Gen G in its game state right now. It's still pretty rough, but at least you can ignore these Drakes potentially.
Yep, you can. Also, stacking up a whole bunch of Ocean Drakes kind of feels nice. With the way that Quantum Freaks want to play the game, I think Ocean Soul kind of feels a little bit better than it otherwise would. As Delight backing on a ward, and let's see whether he can do it again. So far, so good. As Doran is going to come over, and Young Jay knows what happens when Doran's there. And they are going to turn it. So, Delight survives once again. Chobi, here towards the top side, will be able to split this top outer turret in half.
And like game number 2, you know, this feels like another situation where Quantum Freaks have a lot of advantages, but Gen G are out-macroing them here in the mid-game.
Oh, the classic control ward in the back of the pit situation. As Quantum Freaks get the bad news that it is in there, Dudu is going to get eviscerated immediately. Delight over to the side, finds the Zenith Blade onto Jonas. It is going to be Peanut that locks down the Dragon. Solar Flare only affects a little bit onto Jonas. He should still go down as Delight. I don't know how he's doing this. I don't know what he's doing, Wolf. It's insanity, but he's surviving another time.
I love how he just doesn't even flash either. He's like, I already know. I have the calculation.
Yeah.
And Gen G get the top side turret. And this is okay. This is Delight.
Look at how casual he's sitting.
Yeah. Zenith Blade through. Solar Flare after the stun with the Q. He's got one more. Just turns and Doran's like, I got the damage. Presses W.
He's just like, no flash.
Dude's like, hold on, and then he's like, oh, this is really bad. Over here, like, Zoe loses turret on the top side of the map. Chobi gets a cross map here, and Kwangno are like, well, at least we'll get Soul Point, but no, they will not. And the Ocean Rift with that brushback there really hurting Kwangno quite significantly. Chobi picks up another kill here for his troubles and that turret. And suddenly, Gen G back in the driver's seat. They take a gold lead for the first time.
Yeah, and they managed to take that Drake as well, like you were saying. No Soul Point available. And so this may really put a dampener in this. However, 2 items, that's when Zoe's feeling real happy. Ezreal as well, wanting to get to about that mark. So as far as item spikes are concerned, you can imagine that Quantum Freaks will be feeling better. But if Gen G are just making these proactive plays, then there's not a whole lot of ability for Quantum Freaks to take control back in those situations, right? They want to have the map control, they want to have the vision, and that's why getting this outer turret in the mid lane is so important. They are going to be able to do that.
It's really hard to side lane here as Renekton into the Vi against this pretty fed Jace, and it's very difficult for Zoe to side lane into an Akali, so they're kind of forced to group up as 3 here in mid, conceding side lanes, and at least this Rift Herald will secure inner turret here, so that's some gold picked up, but where you really want to have a lot of control on the map into this comp is on the edges, on the fringes, where you see these turrets collapsing, right? And inners exposed and top and bottom. Gen G with a lot of control over the map here, and a lot of money on this Akali. So things looking very good here for Kwangno at the outset, and then just a few critical team fights, a few kills going over to Chobi, and it's flipped on its head. Now, still very winnable for both teams, but my money's on Gen G right now at this specific game state because of the vision they have, and the lack of pick for a Zoe that's often firing blind.
Yeah, and I feel like this game could also be like 11 kills to 6 in favor of Quantum Freaks, right? But like, you've got Delight pulling off these miracles. I think that is becoming a little bit of an issue here. See whether Quantum Freaks can actually end up locking these down. And speaking of which, that is a very cute Arcane Shift from Taeyoon. Gets himself away, is going to survive Chobi's onslaught as well. True Shot Barrage going to be offered to this fight as Chobi has to flash to get over that wall. This is kind of exactly where Quantum Freaks want them, and especially now, with this inner turret in mid lane being taken as well as the outer, means that Gen G have to run so far to get away from Quantum Freaks. Is Jun? Yeah, gonna have to flash that one.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to see Bulldog potentially take down this turret. The outer on the top side of the map realizes very quickly that potentially some enemies are coming his way. Young Jay shadows him. He wants this turret so badly. Yeah, it looks like he's going to get it.
Chobi going to get into position here. Portal jump on cooldown. Misses the bubble. That is huge. But still, able to flash his way out. And Doran can get the flash out of Taeyoon as well. That Shock Blast does so much work, but he's not willing to dive just yet.
Doran is playing this game so confidently. It's insane, and they're going to trade that top turret for a mid turret here. No flash on the Ezreal, no protection for this one. Everyone was backing from that top exchange. So Gen G picking up some more money here on the map. It's another chaotic game.
Pays.
Scary, scary.
This is a very, very confident Zeri that was just under tower for the entirety of the early game. He's still just playing far up. I do like that. He was definitely known for his unflappableness on Gen.G's Challenger squad.
He and Ruler in game states like this, you know, just feels like...
Yeah, around outer turrets in mid lane, Wolf, it is a scary thing.
It's just uncanny how he takes after Ruler, stepping right into his shoes here. And like, you see the item value here is much bigger for Taehoon because he's had a free reign over this game. So much plating picked up, so many turrets picked up. And you can see he's going towards that third item again. But can he actually pull this off? Does he have enough space into an aggressive Doran? Lack of map control here. Like, look at Gen.G going once again deep with Peanut and Chovy, looking for picks. Did they go too deep is the question.
Chovy in the Shroud avoids the Arctic Assault. Jun moving over as well, so Chovy is going to back away. But second Ocean Drake of the game now going to be available. Gen.G can possibly even out the Drake score, but Quantum Freaks still wanting that soul point. True Shot Barrage just scouting, looking for these flanks, looking for the vision.
Just trying so hard here to set up Dudu for a wraparound angle.
Peanut is spotted. Control ward here. That Shock Blast misses. That's actually huge as Chovy dives on top of Youngjae, pushes him out of the area, and it looks like Quantum Freaks will just give this one up. And I do like that. Not going to be able to secure it, as it is going to go over to Pays. And now the Shock Blasts on the retreat. Certainly going to help Gen.G get out alive. Bulldog, Doran, I'm not sure about that one as Peanut dives forward. That is a very dead Jace, but now is the fight going to want Taehoon? He's going to get sniped by Chovy. As now Bulldog, what goes up must come down. Doesn't find Chovy there as, yep, goes golden. But I think he's still dead as there it is. Shuriken backflip comes through. Youngjae not going to survive this one either. And I began to believe, Wolf, that they were going to be able to win it, but it looks like Gen.G are still just that little bit better.
Now they're going to try to group up here for Baron after they take out June here. He has no flash. He has no way out of this one. So many ways to pick him off. Give it to Pays. Give him the money on this Zeri.
Yeah, he wants to be able to get through that wall, but June's running pretty fast with that Inspired.
I mean, they can just turn on the Baron. They don't need to kill this Karma. He wants some extra money. He's a little bit behind this Ezreal, but they're just going to go for Baron here. Chovy rotating over. Taehoon is rushing over here as fast as he can. He does have a True Shot Barrage. We'll see if the accuracy is good. As you can see, June trying to spot for him, but I don't think it's going to amount to anything. We'll see how this works out. What's the timing?
Yeah, all right. Going to strong. Let's follow it. Let's see whether it gets the steal. It doesn't.
Nope. It seemed pretty unlikely, and I think they were waiting for him to finish this one off. And now Gen.G with Baron buff here across the map. And this fight, this is a heartbreaker, right? Because it looks like, oh man, they're split on the backs. We've got this lockdown on the door. We win this fight. Taehoon is instantly deleted, and then it gets even worse because the light's on the backside here. Chovy is not blown up.
Chovy's very frustrating for his opposition when he's in his Twilight Shroud. He avoided almost everything.
It's so hard to hit an Akali even when you can see her, and when you cannot.
Yeah. As we're gonna watch, are we gonna watch the entire chase of Jun?
Please no.
As he's trying to get out of here. He does so, and we're just gonna let it fade.
Yeah, the root does go off, and Hayes doesn't get the kill, but they do get Baron. Using it defensively here initially, but look at where Chovy is on the bottom of the map. Just splitting there. There's not much Quantum could do without Baron here to siege in this composition. They're trying their hardest to keep Gen.G on the defensive and weaken this Baron push, but Chovy just has so much power here on the bottom side. No teleport, but there's no objective to fight over, so he doesn't care.
Yeah, and also he runs out of minions, so he doesn't want to kill the turret. Wants to head over and look for the Krugs. Bulldog is on the bottom side. No teleport for him either, because of course he didn't take it. And now in a position where Quantum Freaks can have the map split on them. Can be a little bit rough. Pays with that huge overshield as well. As now Quantum Freaks looking to try and get on top of him, but he gets over the wall. True Shot Barrage connects also as Solar Flare comes down, and now Chovy, it's just his playground. Taehoon manages to take down Pays, but can they kill Chovy is the question. Jun goes down. That is a double for the fight. Shuriken backflip doesn't actually land. That was a Shock Blast. I saw the damage come in, but it wasn't.
That scared me too.
Yeah, that was a roughie.
Chovy up to 6 kills now. I think he might actually be about to break that record.
One more.
Score. Yeah.
One more and he breaks it.
He's tied it now. And this is the Akali game you're looking for, 6-0. And they're just taking this map apart now, one by one. Turrets falling and the push in mid.
Oh, Taehoon.
Oh, no.
This is real dicey as he flashes. Chovy picks up his 7. He's tied with score now as into the back line goes Peanut, and he's going to be able to help take that one down as well. That's another one, and sorry, Score. You're now 10th place as far as our highest kills in the LCK.
Oh man, this is a heartbreaking loss.
It is.
This is a really heartbreaking loss. You can see the frustration on the players' faces. I mean, they had a lot of control in this one. They had the miracle win in game 2, but it's just not enough.
And now Dudu, he's going to go golden for a moment. Jun in a little bit of trouble, but feels like Kwangdong Freaks have run their course. But man, it was really beautifully played in the early game. This team is full of extremely young players. And even though Gen.G were able to win it in the end, they had to work for it, and they had to work hard.
Okay, Gen.G actually not able to fully crack this base. Inner turret does go down here as Doran will narrowly escape death by True Shot Barrage. And I mean, I do think the game has ended. In terms of,
it's not, but it is. Yeah.
Like the game has ended in terms of comeback potential here, but Gen.G have not killed the Nexus yet. In fights like this, these types of skirmishes, Rapaze takes a ton of damage. Chovy has free reign on the side. Like, no one can lock him down. The Renekton Stun is already used, so Chovy's like, all right, I've got the first kill. I've got the Shroud going to the backline. There's another. And he's just able to have so much mobility here once the Renekton Stun is on cooldown. You see it in fights like this where he just uses the Shroud. He has a fully stacked Dark Seal, by the way, on top of all of these items. He has Zhonya's, doesn't need to use it in the initial part of this fight. I mean, just look at how clean this is. You hear the fans scream as Chovy just annihilates the team basically single-handedly. He's bottom of Jai's now.
Oh, yeah. He's feeling it. And he is legendary on the map right now. Also legendary in the LCK kill score ratings.
That's a legendary player in general.
Just pretty legendary as Bulldog. He is able to get that portal jump up, and now Peanut looking to wrap around. And if they can just force a fight here, Gen.G are in such a good position as Taeyoon. Oh, he thought he was going to safety, but he's not. There it is. Perfect execution is exactly that from Chovy as they lock down the Ezreal. And if you can hard engage onto Zoe compositions, it makes things so much easier. And Gen.G, they do exactly that. That's the clean ace, and that will now be the game done. Doran's already in there, and they will finish this one off. That was angry Gen.G being brought to a game 3 against Kwangdong Freaks, who stole away that game number 2. It was great play from them, and they forced Gen.G to play their best League of Legends in order to take it. This game was close until it wasn't.
Gen.G, game number 1, dealing with a little bit of a deficit for Chovy in the mid lane. The Annie, though, is eventually conquered. Game 2, chaos ensues. Some decisive plays from Bulldog and the squad win it and bring us to a third game. And in the early parts of this third game, it looked like maybe Kwangdong Freaks had done it. Maybe they had pulled off the upset. They had full control. But there were some narrow escapes on this Leona for Delight. There were some overextensions with this teleportless Zoe. And Gen.G just kept trading cross-map better and better and better. The macro definitely shining through here. This team's veterans, Peanut, shot-calling this Chovy and Doran as well, really playing around these skirmishes way better in Game 3 than they did in Game 2, and they will ultimately take the win. But going into that T1 series later on this week, we have a lot of questions to ask and a lot of tape to review, because this series should have been a 2-0 one-sidedly. The fact that Kwangdong almost win it, if you're a T1 fan, you're feeling pretty good right now.
You absolutely are. T1 just need to get through Live Sandbox, and if they win in any fashion, they will be able to stay in first place at the end of round 1. But this is still pretty good ending for Gen.G of round 1, right? For a team that does now have Pace and Delight towards that bottom side of the map, a few adjustments do have to be made. And I think when you get into a final game of a series like this, and then Chovy has that huge step up, goes deathless on his Akali that he's already racked up a pretty ridiculous record on so far, and then manages to perform, you're feeling real good. Bit of a dab there from Delight, who did himself have a pretty good day on the Leona in the end. He just wants to be able to play these engaged supports, man. He's psyched about it.
Maybe that's him like about to be using the Zen of the play. This one was taking a screenshot. What did Delight mean by this? Not entirely sure. It was an interesting dab to be certain. And Pace, I don't know, doing a ballerina spin on his way out.
Yeah, look, I just wanted to make sure that you remember all of his stuff, you know.
Gen.G not going to be happy with today's result in any way, shape, or form. You know, there's going to be some memes with Chovy being like, I passed you in the score. You would have felt really good if you did it in a 2-0 where you dominated game 2 and you're like, sorry, old man score. It's time for a new generation. But in this series, Chovy had to put his team on his back and carry it, and that he did. Finish that Dark Seal. But the game state and how messy it got and how unfortunate this lane was for FaZe in the early game, how the top side really fell apart too, and some of those moments where we did see some overextensions, the Renekton punishing very hard. You walk away from this one going, as score, you're like, I'm not upset about you passing me in kill score, I'm upset about some of the early to mid game play that we did see in today's games.
Yeah. Not upset by Delight's incredible escape from danger in that particular moment, or upset about this passage of play, which was just beautiful from Genji.
Look at Chovy just sidestep everything.
Yeah.
Just doesn't care.
And also, like, being able to get into this position and so decisively take these fights, right? Like, this is what some of our other teams are incapable of doing. Against compositions like the Ezreal and the Zoe, you absolutely have to hard engage at every opportunity, and Genji absolutely did that. And it looked real good, especially from the perspective of this Akali.
I didn't get to talk about this on Wednesday because I wasn't on the pre-show, but part of why I predicted Genji to beat T1 is because of Delight's melee supports, and I thought, okay, this is going to be a huge deal going into that series. Not feeling so great about my prediction right now, but definitely feeling good about Delight on this Leona. As these are the final calls here, you see Delight sharing a lot of information.
Nice. And you can see a little bit subdued, of course. The big team fight sort of happened a little bit earlier. As Peanut, knows that it was a little bit of a rough day. As he says GG and has a giggle in pure Peanut fashion.
I think it's also a moment for Peanut to just be like, all right, guys, so we did it. Like, everybody chill. Like, I know nobody's super stoked about how this game went, but Chovy, 15-12, 3 ahead of score with the final scoreline there on the Akali. 0 deaths. And,
still won't be long ways to go to catch up to Faker.
A bit of a ways for Faker, but I think not too far from Kuro.
Yeah, true. True.
Probably going to happen this year, if not this season.
And Chovy also being able to do more damage than a Jace this game. It's actually pretty absurd. Speaking of which, I mean, like, Peanut did 4K more than FaZe. FaZe was, like, a control ward this game, unfortunately. Just completely ignored. There was nothing he could do in lane, wasn't able to then transition to anything that was really going to work out. And Genji are like, just, you're along for the ride, mate. Just hop on our backs and we'll be fine. Difficult game.
I think if you're T1, you still have a tough week ahead, right? You have Live Sandbox to win the first round robin. You have Genji on Sunday, but that Genji match, suddenly you're feeling pretty good about that one. This was a rocky series. Genji have that opportunity for redemption, though, at the end of the week.
Yeah, some rocky series just in general. So we'll throw it over to the space and they can break it all down and give us all the action. We'll see you there.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful match cast. As once again, we were back here applauding Chovy as he goes up one more rung on the list, as he does pass his current coach score by 3 kills by that insane Akali game. And they really needed him because Genji, to be honest, did not look good in that 3rd game. They limped across the finish line in the early to mid game. They finally got that one team fight that slightly got them ahead, and finally it looked like they were kind of patching up the patches, patching up the holes, and they got there in the end. But I was a little bit surprised, a little bit confused about the way game 3 and even game 2 went.
Yeah, and a lot of it is down to the draft, because Kwangdong had an amazing draft. Love seeing the Zoe back. Bulldog also had a really good game. They weren't able to win, and Bulldog also had some later fights, right? Our prefer to play out against Zoe, and he's also against Chovy, so Chovy's gonna make a lot of people look silly. But this Leona was, as much as Delight played the later team fights, fine. Like, specifically, the Leona alone is already not gonna be good, right? Like, this is something that you kind of force yourself into by prioritizing Jace, but you're going to struggle in lane, and they did severely, right? So that was a big early win con. And then additionally, even as good as Chovy is, and the Akali actually did end up working out, the reason why you make it yellow is because if you don't have prio bot and you don't have prio mid, you're gonna have happen exactly what happened in this game, which is your bot lane is gonna get perma shoved in, you're gonna drop blades, and even though Chovy, again, sick Akali game, against a better team, you never get the opportunity to make those outplays, right?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
he was getting shoved, and that's the matchup. Bulldog played it well, right? Like Chovy survived, he was fine, but his bot lane also died like a bunch of times as a result.
And the matchup can be good eventually, but the way that Bulldog handled the early matchup and then where he put his influence on the rest of the map, as you were talking about when we were talking about this, and these shares right over here, was really cool to see. Like, Bulldog had a great game, just not able to get there in the mid game once again. So let's take a look at highlight number 1 and talk a little bit about how Bulldog was able to get these leads.
Because we haven't seen Zoe in quite a while, but Bulldog went for Ignite Zoe with Airy, right? So going full in on the early laning phase and really making sure that Chovy was stuck underneath his turret. Now, of course, Chovy doesn't actually end up dying, which it turns out to be a big salvaging point for Gen G, because if Chovy lost the plot in this one, it was very doomed. But as a result, like, impacts like this, right? Yes, it's a miscalculation from the light. He could have flashed. Yes, there was misexecution here. As
this one.
Yeah, I mean, we had to, because Kwangdong is a worse team. And the mid game, they fumble completely. They make a couple of really subpar calls around objectives, right? They go for a couple of fights where they're missing their main damage dealer. So as a result, and through incredibly well done skirmishing by Chovy in particular, they still come back into this game. But it's important to showcase that Gen G got away with murder in this one, right? Like, this was a very precarious early game situation that they fought their way back from, but against better teams, you might not get that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the casters were pointing out, like, there were some sick mechanics, like some insane micro plays that were happening in the mid-game team fights after this, which is part of the reason why Gen G, they are a great team. They were able to claw their way back. And we can take a look at highlight number 2, which is the Drake fight, which will showcase some of those plays.
Yeah, fairly certain we're going to see this one back as Chovy really dunks on him here. And this is such a heartbreaking moment, as the cast was saying, for Kwangdong, because they lose the Drake. That's fine, right? But then, crucially, June is actually fully channeling his back here, because it doesn't look like they're going to get into a fight. And then what looks like an elaborate mistake is actually an elaborate bait. I don't know if elaborate mistakes are a thing, but this kind of was one, because this is the fight that truly breaks open the game. Chovy gets the shutdown on Taeyun, Bulldog is unable to keep snowballing, and with these Zoes, once you start falling behind, it becomes very hard, even though they did spike really hard in this fight. So just out-executed is Kwangdong here, and if June doesn't finish his back there, right, like if he cancels for just a second, if they're just a little bit more in tune, or they just peel off there, could have been a different game.
And they got that free kill on Adoran, but actually, as you mentioned, the elaborate mistake that eventually came through. Guys, let's go ahead and just throw up the Chovy on your screen here, the POG for game number 3. Should be pretty obvious for you guys that he did get it. As there it is, 10, 0, and 5. Not quite
robbed.
1,000 DPM, but, you know, well, it's okay.
Not robbed. He's also maintaining, well, perfect KDA, but he's keeping up that 11 KDA he has over, like, I forgot how many matches it was, but it's completely unreasonable. And Chovy is one of the players that really only goes for the Akali when he feels like he has an angle, right? We've seen Zeka, for example, just be like, don't care what the matchup is, just give me that pick. And you can kind of see the target selection for Chovy in terms of draft, really working out for him. He is just mechanically, you kind of just want to not say anything and just appreciate it. This wasn't even the best moment. I thought that skirmish he had around the earlier fight, right, with the Doran bait, to me was the most impressive. Just the way he was able to claw his way back. I'm not going to comment. From those early deficits, I thought was exquisite, and he was the one lifeline.
A little, you know, it's just been a lot of days in a row. You know, it's okay. Sorry. Chovy did have a great game, and Peanut, I suppose, eventually started to help out a little bit. But either way, guys, Chovy got it in the end, and we do have the interview ready. So let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is season for the TNG interview. We are here joined by Doran Chovy from Genji. Congratulations, guys. Chovy, how do you feel about this win today? Well, today's matchup against Kwangdong Freaks, we knew we were unlucky because we were facing up against Kwangdong. Halfway through the split, so we knew that they would have leveled up so much, but I'm so relieved that we won. We were on the verge of having a losing streak, but I'm so relieved that we were able to get a win today. Chovy, you actually set a new record. You actually hit 1,500 kills and more in the LCK. How do you feel about the record? Well, it didn't really hit me that hard, you know, because I was like, yeah, time flies, and I got so many kills, but that was mostly it. And you are going up against CV Max, your former coach, and also Youngjae, your former teammate. We had a lot of storylines going on. So what was your mindset heading into this matchup? Well, to be honest, I didn't really pay too much attention about it, you know. But still, yeah, we were really close friends, so I didn't want to lose to them. And also, we lost our previous match, so I really wanted to just get a win today. What about you, Doran? Yeah, I mean, Youngjae and we are really close friends. But, you know, I don't want to bring my emotions to the rift, you know. I just want to play the game, focus on the game itself. So it didn't really bother me too much. And we had the first ever meet any of the LCK. Well, I did play it in scrims, to be honest. And I was kind of flustered that no one actually plays it, so I was like, maybe Annie's not that good. But I think he actually brought kind of the best itemization and builds for Annie, so we decided to ban Annie in Game 3. And you got a solo kill on K'Sante as Gnar. I think that was a very decisive moment for Genji. And also, playing Gnar is all about always, you know, having your Gnar bar at the right kind of spot for every team fight. Any tips on playing Gnar? I think Gnar kind of beats K'Sante in the late game. So I was able to get help from Peanut early on, so I got a kill already. So it was not as hard as I expected. It was pretty easy. After losing game 2, you guys did ban that Annie in the first phase of the ban, and you also already mentioned about that Annie and its build. So how did Genji kind of feel about the Annie? What was the feedback like? I don't really think that we lost because of Annie itself, but it was pretty obvious that KDF kind of paid a lot of time in order to prep around that Annie. So we just didn't want to let them have the situation they prefer. And they kind of prepared a lot. And then we had Zoe picked up by Bulldog. Did you see that coming as well? Well, Akali was like available, and if they lock in Zoe, it's a perfect angle for Akali. So I did not expect them to go for the blind Zoe. But at the same time, Zoe got buffed recently. Her laning phase is pretty strong, so I do also see why, you know, where they're coming from. But still, I didn't really think that Zoe is that decisive pick. Well, Zoe was controlling the lane pretty hard, so how did you kind of cope with the situation? I'm pretty much used to this Zoe Akali matchup, and I know even if I'm behind in CS as Akali's late game is way better and stronger. Zoe's laning phase is all about the luck early on because, you know, of the skill sets and stuff, but I was able to deal with the situation pretty well. Just like you said, yeah, laning up against Zoe was not that easy, but once you started to pick up kills, you were able to turn the table around. So was that the main kind of plan and theme of Genji's comp in Game 3? Well, yeah, we were like falling behind early on, but there were some mistakes that we were able to punish really hard, and we also got kind of lucky. So we were able to, you know, turn the table around. And this Sunday, you're having your first match for the second round, which is up against T1. How are you going to get your revenge on T1 this time around?
지금 LCK에서 가장
I think
잘한다고
T1
생각하고 있고
is the
저희가
strongest team at the
1라운드
LCK currently.
진
So
졌었기 때문에
we
이번
lost to them in the first round. I hope
꼭
we can beat them in the second
저도
round.
더 준비
We will do our
열심히 해야
best
할
in
것
order
같아요.
to make it happen.
초비 선수도 각오 한 말씀 해주세요.
네, 저도
Anchovy?
T1이 지금 가장 잘한다고 생각하는데
I also think that T1 is the strongest team of the LCK at the moment.
충분히 좀
But
이길
if we
만한 여지가
prepare
있고
hard,
실제로 가능하다 생각해서 잘 준비해서
I don't think it's
다음 경기 때
impossible to
들어가도록
take
하겠습니다.
T1 down. So we will do our best in the upcoming series up against T1. Before we go, is there anything you would like to say to all the Genji fans?
지금 되게 늦은 시간인데도
I know
아직
it's pretty
저희
late here,
인터뷰 남아
but
주셔서
I'm
너무
so happy that you
감사하고요.
guys all stayed with
집
us to
조심히
support us.
잘 들어가세요.
Hope you guys get home safe. Thank you.
초비 선수도 한 말씀
Anchovy?
네, 저도 이제
Yeah,
타인을 위해 이렇게
same.
또 응원해주고
I'm so
보러
touched by the
와주신다니
fact that
너무
some people are just like
감사하고
here for
앞으로도
us
더
to
열심히
support
잘하고
us.
좋은
So
모습만
I want to
보여드리고
play
싶습니다.
up to their,
네,
hope.
감사합니다.
I will always want to
감사합니다.
bring you the best performance possible. And this will be the end of the POG interview. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As we are going to take a look at the standings now, Genji able to make it to continuous second place. But still, good to get the win.
And for Genji, this was a warm-up for the match they're playing against T1 rather, later in the week. And Kwangdong, their record might say 2-7, but every time we see this team, like week over week, they've shown the most improvement out of anyone, I'd personally say, which I think is really, really cool. They will go home happy after today's series, even though they didn't end up getting a win, got a little bit ahead of themselves. Not the end of the world. And for Genji, it was a 2-1, wasn't the cleanest, but in the end, what matters most is that you get the series win, and they were able to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, we are going to have a very fun next 3 games. There's going to be a bunch of big matches coming up. Tomorrow, of course, Live Sandbox up against T1 is a pretty huge one. T1 will be tested once again. And this is only the first time this week, right? Because as we were just saying, Genji has to play T1 on Sunday as well. But also tomorrow, Hama Life Esports versus DRX. We'll see if DRX, if they're ready.
I don't think they are.
Or if Hama Life just take it.
Start of round robin 2, so hopefully DRX can start that one off a little bit better, but I wouldn't get my hopes up.
We'll just have to wait and see, Chronicler. You never know. But we are done here on the space today, guys. Thank you so much for watching the LCK, and we hope that you join us tomorrow and for the next couple of days, because there should be some really good League of Legends. But that's going to do it for us. Thank you for watching. Have a good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump.
So good. Breon has been the gatekeeper of the west side of the bracket. Breon plays is defined by Monkey and Henno.